I more just thought, okay, here's an interesting point. Right, also, the other thing that confused me
Beg pardon?
is it not better that we do one person does 0 to 5 and 10 to 15?
Yeah, don't mind. Also good.
Because I remember you saying one nice thing this is one person opens the game, one person closes it. If one person was doing 0 to 5 and 16 to 20, then opening and closing. I think yesterday in our, well, certainly my zombie like to see,
We just sort of fell out contrary to.
we ended up going from
idea.
planning to do 0 to 5 and 15 to 20.
Ça tu shell.
Well, I mean, is if you get a game where half
Friend would say, a good idea
Welcome to day 2 of the European Cricket Series here in Frankfurt after a very entertaining day 1 of Pool A action. Today we will definitively find out which 2 teams from the 5 in Pool A will be making it through to finals day Friday. For now, it is SG Heinhausen who are in the box seat. They're the only team that won both of the 2 games that they played yesterday. They start today in game 1 up against Frankfurt Cricket Club. Will be starting in around 5 minutes or so's time. Frankfurt yesterday, 1 win, 1 loss, and that was the same situation for all of the other sides apart from Funkstadt. They lost 2 games from 2, and so now find themselves in a very tricky position whereby they'd have to win both of their games today very convincingly and need a highly improbable series of other results to ensure that they went through. So this is how it stands then. Heinhausen are top of Pool A with 2 wins from 2. Darmstadt are second on net run rate after their heroic last ball chase in the final game of yesterday, thanks to Adnan Nazir crashing a 50. We also got Turk FC, Hattersheimer and Main, who've got 1 win and 1 loss. Frankfurt Cricket Club, who've got 1 win and 1 loss. And then, as mentioned, Funkstadt struggling at the bottom. So, up today, it's Frankfurt versus Heinhausen. And then remember, we've got games starting every 2 hours throughout the day, wherever you are across the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, Indian Standard Time, 3.5 hours ahead of us here in Germany. Short interview on fan code and have got your Dream 11 sides ready and armed for this one. Game 2 today, it's TFC Hattersheim versus Funkstadt. We've got Darmstadt versus Hattersheim, so they've got to play back-to-back. Funkstadt versus Frankfurt, and then Heinhausen's 4th game against Darmstadt. Heinhausen will hope they can make it 3 from 3 here, and so that game is more for the pride of staying unbeaten rather than getting into finals day Friday. So I'm Michael McCann. We've got a crisp, slightly cold autumnal morning with a lot of dew around from overnight rain, and next to me I have Kit Harris. Good morning, Kit.
Good morning, Michael. Well, I come hot foot from a meeting with the European Cricket Series organisers and the match referee, and I've got some extraordinary news. And I'm not sure there are many precedents for this in this year's European Cricket Series, if any at all. I gather that this morning there has been a public transport strike in the Frankfurt area, and there is a match condition in the 128 pages of regulations that govern this tournament about the minimum number of players that a team must have at the ground in order to be quorate to participate in the fixture. And the extraordinary news is that Frankfurt Cricket Club are not a full quotient at the start time, and that means that they have forfeited this game against Heinhausen. So Heinhausen do have that unbeaten record that you were talking about in the simplest and most depressing of ways, because it's a walkover in this fixture, Michael.
So how many players are required is the obvious question.
Well, we're just trying to get that information at the moment. What I can tell you is that they have only 8 here at the moment. But we will find out shortly what that regulation
there
is.
I was merrily going about my business, setting up the day and the table scenario. Behind me, unfurling, is a rather strange situation. Frankfurt players speaking to the match referee, the Heinhausen players there as well about what's going on. But it appears that this match has been forfeited in favour of SG Heinhausen. Discussions are continuing to go on. As Kit mentioned, there has been public transport strike in Frankfurt today, which has potentially made travel difficult. We're waiting for further news, and we'll bring you it as soon as we can. It would mean that Heinhausen go 3 from 3 because of the match being forfeited in their favour. Well, confirmation from just having another quick chat with our match referee suggests that indeed the forfeit is duly confirmed, and so this fixture has been forfeited in favour of SG Heinhausen. It is, I believe, unprecedented in European Cricket Series history. Rather bizarre scenes, but the minimum amount of players that are needed at the ground has been confirmed as 8 registered official players. That is what is needed to make the game happen, and that is what Frankfurt Cricket Club do not have.
That's right.
Which means that SG Heinhausen have won this game because Frankfurt have only got 6 players here. If they had 8 as a bare minimum, the bare necessities, to use a phrase from the Jungle Book, then we would be able to go on and have a game. But alas, we cannot.
Yeah, the technicality as it's now turned out, I've just had a word with Med Dob, the tournament organiser, is that while there are 8 players at the moment in the Frankfurt Cricket Club playing area, 2 of the players are not eligible to play. So they're not in the Frankfurt Cricket Club official squad. So as the match referee, I think, has just explained, that's how you end up with your 6 and therefore not enough players.
Which we should say as well for viewers at home maybe wondering, before the tournament, all of the teams are asked to submit their squad of registered names and players. There's no, as far as I understand, restriction on the number of players you can register. I've seen huge squads in the ECS of up to 30 players, so there's certainly nothing to stop you registering as many as you want, but they've got to be done in the proper way before the tournament. And so if on the day of the game you turn up with someone who is not registered, then unfortunately that can't be accepted, and that's the discussion that's just gone on with the match referee, which means that they've only got 6 official registered players here, when the minimum they would need in that regard is 8. And that is what means that, unfortunately, dear listeners or viewers who had your Dream 11 fantasy sides ready, this is a game where no fantasy points will be docked out on any side, apart from the points to Heinhausen in the table.
Yeah, and the reason why that exists, that regulation exists, Michael, is because at the start of a tournament that's of a certain standard, a certain level, it's essential that all the teams are able to have access to the same information at the same time so that they can plan their strategy for the tournament. So if a team says, well, we have a squad of 16 to pick from throughout the tournament, and then something like this occurs and they want to add another 3 players, that's not fair to the other teams in the tournament, because then of course anyone could add new players from anywhere as the tournament goes on. So it's all a question of having a level playing field so that all the teams have the same position at the beginning of the tournament. That's why you can't add to squads. And I suppose it's very similar to international and professional cricket. In the World Cup, for example, there are 15 players per squad, and you can't change those numbers except through a player being injured. Well, in this case, public transport strike does not anywhere near constitute players being injured. So quite a controversy, Michael.
Yes, exactly. Well, we have seen precedents before in the ECS, where, and the ECL indeed, where you've had a small squad of 15 players, and there's been a bit of an injury crisis, so they've been down to 10, and replacements have been allowed to be called in for that reason. But this is not such a reason. An injury crisis does not constitute that, and so one has to feel in all of this more than anything, as well as for you, the dear viewers, and us who wanted to bring you some cricket, for the SG Heinhausen boys in a way, because although they have won and got their forfeit, they turned up yesterday and won both of their games pretty convincingly and looked very good value for it. A side that were the losing finalists in Germany's state T20 competition this season, losing semi-finalists in the ECS in Frankfurt. But secures their spot in finals day Friday, so they are the first side into that. I can't see any other way that 2 sides are going to end up in a stronger position. Who is going to join Heinhausen in finals day Friday? There's realistically 3 teams in the running: Darmstadt, TFC Hattersheim, and then you've also got you've also got Frankfurt Cricket Club. But Frankfurt so hurt by what has just happened. They're now 1 win from 3, 1 win and 2 losses from their 3 games, so it very much puts them on the back foot in the race for finals day. Frankfurt's final game, assuming that they can arrive at the ground with the minimum 8 official registered players required, is at 3 p.m. German time today. Match number 4 of the day against TSV Pfungstadt, who have of course 0 from 2 so far. What we can also tell you is that at 11 p.m. German time, so that's starting in an hour and 45 minutes from now, we have game 2 of the day. TSV Hattersheim versus, TFC Hattersheim versus TSV Funkstadt. Hattersheim looking to go 2 wins and 1 loss, get their ledger up in the positive with a victory. Funkstadt have got to win to keep any tiny faint hopes for them in the competition alive after losing both of their games yesterday. So that's what we've got coming up later on. If you are just tuning in and wondering why we haven't got any cricket here, it's because Heinhausen have won this match by forfeit because Frankfurt Cricket Club were unable to have the 8 players, registered official players, that they needed by the toss here. So the match referee has forfeited the game in favour of Heinhausen. They're free from free. I'm Michael McCann, and we'll be back in around an hour and a half's time to build up to game 2 of the day. Hopefully the first game that does actually get on the park will be TFC Hattersheim versus TSV Funkstadt. For now though, it's goodbye. Good morning, wherever you are in the world, and welcome along to our coverage from day 2 of the European Cricket Series here in Frankfurt. Unfortunately, Game 1 never happened. SG Heinhausen winning against Frankfurt Cricket Club on a forfeit to Frankfurt Cricket Club not having the official registered players there on time. But for Game 2, we've got 2 11s, which is always a good start, because 1 forfeit in a day would be unfortunate, and 2 would be careless, to use an old phrase. We've got TFC Hattersheim up against Pfungstadt. Pfungstadt have lost both of their games yesterday, so desperately need to win this to retain any slender chance of somehow making it through to finals day Friday. Of course, we've got to get 2 teams out of Pool A by the end of today from 5. We've got 4 more games left to decide who they will be. SG Heinhausen all but home and hosed in that regard, with 3 wins from 3 now. So we're probably looking at who is going to join them, and this game will be pivotal in deciding that. TFC Hattersheim fielding in the red and black. They won 1 and lost 1 yesterday. And today, Pfungstadt have won the toss and elected to bat. I'm Michael McCann, and alongside me is Kit Harris. Good morning, Kit.
Good morning, Michael.
We've got some cricket, which is fantastic after a couple of hours of disappointment of sort of round, and some of us having a bit of a kip and a bit of a natter and a bit of cricket to entertain ourselves between us. Here's Yasir Mahmood to start it off. That's short and whacked away, but to one of the 2 sweepers. Power play, aggressive intent from the off from Zishan Nassar, who was in the runs yesterday, had quite a day of it overall, smacked 51 off 18 against Darmstadt, but of course ended up losing that game on the final ball due to extraordinary innings at the back end of that game from Adnan Nazir, which leaves his side 0 from 2. He's off the mark. To strike is Javed. It's a much better ball. The luck doesn't go with the bowler. Batsman's game T10. Bottom edge for 4 through 3rd man. Of course, only so much you can cover in the power play. We've got mid-wicket and deep extra cover out, but nobody down there. First boundary for Pfungstadt.
Bit of a bonus for him, I thought, because my first impression was that Arslan was just trying to push that into the covers. There is a gap there out to deep cover and try and get a couple, but he got a bit of a thick edge on it and got twice the runs he was aiming for.
That's it. 3 overs power play at the top, of course, and it's his best delivery so far. Beats him outside the off stump. Yasir Mahmood yesterday. Why the old so-and-so? He's the most economical bowler in this TFC Hattersheim side. Went for just 13 off his 2 overs in the game against Frankfurt Cricket Club, bowling both of those in the power play. I'd be surprised if he doesn't bowl 2 in the power play up top here. That's wayward down the leg side. It is signalled, unsurprisingly, as a wide. Had the 2nd best economy rate in the state T20 competition this summer of anybody in the entire comp. And that is across 20 teams, which was quite a feat. Went for 5.1 and over. Very good at keeping it tight. Can he do that here? It's another decent delivery. Just nips back, wraps him on the pad. And this for a power play over is going very well so far for Pfungstadt. He's got through 4 balls and conceded just 5 runs.
Yes, he's just nagging away on the spot there, isn't he? Nice and accurate. And hard to get away.
Let's see once more to Javed. Tries to open his arms. Doesn't really get all of this. It's well fielded by Alam Noor on a bobbly outfield. But again, good sign of why, as we spoke about yesterday, you've got to be positive and have intent with the running, even if you hit someone in the inner ring, because it is a very bobbly, undulating outfield. And even with excellent pick-up and throw there wasn't even the faintest question of a run-out, even with the direct hit. Zishan on to strike. That's very, very wayward. And will just about be stopped from being 5 wides. And in fact, it will only be 2 wides.
Yes, his accuracy just betraying him a couple of times in this first over.
Which is quite unlike him.
It is.
Actually.
Two wides. The second one really quite a prodigious wide. But in a way, it's almost it's almost better that they don't hit those.
Absolutely, you do get some forms of village cricket where you can get the bizarre scenario of 6 wides being bowled in and over and that being it, because such is the lack of trust in the accuracy of the bowlers that wides are not re-bowled. But we're at a much higher standard of amateur cricket than to implement such rules.
There's no Amir Waheed in the 11 today, so he's being replaced as opener by Umar.
This is a different role for Umar Farouk. He doesn't normally open the bowling for them. That was just a little bit wide, a bit of length that could be climbed into, and it can't be hauled back by Fazal. So that is a first boundary off Umar Farouk.
Well, you say that he's not used to opening, which is technically right, but in the 2 games yesterday, he did bowl the 3rd over of the power play. So yeah, not taking the newest new ball, but not too much of a difference in terms of what he's going to be trying to do here. Same sort of field.
This is true, yes. But he doesn't tend to open for them in white ball most of the time. He didn't in the T20 state comp this summer at all. He was a change bowler generally, but well, I was going to say he might have picked up a wicket here, but there's no way they're catching that. Far too much on it. Out into the deep. It plugs. Might be an overthrow possibility here. In the end, Arsalan decides to troop back to the non-striker's end. And there's a good bit of chat going on between Arsalan Javed and Zishan Nassar.
Yeah,
they don't seem particularly chuffed with each other. 22 yards sometimes can seem an awfully long way in a game of cricket.
They didn't communicate very well there, Michael. They should have been backing up, looking for that extra run.
Odds of a run out have definitely just increased. Here's Farouk again. That's very full. And just a touch too wide as well. So that's 4 wides in the innings already. They've got a decent start here, Hattersham, in terms of keeping things relatively quiet, but not helping themselves in the extras column. Farouk once more. That's skied in the air towards deep point. Never looked comfortable under it, Fazal, and never really got there. Didn't seem to judge the catch quite right, Fazal Bashir. He was holding back for quite a while, and then just as he started to run in, realising that maybe he'd not really been where he should have done, it was a bit too late. The wind did make it difficult as well, swirling up in that white sky with a white ball. Slightly cloudy grey sky, but always looks easy from the commentary box. But he would have expected to take that, Fazal Bashir. Could be a really important moment in this game. He's dropped Arsalan Javed. What can he make of the life? Farouk, that's a full toss. And that's a good start to punishing the mistake of dropping him. And it's not quite hauled back in front of us. Brave effort by Alam Noor Zadran. Dived as well, but ended up flicking it past the flag for 4.
Something slightly comical about the way he fell over at the last moment, and halfway through his slipped dive, the only thing he had a really good view of was the ball just trickling over the rope in front of him. And just for a moment, it looked as though he was going to reach out for the ball.
Cricket is an inherently cruel game. So he's already got 4, having been dropped the previous ball. Cash in a bit more. Well, he's played a leave there. Maybe much like we saw yesterday, a bit of the old leave in thinking it's going to be given as a wide.
Well, you're better off just having a swing at it, aren't you? Leaving the ball alone for a wide is a risky business. We've learnt it in this tournament so far.
There's some nice outswing shape from Farouk. Can he find it again? That's very, very full. And a lovely straight shot down the ground, but he hasn't got all of it. And Inam running back from mid-off. Couldn't take the catch.
That does go down as a chance, Michael. It has to.
It does. It would have been a very good catch, though. Starting in the inner circle, he's run 20 yards back. But that is 2 in the same over. Arsalan Javed dropped by Faisal Bashir. And then dropped Inam Ullah as well. So the two top three batsmen not helping out their opening bowlers. And Umar Farouk, who was very good yesterday, 1 for 12 off 2 in the first over against Frankfurt, in the first game, against Frankfurt. 1 for 12 off 2, and then 1 for 19 off his 2 overs in the game against SG Heinhausen. Here's Yassir, and that is there to go, and is duly whacked away. It's our first 6 of the day. Thumped by Zishan Nassar, who is continuing on from his good form on Monday.
Just picked it up so well. As you can see here, got a nice flick of the wrists. He didn't open up his stance too much. That's unusual. Just stayed in the same place. So he had to work hard to get the ball across the line behind square. But with those strong wrists of his, he picked it up well.
Lovely shot from Zishan. And now, man's gone out at square leg. Power play, of course, only 2 allowed out. Swing and a miss this time. So we've got men out at square leg and mid-wicket. Wonder now that it's Arslan Javed on strike rather than Nassar if the field will change. It appears not. So we've got a 5-4 offside field. 2 sweepers out on the leg. See it. Very full, inside out, and it's through cover point where the man's just been taken out. And I was surprised that the field didn't change with the change of strike, because throughout this early part of the innings, Arslan Javed's been consistently making room and going through the covers. He's done so again with success. But the field was the same as it had been for Zishan Nassar. He's got a very different set of scoring areas. And now the field does change and the man goes out at cover point and the man comes up from square leg. But that is the dictionary definition of reactive captaincy. Very full. Flicked away through square leg. A really poor misfield from Umar Farouk. And that will allow them to come back. Hands on head from Yassir. You can't blame Yassir or Farouk for feeling like they're fighting a bit of a lone battle here. The field changes, or lack of changes, to the appropriate batsman's scoring area is not really helping them, nor the fielders dropping catches.
That's very easy from up here, I suppose, Michael.
Games always look simple from the commentary box. Inside out, that's a traceable, lovely shot. The cleanest shot we've seen today from Fungstadt. That is Arslan Javed all over, making room, inside out, through extra cover, bang.
It emphasises the point you're making, though, doesn't it? That with Arslan, if you're going to bowl outside off, and that's a perfectly decent place to bowl, but you do need 2 fielders out on the boundary on the offside. Contrary to that, for Zishan, you have to have your 2 fielders on the leg side, and at the moment, they kind of hedge their bets almost, with 1 fielder sweeping on each side of the wicket.
And once again, he goes inside out. Inam takes it! Oh, he made that look so simple. Why use 2 hands when you can use 1? Just sticks his left paw out and grabs it, and they've got a much-needed breakthrough and an enterprising 21 off just 11, pretty much entirely scored through making room and clobbering it through the offside. Ends for Arslan Javed, caught in the covers, one-handed, simple as you like, by Inam Ullah. Having already dropped a catch today, very brave to decide he only needed 1 hand, but 1 hand was all he needed.
He stuck it out and grabbed it, didn't he? And I think if we're going to be super critical there, we might say that, well, Arslan tried to play a punch through the covers, but had his weight transferred onto the back foot, so he didn't really get everything into it. He didn't go as hard as he wanted, and he didn't go as flat as it would have if he'd got his big front foot down the wicket a bit more. But that's an important breakthrough. Of course, all breakthroughs are important, but in this case, a really good start. 39 off the first 3 overs, and that first wicket will just peg things back a tiny bit for Hattersheim. So that is the end of the power play.
I'd politely take the tiniest bit of disagreement with you on that. I wouldn't go as far as really good. I'd say 39 for 1 off 3 is about par for the power play, given that's your best scoring opportunity of the innings. and they have now lost Chaved, who was looking in and very settled. That will be one out to the sweeper. Of course, more boundary sweepers available now that we're out of the power play situation. But at the moment, we've got a deep cover point, long on, long off, and a deep mid-wicket. Get to the end of the power play 39 without loss, and both openers set. But to lose that one just probably makes it around even Stevens for me. Here's Farouk's second over. That's very good bowling to his field. Nice and full. He's getting some really good, nice, natural outswing too, Umar Farouk. That's fine, he's got coverage there. Got a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Batsman not particularly bothered about pushing for a second either. Mohammed Habib is the new batsman. There's Farouk. Full, toe-ended, but got enough of it. And that will drift through that third man region for 4 more. First boundary for the new batsman, Habib.
It's very similar to how Zishan got going boundaries-wise in the first over, going for the, flaying the cut through the offside and just getting the toe end on it. And in the same way it happened for Zishan, he's quite lucky that he did, because as you can see, just streaked away through third man where there wasn't the boundary fielder, whereas in front of square there is one.
Farouk once more. He's had a good tournament so far, Umar Farouk. He's generally been very economical. Can he pull this back a bit? Oh, he's brought one to be skied up in the air. It's towards Bashir, who's already dropped one today, but takes it. Well, he misjudged one horrendously a couple of overs ago, but he gets it right that time. Coming in off that deep cover point fence and taking it at around knee height. Farouk inducing the false shot. He was trying to get it through extra cover. Only really got it through deep cover point. That's the second wicket down. And Akmal Ahmed walks out with it 45 for 2.
I don't think at this stage Pfungstadt will be panicking, because, well, Akmal has played very well in the tournament so far. He's proved himself quite capable of getting himself set and then accelerating. So it won't be a great anxiety just yet.
Well, Pfungstadt's success this season has been largely built off their batting lineup, so it's no surprise today when they won the toss they decided to have a bat. Here's Farouk. That's gone very high as well. It's going to take some catching. The keeper is running a heck of a long way to get there, and the keeper ends up 5 yards short of it. Well, it's gone to the short mid-wicket region, and the wicket-keeper Shahid Ahmed has called it and sprinted as fast as he can and still ended up 5 yards short of the ball. And in the meanwhile, Sheikh Yasir Mahmood, who is normally one of the better catchers in the TFC Hattersheim lineup, he's left shouting with hands on hips, furious at his wicketkeeper, saying, "Why didn't you just let me have a go?"
Big mistake, Michael. Big error by the keeper.
Once more, it's at a little nibble, not quite. And you can completely understand Yasir's frustration. He is known as one of the safer pairs of hands in this Hattersheim side, but he didn't even get a chance to take the catch, even though it was literally 3 or 4 yards from him at short mid-wicket. He's still talking to the wicketkeeper Shahid about it. I think he's just saying, look, if the ball comes in the air near me again, let me take it.
Absolutely crazy. The wicketkeeper, what's happening here, Michael, is the wicketkeeper doesn't trust the fielders anymore. He's seen
2 catches go down.
He's seen one chance go to hand and dropped, another one misjudged, and he's created his own error there by not trusting Sheikh Yasir.
Now, Inam Ullah is on to bowl the 5th over. Bowled very well when he got the chance yesterday. These little dibbly-dobbly mediums. Starts with a leg bye for 1. Now, Ullah came on in the 9th over of the very first match of the tournament against Frankfurt Cricket Club, the penultimate over, a difficult death scenario, and took 2 for 2. And it was a surprise he was left so late, because that, of course, meant he couldn't come back. And so clearly a bit of a tactical rethink overnight has seen them think, actually, we need to get him into the attack earlier. Here's Inam. That's back of a length. and crashed away for the first 6 of the day. Lovely shot. Second, pardon me. Lovely crackle of the bat from Akmal Ahmed. It's only the second ball that he's faced, the new batsman. But he's not here to mess about. They're a powerful batting side, Frankfurt. It's what's made them the surprise package of Hessen cricket this season. It's true, having a deep batting order that can hit sixes, and Akmal Ahmed's a big part of that. Now they've ringed that leg side boundary. Got mid-wicket, long on, and a man's halfway between the two, all out. Oh, that's a little nibble. Single. Thin edge. Oh, it's buys, in fact. I must say, that sounded very wooden for a buy. Felt like I heard a edge off the bat, but given as a buy. Zishan Nassar on to strike. Very full, too full, and that has gone very, very far. That is a 10 rather than a 6. And some of the European Cricket Series team behind the scenes are having to run 20 or 30 yards or so behind them to search for that ball in the stingy nettles with the fielder from long on. That has gone over our heads and a good 15 metres further. And Zishan Nassar is at it again.
Yes, this bowling change proving quite the tonic for the run scoring of Frankfurt.
They decided after yesterday that they needed to get Inamullah into the attack earlier. But he's bowled 1 ball too short in this over, and that's got whacked for 6, and he's bowled 1 ball too full. He's got to find his length. Happy medium in between. That's much better. And it's an ugly swipe from Zishan to a ball that deserved more respect.
It's that old situation that happened a couple of times yesterday. You've hit a couple of 6s. You just need to settle yourself, retake your guard, don't get too overexcited.
He's Inam once more. And that's crunched away. They've got 3 fielders ringing the leg side rope, but it doesn't matter when you hit that big. 10 yards over it. A third 6 of the innings and a second 6 in the over for Zishan Nassar. It's a third 6 off Inamullah in this over. Both batsmen having a lot of fun off his bowling. 18 from 5 balls in this one.
That's going to create a conundrum, isn't it, for the captain, because they haven't got the services of Amir Wahid today in the bowling. So if you'd expect a regular bowling attack with just 5 of them, Yasir, Umar, Noor, who's coming on now, I think, Imam and Hamid. But if they might worry about giving Inam that second over, well, there's a question of who is going to bowl the remaining over. Anyway, Noor it is to bowl the 6th over with his neat medium paces. A little bit quicker than the other frontline seam bowlers. And with Akmal on strike, still the only leg side fielders of those 3 men out on the slog. He steps away. The umpire had a doubt just for a moment there about whether he was going to allow the wide, given that Akmal had stepped away, but he figured if Akmal had stayed in the same position, it still would have been wide. Now a tweak. Noor is going to bowl wide of off stump, so the deep mid-wicket fielder is coming up on the single, and so there are now 2 fielders in front of square, sweeping on the offside and the leg side, and the remaining fielders in the ring. Ooh, that's a wonderful drive, all along the ground. It's an effort for Zoeb to stop it. He does it well, and in fact he picks it up so cleanly that he's restricted the batsman to a mere single. Neat bit of fielding there from Zoeb at long off.
It was very good fielding, but it was very cautious running and not really putting him under much pressure.
Yes, they ran as though they'd assumed that he was going to field it well, and to take nothing away from Zoeb, on this outfield, you may as well push the fielder as hard as possible because fielder's margin for error is so tiny on account of the outfield being so unpredictable. See, again, you could forgive the batsman in principle for running the single slowly there because the ball just seemed to go straight in the direction of in-arm, nice and firm. But it's perfectly possible that the in-arm could have got a difficult bounce there.
Yes, it's hard to sort of really see from our television cameras, but it's a very undulating outfield. There's a lot of rabbit holes. It is a long way from flat, and there's some awkward long grass too.
Swing and a miss from Akmal. Just losing his head there. You see his head went back and he backed away. It wasn't a controlled shot.
But you think of all the things that could make an outfield not fun to field on, and pretty much all of them are ticked in this particular game.
Backing away, another swing and a miss. He's trying to make room to play through the offside. It's no good. No use looking imploringly, accusingly at the umpire.
When you're stepping a foot outside leg, it's no surprise that if something's on fourth stump, fifth stump area, you can't access it.
You'd be better off stepping into line and driving straight. Well, okay, too much that time. I think Noor was getting so excited about the way that was working. He pushed one a little wider. And that one really was legitimate wide. You can see those pock marks all over the pitch on these close-up pictures that you're seeing now around the bowler. Those aren't just isolated to the run-up area. Those divots and holes are all over the outfield. Oh, he's finally middled it. That's the shot he's been trying to play 4 balls in a row. And at last he's smacked one, went right into the half-volley slot. He just stepped away, freed his arms and pinged it over the infield on the offside.
He's tried it enough times, hasn't he? But eventually he gets there. Flat-batted crunch over extra cover's head. Makes up for a few balls, but he needs to catch up from those dot balls. That's another one. Same script.
Now another attempt. You see, the thing is, he's tried to do that 5 balls in a row, and all he's got out of it is a 4 and a wide. So you take it all together, that's a strike rate of 100. The last 5 balls of that over. So,
which in T10 is pretty miserable.
Yeah, you'd say Noor had... he was very brave in sticking to his guns in that over and just putting it in the same place over and over again.
Well, yes, if you're Noor looking at it from the point of view of the boundary, he's lost the battle, but he's emphatically won the war across the over because he's ended up only going for 8 in the whole over, which you definitely take that. Chasing 80 in a T10 game, the vast majority of the time you win.
Now, here is the answer to our question about whether there will be a 6th bowler, and if there will be, remember Inam went for 20 off his first over, who's the 6th bowler going to be? And we didn't see him yesterday at all, so this is first over in the competition for Salasi Habibullah. He's more commonly a wicketkeeper, so this will be interesting. And it's a good first start. Runs up a little like he's bowling off breaks, but I think he's just pushing through a round arm, nippy, slow medium. That was a good line and length to start with from Habib. And doesn't take him long for Zishan to line him up. This is a caught and bowled chance. Oh, he's misjudged it. And there's a big appeal for the run out as well. Has he gone? It was close. He didn't run his bat in the conventional way. Everything happening that ball.
Well, if he was in, it was his feet that were in, not the bat, because his bat was in the air.
There's not a lot of running the bat in. And Habib rather humorously is calling for a review.
Which we don't have those facilities available.
So it's nice to see he can laugh about it. They found it very difficult in this innings to catch the ball that's swirling away over their shoulder. That's the 4th chance that's gone down. Well done again. He's brave bowling it there. Habib short and wide outside the off stump. That's exactly where Akmal wants him to bowl it, to play that scything shot through the offside.
4 sweepers out straight, 3 of them on the leg side.
He's not lucky that time. There it is, 6 runs onto the embankment. He got the width again, and he wasn't going to be left wanting twice in a row. Again, stood on his back foot, waited for the ball, wide and slow, long hop outside the off stump. And just take a look at this again. Waited, reached for it, and a lovely swing of the arms. And Habib's good fortune in the over thus far, as the extra bowler deserted him that ball. Oh, that's got to hurt. That really has hurt. How has Habib got away with that ball? Another long hop down the leg side. Should have gone over backward square for 6, but instead
it's gone somewhere entirely different.
That's hit the batsman right in his box.
Right where it hurts for Akmal Ahmed. And he's on the ground in a lot of pain, taking his time.
There's a lot of euphemism used in cricket coverage about where the batsman's been hit in that situation, between the thighs and all this sort of thing, but that has hit him in his abdominal protector, in his box.
It looks like as close a direct shot of a bullseye that you could get, really. It seems pretty painful.
And the batsman, of course, it's
the classic. It's always slightly funny.
It's never funny.
As long as if it's not you.
Even the casual cricketer.
As in if it happens in your team, you know, you're always sort of jokingly laughing at your own teammate, unless it's you, in which case it's definitely not funny and very, very painful. But all jokes aside, Akmal Ahmed getting some water out there from the 12th man, and hopefully after a bit of a rest and a time to get his composure back, we'll be fine to continue.
It's funny, isn't it, when there really isn't anything to respond to other than just sheer pain. It is funny how the water comes out, as if that's some kind of panacea for a gentleman's injury of this sort. Yep. Of course, they wear the box, but the thing is, no protection is designed simply to take away the pain of the impact altogether. Pads are pretty good at doing that on your shins, but every other bit of protection, thigh pad, box, gloves, helmet, is there
as a minimiser.
Yes, exactly. It attenuates pain
rather than removes it altogether.
Right, there's one ball left in the over, which has so far gone for 7. A vengeful hit down the ground, and Inam, he tries to catch the ball, but it goes through his hands, and 6. In fact, the way he's wringing and shaking his right hand suggests that he did get a little bit of a finger on it. And that has to go down as
the 5th drop and the 2nd of the day by Inam. So he's having a really poor time of it in the field, as are TFC Hattersheim.
And it's, well, there are drops, and then there are drops that go for 6. And that is the latter. So of the 5 missed chances so far in the innings, that is perhaps the most culpable.
Seemed to misjudge the height of it. He actually came in 4 or 5 yards off the boundary, when had he stayed on the boundary it would have been a shoulder-high catch. And by coming in 5 yards, even when getting his arms up in the air, suddenly skimmed the fingertips and gone away. And fielding really not helping them here against a powerful Fungstadt batting lineup.
Here is Noor back on strike, bowling to Zishan. He's had a go at it. He's tried that, swinging it away into the leg side. Could get 4 here. Just goes over the line. A good commitment from Shahid to accompany the ball.
He's going off on his travels again, but unlike that catch that he took off one of his own fielders, at least he was the right person to be chasing that, because there is nobody from deep mid-wicket right the way round to the wicket-keeper. The field very much set to bowl full.
That brings Zishan to 35 from 17 balls. He's hit 2 4s and 3 6s. And Akmal, 23 from 12 at the other end, is just getting into his stride as well now. Another massive one. It goes high over the offside, straight down to the fielder, who's coming too close from the line, and it's gone over his head. That is awkward. The umpires are just having another look to see whether that was 4 or 6, but again, the fielder in this tournament is guilty of running in past the ball and allowing it to go over his head. You see, he just came in too far, and I think the ball's gone for 4.
Well, that is the 6th dropped or missed chance of the innings.
And that is the second which we chalked down against Bashir.
Who, to his credit, did actually take a very good catch to dismiss Mohammed Habib as well. So he has at least taken one. He's
one from three.
Yes, well, it's better than some of his teammates.
And this one is going to go all the way. This is high. In fact, yeah, well, the fielder overran it there. And
Umar Farouk with
it's
the
gone
error
for
this
four.
time.
Now, that was always going to go, because I think by the time Umar finally made up ground to reach the boundary, the ball would have beaten him to it. As you can see, he just the ball spun and turned behind him. So Zishan has profited by 2 more already, goes to 39, and then 43 in 2 balls. This is a flat skimmer. This time it will go straight to Noor, picks it up well. Olchizuma. And on that occasion, just the single.
It isn't easy out there. It never is in T10, particularly when things happen so frantically. However, this is comfortably the worst innings of fielding, I'd say, that we've seen this week from a side.
In fact, they came back for 2, and that's gone over shoulder height. The umpires have agreed it's shoulder rather than head, which means he can do it once in and over, Noor, without penalty. If he bowls over shoulder height again in this over, it'll be a no ball. But if he bowls over head height, that's an extra straight away. So he's got one of those in his armoury per over, and he's deployed it well there. Dot ball. And well done, bowled him. That's a big swing. Zishan looking for the 6 that would have brought him his 50. His head went back. There was a huge swing. And, well, Noor's done a very good job there in cleaning him up. Nice full length, Yorker length. And, well, the head of this caterpillar-like batting lineup has been removed. Zishan bowled by Noor for 45 runs from 22 balls. He reached the boundary 7 times. On 3 of those occasions, he totally cleared it. So, a neat knock. And as ever, Zishan can be trusted to make a significant contribution to the Fungstadt batting lineup.
Well, that's the big one. That's the man they wanted. He got 22 at 2 a ball in Game 1 against Heinhausen. Hit an 18-ball 50 yesterday in that defeat against Darmstadt. And then today, it was just short. He's the key wicket in this Fungstadt lineup, and they've got him.
Now, Akmal is on strike because the batsman crossed there, and he goes for his offside cover drive. Not for the first time. The ball is too wide.
Now this is interesting. Faisal Bashir's come on, and he does bowl occasional off spin, but it's an unlikely and unexpected selection of bowler.
It surprises me actually that Hamid hasn't come on. It's working so far. Getting the ball in the right area. A wide to begin with, and then just the 1 run. So effectively 2 off the first legal delivery from Faisal. But I do wonder, like you, Michael, why Hamid isn't coming on to bowl. Perhaps he feels he's cannon fodder in this situation. That's gone high. Now, there's a fielder underneath it. This is a difficult catch. Half a chance there. It's Hamid himself. They race back for 2. That's well run. They decided as soon as the ball was in the air, they weren't going to watch whether it was caught or not. They were going to get their heads down and just run it. They've done well to come back.
Well, given Abdul Hamid Bhatti went for 26 in the over that saw their second game finished off yesterday, their defeat to Heinhausen, maybe it's not a surprise he's not bowling, as Bashir's on, and that time it's a single. But Bashir, in their entire state T20 competition this summer, where Fungstadt defied the odds a little bit in terms of how they did. They won 7 from 9 in the pool and then went out in the knockout stages. Bashir only bowled 3 overs in the whole 10-game competition. But here he is.
It's a little chicken, really, from Hamid. He did go for 26 in a crucial over.
Well, maybe he's lost his confidence and thought someone else ago.
It must be it. It wasn't because he bowled badly or can't bowl. He just came on at the wrong time. Today's a different day. But again, Faisal proving difficult to get away. Bowls with a very high action, nice and tall. No pace on the ball. But again, just wings it down into the block hole. This is a useful gamble from Hamid. Again, it's just going to be the single.
Just letting the batsmen generate all of their own pace. Well, we'll see him with the bat later, Faisal Bashir. He's a very classy batsman, arguably one of, if not the best in this TFC lineup, but he's unexpectedly doing his team a job with the ball here. 6
of the first 5 balls of the over. Now what's Tusif got? Very high. Now that's going to be a difficult catch for Zoaib. He's under it. Oh dear. He got very nicely underneath it. Coming back for the single. This will be a run out. There it is. Oh, he's made up for it. Zoaib's throw makes up for his missed opportunity. So it's all worked out well in the end. And I appreciate that effort from Tosif Ahmed just to get his head down and run for the second there. We've seen a few times in this tournament and even a couple of occasions during this game the batsmen have not run the first one hard, but they decided from the moment that ball was struck that they were going to go for 2. So you can see as he let the ball go, a lovely throw came in and that found Tosif short. He haven't quite got it in the frame there, but you can take my word for it, it was a good accurate throw. And at last, a missed chance, which you'd say was the 7th opportunity that had gone down. Well, he makes amends for it in the end.
The only thing I would say is the case for the defence is that some of those 7 have been very difficult chances that would have been very good catches, either running back or only just being able to get anywhere near taking it. But yes, it is a growing, unwanted tally.
Right, 0-0 is in.
Zishan Atif,
the wicketkeeper. Massive mow across the line, and as soon as he hit it, you knew where it was going. 6 gorgeous runs, and that's why they sent Zishan in, a man who won't be shy to give it as much power as he can from ball 1.
Yes, he's certainly not afraid of power. He's a man who I would nickname Bond. And I have a story about this to justify why. But let's see first whether he can pump back-to-back 6s.
Well, he's going to go for an effort for a 4 here. It's a big run round for Inam. He's got it. And Zishan races back for the second as fast as he can. Gets the bat in. Keeper taking the stumps apart there.
It's good aggressive running.
It's good aggressive keeping.
It certainly was, yes. It was... wasn't interested in grazing the bells, he wanted to demolish the furniture. So Zishan Atif, the reason why part of me wants to call him Bond is when they put in the shirt numbers for their brand new kit that they're wearing that they've got in time for this tournament. He wanted 007 and he was told due to printing reasons that he could only get 2 numbers. And so in the end he settled on 00. Which I must say, I'm not sure I've seen anyone ever play with 00 on their back before.
Yes, it's...
But there we go. I understand he even considered trying to sort of put the white on in another way and then thought that might be a bit of a bad look.
No kidding. Right, another massive one. This hasn't got every bit of the bat, and Zoaib is going to pick it up cleanly, and they should get their heads down and run for 2. They do. That's a more aggressive running. And it's nice to see Zishan being very selfless about these opportunities to score. He's going to try and hit the 6s, and if he can't hit 6s, he's almost going to
run the 2s, or he's going to die trying.
He's going to turn blind, and just going to get the brace of runs or get cut off trying. Mis-stumping possibly there. It's gone through him, has he? Umpire looks like he's waiting to signal. Yeah, buys. 4 buys. He came down the pitch, which was the right thing to do, get to the pitch of the ball. And, well... this do-or-die approach is very, very profitable indeed for Pfungstadt.
It's very entertaining as well. Either boundaries or...
I believe there's, 2 balls left.
Hits or big running. What can Bond do?
I'm not sure that bowling right arm round the wicket to Zeshan Atif is the right approach, because it puts it right into his 6th scoring zone. And in fact, that one's going to be a wide, plus an extra wide for the run they took, 2 in total. If you're going to bowl that line, you've got to get it right onto the batsman's thigh pad in order to stop him from playing across the line and hitting a 6. And makes it very difficult to avoid bowling a wide there. Akmal launches it away. Very, very fine of the fielder at deep mid-wicket, who concedes the chase. Perfectly placed. 3 men out on the boundary on the leg side. But he's managed to squirt it away square enough over towards the browning sycamore trees at deep backward square. And this is a decent flurry to conclude the final over of the innings. 1 ball left to go, 129 for 4 for Fungstadt. Here is the final ball from Habib. Well, it's not going to be the final ball, is it? Because that's another wide. They've raced through for the 2nd wide as well. This is, as I say, the risk when you bowl right arm round the wicket to 2 right-handers and you're trying to bowl on leg stump. And I can just see Zeshan Atif playing across the line here, his big baseball bash to deep mid-wicket. He goes for it. Managed to find the fielder. There's a little bit of a fumble, and why not turn for 2? Yes, very sensible, very selfless, and they've made it for 2. The ball's ricocheted off the keeper, and they're going to get a 3rd here. Why not turn for 4? And they do exactly that. The catch, return is not gathered. Yes, turn for 5. Go on.
They've got 5.
The bowler's got it, and have they made it back for 5? Yes, they have. Wonderful.
And he collapses exhausted. Bond with 007 on his back. His special mission to run as many as he possibly can off the final ball is complete. And Agent Bond has somehow managed to get in for 5 when he barely had the right to get 2.
The only thing that 00 Zeshan has got wrong in that last ball is falling over in an exhausted heap and not running the 6th.
Oh, you've got to give him that.
That was superb. You could see the remonstrations out there. How did we get so many overthrows? That should have been 2, and they've turned it into 5. Hopefully in a moment we'll get a replay of that, and you can watch this superb little passage of play. Here we are. It's I know this is the highlights, unfortunately. I hope we will get it in at the end. But the start of the innings, you saw that Zeshan, as he has done so many times, gave the innings early impetus. And,
fell just short of back-to-back ECS 50s.
First of the drop catches, Bashir coming in just a little bit slower than he ought from the deep square boundary. And the shots down the ground were very effective. Just helping the ball over the line there. Arslan was also getting in on the runs, playing very well across the line. That was the first for him.
Trying to hit everything through extra cover and cover point. And it worked pretty well for a while, to be fair. But
where it went wrong were those 6 missed opportunities, 6 missed catches that at the time. Well, I'm giving him the 7 because the 7 turned into a run out. But yes,
okay.
There were 7 chances to catch, and 6 of those resulted in the batsman getting a reprieve. There's the one catch that did go to hand. A lovely grab, casual as you like. When there was width on offer, it got dispatched clinically through the offside. Here is another chance that went to hand. This is the one that... surprisingly, you missed 2 out of 3, but that was the one that Bashir did take. And a couple of those 6s over towards the railway line amongst the nettle beds really did come off the middle. 2 in succession it was at that point. Noor, having bowled very well in yesterday's games, found life was a bit difficult, but he was cut away in that same over.
Well, it is Funkstadt's batting lineup that's been seen as their strength and what has driven them to surpass expectations in Hessen State cricket this year. Many wouldn't have had them being in the top 10 sides to come out of the T20 summer tournament. That was what got them here, and it was a batting lineup that just remorselessly goes for it. And when they did lose, they would tend to collapse in a heap being bowled out for 50, but a lot of the time they would crash the runs away. And we did see yesterday, even when they were bravely trying to chase 142 against Heinhausen after a shambolic bowling and fielding display, that they didn't get far off chasing it. And they've shown again what they can offer with the bat today. And if they can find a way to defend this, they're still just about alive in the competition.
This was the one that was just overrun by Umar out on the boundary. But in the end, Noor did get, finally, his revenge on the batsman. We had Fazal Bashir come in for an over that we thought was a bit risky, given that he hadn't previously bowled in the tournament. But Habib there, you see, missing that catch, decided after his over yesterday that went for 26, he wanted Bashir to have a go in place of him. Here's Zoeb, did very well, having missed. This was the 7th opportunity to catch that went begging. Managed to get the throw in. As you can see, it was a good arm, and he ran the batsman out by some distance. And then came this fateful last over. Habib repeatedly straying on or outside leg stump. And well, you don't have the highlights of that comical last ball, but I'll just tell you that it was hit for what should have been 2 to Umer on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Zeshan Atif, and the throw came into the wicket-keeper very, very hard and fast because they decided to come back for the third. The wicket-keeper, with his iron gloves, then parried the ball away into a gap, and the batsman came through for a 4th. And when the ball was picked up, it was hurled at the stumps again for another overthrow, and the batsman came back for 5. And there wasn't a 6th, because by that time Zishan was on the floor breathing heavily.
But Double O Zishan had done his job, and just coming to the comments in the YouTube stream, which please do get involved on social media. We'll be keeping a close eye on the comments in the YouTube stream as well as anything on Twitter. Feel free to give us a tweet at Cricket Kit. It's my right honourable friend, as they'd say in the House of Commons, next to me. And I'm on at This Is McCann, just This Is McCann, MCCANN. But the comments in the YouTube stream are going crazy with Double O Zishan, Special Agent Zishan, job done, say Pavel Man, Farouk Mohammed, and Lily Panda, who says never seen that before on the final ball. And Sheikh Fareed, he says Double O Zishan, job done, 5 runs, thank you very much, which is a good way of summarising the situation. I've never seen a final ball quite like that. Sean Layton says, could that be the difference maker? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Rob Bailey says, Double O Zishan in full flow, love it. Let's see what he can do with the ball as well, which that would be somewhat unlikely, given that unless Double O Zishan is taking on another role, he took the gloves yesterday for Funkstadt and kept pretty well in both games as well. So please do keep things flying in. People enjoying the coverage from across the world. Let us know where you're watching from. Sana Hussain says, watching from Delhi. We've got viewers all across the world. Wherever you are, whatever the time is, wherever you are, we've got live cricket for you. And we've got 3 games after this as well. We'll be finding out who are the 2 teams to make it to Finals Day Friday. SG Heinhausen sitting pretty with 3 wins from 3. And just to remind you of that overall picture, because it's so important, they are the side who are very much in control. Top of the table, TFC Hattersheim would go second with victory here. They'd have 2 wins from 3. Funkstadt with their Double O Zishan and Zishan Nassar, the 2 Zishans combining with Bat together, trying to stay alive after losing both games yesterday. That heartbreaking loss on the final ball of day 1 to Darmstadt Cricket Club. And currently, 4 of the 5 teams have got a significantly negative net run rate, apart from SG Heinhausen, who also benefited from that forfeit. And even more interestingly, all of those 4 net run rates for everyone between 2nd and 5th are not too far from each other. So we could well get down to some crazy calculations later on with who can maybe sneak into 2nd behind SG Heinhausen. But for now, what we know is that when we come back, TSC Hattersheim will need 137 to win to go 2 from 3. And Funkstadt, with Zishan Nassar as captain and 00 Zishan behind the stumps, will be trying to defend 136 to stay in the tournament. Bye for now. Welcome back to Frankfurt for the conclusion of Game 2 on Day 2 of this European Cricket Series tournament. The second in Frankfurt, of course. First one in July, won by MSC Frankfurt, who are in Pool B this time. We'll see them on Wednesday and Thursday. For now, we're focusing on the two sides who are going to get out of Pool A. These two still holding aspirations of doing that. Funkstadt lost both of their games yesterday, so this is a must-win for them to keep any slim chance alive. TSC Hattersheim are looking to make it 2 wins from 3 so far, put themselves up to second in the current standings. Both teams chase that spot in finals day Friday. So, Funkstadt have put 136 for 4 on the board, which is a more than competitive score. Looking to defend it with the tall, bouncy opening bowler Akmal Ahmed. With the bat, enterprising 29 off just 16 balls, featuring 3 big sixes. He's into bowl Faisal Bashir. That's short and pumped away through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot, and that is the perfect start to a big run chase. Faisal Bashir promoted to open the batting ahead of Inam Ullah, who had opened in both of their games yesterday. The number 3 put up into the number 1 slot, takes first ball and crunches it away to the boundary to get the chase going nicely. Very classy batsman, Faisal Bashir. He's a top run scorer at the ECS in July. Doesn't quite get hold of that full shot though. Poor fielding. That allows them to get through for 1. Bashir has 5 off 2 already. He hit a very calm and composed 24 not out off 18 against Frankfurt Cricket Club to see them home in game 1. He is very much one of, as well as the wicketkeeper batsman Shahid Ahmed, who's now on to strike, the key players in this TFC Hattersheim lineup. He wasn't just the top run scorer at the ECS in July, scored his run to the strike rate of 225. Shahid Ahmed short down the leg side, and that's a wide. And it's also a delivery that would suggest that Akmal Ahmed maybe didn't pay too much attention to TFC Hattersheim yesterday, because Shahid Ahmed had a very good day of things. He scored 42 and 36 in his 2 knocks against Frankfurt and SG Heinhausen, and scored almost all his runs with the pull shot. There's Akmal again. That's a much better ball, and he's got him. That's where to bowl to Shahid Ahmed. Full straight, out swinging, hitting the base of the off stump and leaning back as the back foot player that he is, trying to whack it through the leg side. He's gone bold. That is a perfect ball that dismisses one of the big danger men in this TFC Hattersheim lineup. Shahid Ahmed, one of the big fish, is gone. And TFC Hattersheim 6 for 1 in the first.
Fungstadt have not won a televised game. And this is their first appearance in the European Cricket Series, and that is absolutely crucial if they are going to get themselves onto the points table in this game. 137 for Hattersheim to win. It's a difficult target, and it's going to be all the more difficult for the dismissal of Shahid. Wonderful breakthrough. Really among the best starts that Fungstadt could have hoped for.
It's a big, big wicket. Got 42 of 25 balls against Frankfurt yesterday, and then 36 off just 22 against SG Heinhausen. He's one of their go-to men. Not just score, but score quickly, Shahid Ahmed. But 33-year-old is gone. And now Inam Ullah, who was meant to be opening the batting, is now out there in the first over and can only block that back. And it's a very animated Fungstadt side now. They have had 2 questionable outings in the field so far. Desperate to put that right, I'm sure. There seems to be a bit more pep in their step. Today is a different day. But that's short, and that is somewhere you just can't bowl to a batsman with the quality of Inam. He didn't really get hold of it though. It's out towards the train tracks as a early morning commuter train passes by. People on their way to work on a Tuesday morning. Here at the cricket, catch and pulled in for 2.
What time do you get to work, Michael?
That's a fair point,
it's
yes.
12 o'clock and the church is ringing the noonday bells.
Late shift. It's doing the 12 till 8 shift. Oh, there we go. That might be the first 6 of the innings. Nope, just short. 1 bounce 4, but Inam Ullah maybe just determined to show why he should have been opening the batting after all and didn't deserve to be dropped down to 3. It's now gone .44.
Yeah, it's not quite right, is it? They've got the field set for bowling short and wide on the offside, which we know, and they've clearly done their homework on it. That is a great place to bowl to Shahid, and that worked, that angle of attack. But now they've got Inam in. They're going to bowl short over the top of Midland leg stump with no one out on the leg side boundary. That is asking for trouble. We criticised yesterday morning the Fungstadt approach to captaincy and field placing. Well, the field placing is pretty clear at the moment, and the bowler's not feeding the ball in the right areas. So that first over's gone for 12. But with that one wicket, it's still, at this early stage, advantage Fungstadt. Barkadali is going to bowl a little earlier than he did in the previous games yesterday. It's gone! Don't bother even looking for it. That will take some finding as it bounces away onto the footpath. As soon as he hit it, you knew where it was destined. And, well, it doesn't matter how deep the boundary was, that would have been 6 at any ground. Not just about dismissing Shahid Ahmed. There is a very, very important wicket to be taken, and that is the wicket of Faisal Bashir. If he is still there at the end, it will all be in vain for Fungstadt. And you must not bowl full length to him because he's too good a player for that.
Absolutely comfortably the top scorer this season in both the state T20 tournament and also, as we mentioned, at the ECS in July. Very classy player. He hit 46 off just 15 balls. Semi-final of the ECS in July to get them through to the final. That was against SG Heinhausen in a very strong attack. Now Faisal Bashir in a difficult situation alongside Inam, who's himself a very capable hitter. This top three really is the best that they've got. This Yasir Mahmood later on who can hit a long ball. Really feel like the bulk of the heavy lifting's probably got to be done in this partnership.
See, I don't see why we're not opening with Zishan Ali, who did the job so well yesterday. Width this time, and that, well, that's bowling to the field as it was, I'm afraid, and it's raced away down to third man on the cut. Because of the last ball being full and straight and driven for 6 over long on, the two power play fielders have gone out on the leg side boundary and the offside field has come up in the ring. And there it is, short and wide outside off, and the field has not been set for that, Michael.
My sources tell me that Zishan Ali has just got a little bit of a side strain.
Okay.
And so while he's fielding at mid-off, and they kept him in the team for what he can do with the bat, they prefer to not have to use him with the ball. Skip through for a single. Zishan Ali at mid-off. He's a very useful hitter in a very congested Fungstadt middle order that can be quite flexible depending on the game situation. That was why they wanted to keep him in the 11, and then the thinking of he's such a good bowler for us, if we need him, we can use him. That's short, and that's gone. 4 through cover point, beating the sweeper comfortably. And this partnership starting to grow. With two batsmen of the quality of Ullah and Bashir at the crease, you can't afford to be there. Short outside off stump, begging to be hit. We're in the power play, so protection limited to non-existent. That is a relatively simple shot for Inam Ullah, who can just rock back and thump it away. Repeat it. Well, that's a better ball, just back of a length. Takes the single. Bit of old school batting there. Take the boundary, take the single. In a modern format like T10, sometimes the old tricks work the best.
It's a smart thing to do, because you only need a boundary or two and over. If you hit a 6, you would probably only need the one boundary, as long as you're pushing the other balls round for 1s and 2s.
Shit. That's very full, too full, and that's into the stinging nettles. Can't bowl there to Faisal Bashir. He's not going to miss out on that. Batsman of his class. It's a full toss on middle. Cheers, out you go. Faisal Bashir, promoted to opening, is having a lot of fun. He's got 22 off 7.
Disagreement between the umpire and the fielder about whether this went for 6. And, as you can see in the picture, the fielder signalling 4. The umpire had also signalled for a maximum. I believe he's taken the fielder's word for it. Our replay there was just a little bit too wide angle to be quite sure about it. They're still having the discussion, in fact. We're going to have a look at it again here. Just keep your eye on the ball. It's a little distant.
An easy one to say with any total certainty. He's clear, isn't he? a lot of fun out there. And if Frankfurt are going to defend this and stay in the competition, they need him gone. He's got 20 of just 6 balls.
They've gone with 4 runs as the outcome of that little skirmish.
1.
Go, you see, if you hit a boundary or 2 and over, it's all about rotating the strike. You don't have to hit everything, not even in the power play, over the rope.
And Munir Khan says Turk FC batting lineup definitely have the ability to chase this total. So that is showing it right here, and it's well bowled from Akmal. It's a valuable dot. He hit straight to mid-on. Salant does his work.
He's just seen the batsman coming there at the very last minute. Noticed that he was coming down the pitch at him and just dropped the ball in a little shorter and cramped the batsman up for room. Well bowled.
It's good again. Should be only 1 out to cover point. It's only 1. Peter Young says, watching from Norwich, only halfway through this one. Can't quite see the winner yet. Disagree with that. It's not an easy one. Clayton Badia says, very challenging score, and rather be the fielding side. It is definitely a challenging chase, but these two are very, very capable players. This is also a very capable over from Akmal Ahmed. He's hit him on the body. This is very good power play bowling from Akmal Ahmed at the top. 3 overs of the power play. He's taken 2 of them. So far, he's managing to limit the damage pretty well. He's got one of the big scalps you could want in this Hattertime batting lineup by getting out Shahid Ahmed, who had caused a lot of problems for Frankfurt and Heinhausen in the games against him on day 1. Now, he's causing trouble to 2 of the best players that we'll see in this edition in Frankfurt, in Bashir in particular, and Buller as well.
This is key. 2 balls at Bashir. Offside fielders up.
Huge LBW appeal. He's the one they really want, Faisal Bashir. They haven't got him. Skips through for a leg by, maybe just drifting down leg was my first impression by the shot that Bashir was trying to play, flick it to leg.
Yeah, I think so. You see, it was just, it's hit him in line with middle leg, and he's taking his guard outside the crease.
It was the off cutter. It was coming back quite a long way. By the time that's gone through to the stumps, it's probably hitting the middle of the second set. Short, back of them, crunched out, just wide of the sweeper, and it's timed well enough that that's 4. Faisal Bashir having a lot of fun in the opener's slot. We were a touch surprised yesterday, given their best bat, that he wasn't put up in the order as an opener. Came in at 3 instead, but opening today, he's got 25 of just 10. Power play complete, and TFC Hattersheim are 40 for 1. And this big mammoth chase had a decent start to it by the men in red and black.
But in the circumstances, when you consider it's the power play and look that the target is 137, Akmal Ahmed's 2 overs have gone for 19 runs. And the only downside is that unfortunately the makeshift opening bowler alongside him on account of Zishan Ali's side strain, Barkat Ali, he shipped 20 from 1 over. But, well, if Frankfurt do lose this, it won't be the blame for Akmal Ahmed.
Ahmed Tusif on to bowl. Turn over zippy fast mediums. But that's too short and too wide and punished. Nobody out there, only an extra cover fielder on the fence. And that runs away for 4. Inamullah has his 4th 4 of the innings already. And this partnership is growing in stature by the ball at the moment. It is all TFC Hattersheim. Ahmed Tusif's got to find a response. Took 2 for 18 yesterday. The game against Darmstadt. That's nicely chopped away. Get a single. The fielder delayed the throw coming in. Tusif's not happy about it, feeling like there was a run-out chance. Tusif, of course, was heavily involved in the drama yesterday because Tusif bowled the final over of day 1, having the nigh-on impossible job of defending 6 off the final over against Darmstadt. He almost did it. So nearly. here. Very full, just on the pads though. That could be whipped away by Ulla. He should get two, and he doesn't get two. It was a very good throw on the turn. Even then, Ulla would have comfortably got back if he'd have turned and gone. Instead, he grazes at the non-striker's end with his left hand on his hip.
Hattersheim won't mind that too much because both batsmen are well set now. As long as the runs keep coming in some form.
Sheer facing. That's very full, that's well bowled. Can only be driven out to long on for a walked single. Tusif came on. And, Mehdi Hassan has said TCP posted a good score yesterday, but were let down by poor bowling and fielding and lost in the end. Is this total enough? It is an obvious, cliched, we'll wait and see response, but totally understand the point you're making. They got 127 for 2 against Darmstadt. They nearly defended it despite a bit of a ragged display in the field. Tusif had to defend 6 off the final over. He took it to the last ball. Now, that's good again. Clipped out towards the sweeper at extra cover, who takes it, takes the catch. That's a big wicket, one they desperately needed. Inamullah gone for 18 off 10, mistiming it. And yet again, it is Tusif who steps up for Fungstadt right when they desperately need to break a partnership.
Let's take a look at this catch. It's exactly the sort of catch that has been dropped throughout this tournament. Running in 10 metres, but he kept his eye on the ball right until the last minute and pouched it as safely as can be. And well, he's an inspiration to those dozen or more fielders before him who've missed catches like that.
It certainly is, and it shows that even if you can decide to make the interesting attire choice of fielding in a beanie hat, it doesn't stop your ability to catch. Thankfully, his catching is slightly better than his fashion sense, if you're being harsh. Here's Tusif, that's a quality shot down the ground from Bashir. One bounce 4 towards us in the commentary box. It's the same shot that Inamullah was trying to play and got wrong to get caught at cover point. And Faisal Bashir charges onto 31 off just 13. And as I said yesterday, the most impressive thing about the way he bats is this guy barely hits sixes and yet scores so quickly. That is his 5th 4 of the innings to go with a 6. It's the way that he picks the gaps, strokes the ball around, times it perfectly, doesn't try to hit it too hard. Faisal Bashir is motoring TFC Hattersheim along here. And you do feel like a lot of this chase is on his shoulders.
They're up with the rate.
They are, but they've had their power play, of course, which is traditionally the best scoring time, with only 2 fielders allowed to be out.
Well, here's a canny bowler. Atal Karim coming in.
To bowls. It's just whipped out. There is a sweeper there, with the sweepers at extra cover. Deep mid-wicket. Long off. Atal Karim Pasha. 2 for 22 against SG Heinhausen in game 1. Was the pick of their bowlers. Otherwise, very forgettable display. That's crunched down the ground by Bashir. This is a big old 6. It's hit some of the tables 20 metres back from the boundary that we eat lunch on in between matches. Thankfully not damaged them too much and picked up by one of the Heinhausen players waiting to come back and play their 4th game later on. That is a massive crunching shot. He doesn't hit too many 6s, but when he does, they tend to be pretty special. Because he's a very special player, Faisal Bashir.
Umpire just wondering if the ball might have been damaged by its impact with the bench, but he feels the ball has survived it.
Can he repeat it? Oh, he goes for a little scoop, Bashir. That's delicious. Just outrageous. The powerful crash down the ground for 6. And then the finesse just to make room and guide it down to the vacant fine leg boundary for 4. And that, in a nutshell, adding in the crisply driven off drive for 4 earlier in the over 2, summed up just so neatly why it is so difficult to bowl to Faisal Bashir.
Well, there is a long way to go. He's motoring now, but you only have to make 1/2 an error in this strange topsy-turvy T10 game.
Absolutely, big total on the board, 137 to chase. Sata over Karim, he goes inside out. This is towards the fielder at cover point. Big moment and a big catch. Ahmad Jusuf takes it. He got the breakthrough in the previous over when he got Inam Ullah, and now he takes an also crucial catch on the boundary to get the one they desperately wanted. Faisal Bashir gone for an enterprising and entertaining 41 off just 16 balls, and that could be a huge moment in the match because he's comfortably TFC's best batsman, but has to walk off, and out steps the captain Abdul Hamid Bhatti.
Well, a bit of pressure on Hattersheim now to lose those, well, the two talisman really, Shahid Ahmed, his first ball, and now Faisal Bashir and Inam Ullah they have as well. Not quite deserving of the accolades of the former two, but no lesser a batsman in some ways. That first ball, Hamid Bhatti betrays some nerves. Sorry, that's to Zoeb Kamar.
Strikers end from the catch. Abdul Hamid Bhatti, jokingly nicknamed Grandad by his teammates. Doing it for the seniors. Nicely bowled in the channel outside off. That's the end of that over, so Abdul Hamid Bhatti will be taking strike start of the next over. The 55-year-old with 66 on his back. Neat work so far by Double Ozish and behind the stumps. Funkstadt so far just in front, particularly now they've got the big wickets of Bashir and Ahmed out. We're going to see for the first time in this tournament really what the middle order TFC Hattersheim looks like. 62 for 3 after 5 overs. They're behind the run rate. They've lost their best 2 batsmen. Let's see what their strength in depth is truly like. Whether Funkstadt can get a win to keep themselves alive.
Now here's the interesting thing, which is I would have expected at this point to see Nasir Ahmed come on to bowl as the 5th bowler. But having taken these 3 wickets, it's a short-term risk for a long-term investment. Funkstadt have decided that they will now give the ball to their usual opening bowler Zishan Ali, who has this side strain, in the hope that he can sneak them through a quiet one. Playing a miss to start with, so that's 3 dot balls in a row. And Funkstadt now, you can feel the energy and buzz around the field as they realise that for the first time in this tournament so far, they have a genuinely substantial chance.
Well, they could win on TV for the first time.
Yeah,
which cricket club doesn't want to win on telly, eh?
And an attempt to glide there. It was just a bit too close to his body, I think, Abdul Hamid. And just thought if he could only glide it away behind those 2 fielders in the infield on the offside behind square, he could get it away for 4. But it is another dot ball. And there are now 2 dot balls in this over and 2 in the last. 4 in a row. Pressure on for Hattersheim. He's got away with it that time, though. He tried to drag it across from outside off stump, and it sailed high over the keeper's head. And there's a kind of bonus, fortuitous 4 runs to get Hamid Bhatti off the mark. And, that takes Hattersheim to 66 for 3. They are back in the pursuit of runs, but if you include the wicket with the dot balls, they've had a little dodgy period of 5 balls without scoring, but now they are at least back underway. Decision to bowl Zishan so far is paying off. I hope his side is all right. Smacked, but shouldn't be 4. Oh, it's a bad bounce, and well done. He's managed to pick it up. Got the bad bounce, and well done for diving to his right and preventing the boundary that could so easily have happened. Tosif has been very, very doughty in the outfield so far today. Just the 1 run, therefore, was taken by Hamid.
Big catch, of course, to get rid of Bashir.
See, the adrenaline is up in the field, and everyone's added another 20%. Now that is very high. It could be caught. He's come in a little bit too far, but it doesn't matter. Even if he'd been right on the line, that still would have been 6. That's a good effort from Sunny. They do tend to come in when they could hang back, but Actually, just enough on it from Zoeb Kamar to carry it over the ropes. So 4-1-6. The scoring has picked up again now, and the pressure is back on Zishan. Last ball of the over. Now that one is also possibly catchable. No, it's just gone over the line again. Well done, successive sixes. He's just getting under the ball, Zoeb. Taking a risk because Sonny is out there and he's a good fielder. But on 2 occasions, the gamble has paid off. And now, well, I wouldn't say it's advantage Hattersheim yet, but certainly they have got some momentum at the back end of the 6th over, scoring 17 runs from it.
Let us know on the YouTube comments, who do you think is going to win this one? Who would you rather be right now? Gareth Messenger from Kent says, I think I'd rather be Funkstadt. We haven't seen the TFC Hattersheim middle order put under pressure yet. Luke from Belgium says, I'd rather be Funkstadt. They look a much better side today than yesterday. Well, they definitely look like a night of sleep and a bit of tactics. Chad has done them some good. Here comes Atul Karim, and that's whacked away by Ahmed Bhatti, though. Might have cut that for 6. In fact, it's a 1-bounce 4 from the Hattersheim captain, walking out and showing great intent from the off here to get his side this run chase, which would be the best run chase we've seen so far across these 7 games of cricket.
Now the pressure is back on Funkstadt. 54 needed from 23 balls for Hattersheim. Those 3 key wickets have fallen, but the runs are now flowing very freely again. An edge. Will it go to short? Third man? Yes, it does. Again, he went for that big shot through the offside. It went higher than it did far. And a nice easy catch, trotting in from short third man. And that cameo from Hamid Bhatti has come to an end. You can see he was out of control there with the shot. He almost swung himself off his feet. And a neat catch ultimately sees the end of the Hattersheim captain. The 4th wicket down now, 83 for 4. The 54 needed from 22 balls, and the game swings back to Funkstadt.
Well, this is fascinating, and we're going to see something here that, from speaking to people, has been a real problem for TSV Hattersheim's side. This will be to bowl.
And Nur Zadran is the new batsman. They didn't even cross. I think the run wasn't attempted. Captain had given himself up for lost, and that first ball is flayed away over the offside. 4 runs straight off the mark. And Nur Zadran has come out with a steely determination to hit from the beginning. 50 off 21 now required, and the score advances by 4 more. 87 for 4.
There isn't much time for sighters. One thing that's come up regularly with this TSV Hattersheim side is a bit of a question about their depth in the batting. We're going to find a lot out about that here as another one's gone, kicks the stumps in frustration as they'd already gone over. Perfect Yorker from Atta Ul Karim, and Alam Nur Zadran has to walk off bowled second ball. And just as I was about to say that the regular situation for TSV Hattersheim in big moments has been slightly lacking in batting depth, another wicket goes down. They won 5 games from 9 in the T20 state competition this summer, and they missed out on qualification from their pool, finishing 5th out of 10 teams. And in all 4 games they lost, the Achilles heel that killed them was that Faisal Bashir and Shahid Ahmed didn't fire, and nobody else was able to step up. And that was in T20 cricket. This is T10, of course, but it's not entirely dissimilar in that seems to be the problem that TSV Hattersheim are having. And now in comes their best 6-hitter, Yasir Mahmood Sheikh.
50 off 20, his first ball. It's beaten him. Oh, there's a bad bounce for the keeper. They could think about a bye there, but for some reason Zoeb Kamar was a little bit back on his feet there and didn't back up in the way that really he might have. So a bonus dot ball, 50 or 19. Well, it's we may see some 6s from Yasir Sheikh, but at the same time Zoeb, who's hit a couple of them himself, is going to have to take responsibility for the chase now. Another swing and a miss. A lovely line, tight to off stump. And that concludes an excellent over from Atal Karim. 2 key wickets in it. 50 off 18 is what's required. Just went for 8 runs in that over. So Fungstadt have really made a great fist of this defence. And no one has contributed more than Atal Karim in his 2 overs. 3 for 19.
That's exceptional.
Including a whole series of dot balls. They're sufficiently pleased with the way it's gone, even though he's gone for 17 off the last over.
But of course, it's not even just the wickets he got, it's the fact that the first of those 3 wickets was Faisal Bashir, the main man that you want to get out in this TFC Hattersheim lineup.
OK, it's Tusif now to bowl his other over. 50 needed, 3 overs to go. High up in the air. I think he's going to get 4 here down past third man. He is. Again, rather an uncontrolled slog through the leg side, but the top edge has been enough to stick 4 more runs on the board. 46 off 17. And that's what's needed. It doesn't really matter which way they come or where they go. So every time Fungstadt think they've made a breakthrough that'll seal the game, another man comes out in the Hattersheim order swinging. Zoeb. Now this is massive! It's very, very high. I don't think that's going to be anywhere near a fielder, and it's into the nettle bed. 6 runs. That's the 3rd 6 for Zoeb, and he is going to be the one to try and finish this. 10 off the first 2 balls of the over, and it's now the equation has gone to a slightly more manageable looking 40 off 16. And Fungstadt just need to pitch the ball up a fraction more to cramp the batsman up.
Well, he does have experience being out in an ECS situation, in a collapse. Came in the final with them 32 for 5 and helped them recover to a respectable score. As this time he goes inside out, and he'll get 4 for this through third man probably. It runs along. Stepped out in a batting collapse in that final back in July and cracked 37 off 16 to get Hattersheim something defendable. They did end up losing to MSC Frankfurt, but here Zoeb Kumar again with chaos and carnage and wickets falling around him has come in at number 4 and he's on 27 off 8.
36 to win, 15 balls remaining. And it's gone right through the batsman there. There's an appeal for a catch. The umpire is saying it's not out. Must have been some noise as the ball whistled through. Well, the not out is a minor disappointment. The really key thing is that that run of boundaries has been brought to an end and a dot ball has been stuck into the scorecard. 36 from 14 now. And Tusif, who's been under the cosh in this over, has got 2 balls left. Well done. Has he got away with it? Yes, he has. Zoeb remonstrating with the umpire, saying, well, that was unreachable, but he did take a step away, and that's the thing that's made the difference in the umpire's mind. So 2 dot balls in a row. 36 now needed off 13. Last ball of the over. Has he snicked it? He has! Gone! And that's exactly what was needed. Fungstadt now claiming their 6th wicket to conclude the 8th over. Big breakthrough, and the danger man as things stand. Zoeb Kumar is gone, caught behind. He put together a neat innings of 27 runs off 11 balls with 3 sixes and 2 fours, but that innings has come to an end. And 12 balls remain, and the equation is very simple. 36 to win. You can do the maths there. It's not unreachable. It is possible to hit 2 overs for 18 or the equivalent. But with 6 wickets down, we are now rather into the tail. And here is Zishan, the captain, coming on. The first ball has been mown away for 6 runs, flat, hard, into the nettles. He brought himself on in the closing stages of a game yesterday, the captain Zishan Nassar. And again, We haven't gone to Nasser Ahmed, which surprises me a little. He has been bowling consistently in the top 5. I'm not quite sure why we're not calling upon him in this situation. Nevertheless, the captain has another go. That's hit on the pad. Huge appeal. Outside leg stump, was it? Just the leg by, didn't get an edge on it. That would be interesting to have another look at. 29 off 10. Just going down the leg side from that replay. This is drilled. Should be solid fielding, and the ball has evaded the fielder, but it's not going to go to the boundary. It just gives them enough time to come back for 2. It's so terribly difficult to field on this ground out there. Zishan managed to stop most of the ball and stopped 4. Wasn't able to restrict them just to 1. 27 to win. Swing and a miss. Possibly a stumping chance if we're really, really harsh about it, but he may have been rooted.
Let us know in the comments who you'd rather be right now. Vladimir Khan says definitely Funkstadt.
Big swing across the line. Should be saved by the fielder, and it bounces up unevenly and quite fortuitously straight into his hands. So Funkstadt at the moment are closing it off very well, and it's becoming increasingly difficult. Yasir Sheikh on strike is a big 6-hitter. He's going to need to pull something right out of the hat here. And he hasn't bowled him. Captain Zishan has finished him off. And it looks all but hopeless now for Hattersheim in this chase of 137. He had to make a big swing at it, Yasir Sheikh. He had to try and clear the boundary. Zishan just bowled full and straight. And another Hattersheim batsman is trudging back to the pavilion. 7 of them gone now. And the total is 111 for 7. That's a fated number for an Englishman, but no Englishman here, on the field at least. Now, there are 26 runs required from the last over, which will be bowled by Zishan Ali, side strain and all. 27 off 6. First one, bunted into the onside. They're going to have to come back for the 2 here. They have to go for it. Oh, no, turning it down isn't wise. They would have got it too, because there was just a little fumble and a stumble from the fielder at mid-wicket. 25 are now needed off 5. Again, just the single. This time, even the harshest of critics couldn't say you must come back for 2, because that went straight to the fielder at backward point. 24 off 4. The only way to do this, well, you know what it is. It's the Capel Dev. 4 6s in a row. It hasn't happened. Could they sneak a bye here? They're going for it. The wicketkeeper hits the stumps, misses. So 23 off 3, and Funkstadt now all they have to do is just keep their heads, and they will seal off their first televised victory, racing through this last over. Good slower ball, just took the pace off it. Wicketkeeper made an awkward save, just held on to it. Hattersheim, though the game is not officially over, have to digest the fact that they have gone down and are at the bottom of the sea now. Funkstadt sealing it up. They can go for a 2 here if they want to, try and salvage the net run rate a little. That's all there is really now left to play for, is trying to narrow the margin of victory, which does help in the points table. Last ball, he's gone for the big 6, but there is a chance to extra cover. It'll have to be a good catch. 2 fumbles, 3 fumbles, and he keeps juggling the catch until it's taken. Well done, a little bit of kidology there. And a nice way for Funkstadt to complete their first televised victory here at the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. They've done it. They're not going to finish bottom of the table if they can possibly help it. The margin of victory in the end, a comfortable 21 runs.
Yep, and they stay alive after all of the drama yesterday, losing on the final ball in the evening chase against Darmstadt to go 0 from 2. Funkstadt, the newcomers, the surprise package of Hessen and German cricket this season, have put together a good bowling and fielding display, a million miles better than anything we saw from them in that regard yesterday, and it keeps them alive. And if they can win their second game later on, they give themselves an unlikely chance of still making finals day Friday.
It started so well for Frankfurt. They got that early breakthrough, but then there came a period of dominance by the Hattersheim batsmen, especially Fazal Bashir and Inam Ullah. And Frankfurt, who had struggled keeping themselves together in the field yesterday, just had to try and stay disciplined and focused. But just for a time, they would have feared that the game might be getting away with them. When there was width on offer, that was punished. It started to rain sixes over the onside as well. Just a very accomplished batting team. Even with Fazal Bashir encouraged to open the batting, that made it all the harder. So with Inam hitting so cleanly through the off, that made things difficult. But this was the point at which it changed. Wonderful catch, well judged coming in. So many of those have been dropped in the competition so far. That was the second wicket going down, but Bashir was still there. That lovely flick behind him made a big difference. The score kept moving along, and then that was the key wicket. Tusif took the catch to get rid of Bashir. There then came the cameo from Abdul Hamid Bhatti, who found the boundary off his first ball, rather luckily. Then the dominant partner in the partnership became Zoeb Kamar. A couple of sixes tantalised the fielder on the boundary. The runs came thick and fast just for a period, and it looked as though Hattersheim were going to get back into the game quite quickly. But then this top edge to short third man precipitated a very steep decline, as Hattersheim fell away quickly. And the odd shot was mixed up with frequent falling of wickets. Noor having to almost swing himself off his feet as they started to need 3 runs per ball just to stay in the contest. Wonderful performance from Frankfurt just to hold their nerve when the captain came on to bowl. It was a bit of a gamble, but he also managed to hold his nerve and his line. Was delighted to take key wickets. First the court behind, then the bowl. This was the point at which Frankfurt, well, it really became a party for them. They knew as the wickets tumbled that they were through the worst of the storm. This catch, a good one, in the ring, concluded the innings, and Frankfurt have their first televised victory and their first group victory here at the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. Well, it started so promisingly for Hattersheim with Fazal Bashir and Inam Ullah putting on a decent partnership. Fazal in particular was in sparkling form, hitting 41 from 16 balls and finding the boundary 8 times. And even when Inam went, in came Zohaib and he hit 27 very quickly, including 3 maximums. But once Fazal was gone, that oh so important catch by Tusif Ahmed, Atul Karim Pasha put together a beautiful spell, and it all fell away very quickly after that. And Captain Zishan came on as well to play out the last movements of a very awkward symphony for Hattersheim. The bowling figures, well, Pasha really the star man there, 3 for 19. But let's not forget the contribution of Akmal Ahmed, who bowled tight and disciplined overs early on. 1 for 19 for him. And the Zishans, Ali and Nassar also played their part. Zishan Ali, who hadn't bowled previously because of a side strain, came back well. So a great result, and delighting to see that Frankfurt have put together, despite 7 chances to take catches which they missed, their first victory of the tournament.
Well, they certainly have, but probably no, it was TFC Hattersheim who missed the 7 catches in the first innings, wasn't it?
Yes.
Not Frankfurt. Well, because I was just about to say, as my closing thought, that the thing that was the difference for Frankfurt today was that they didn't drop all the catches and they bowled and fielded much better than they did yesterday. A day can often make such a difference, and Well, you mentioned that fielding kit, and those 7 catches compared to I'm not sure how many catches Funkstadt did drop. I'm not actually sure they dropped any, but the difference in the quality of the fielding, as much as anything else, probably goes a long way to explain the 21-run margin of victory. And as neutrals, both in the commentary box and as neutrals watching all across the world as you are, that really is the perfect result, because what it means now is after the forfeit earlier, SG Heinhausen have won 3 games from 3, but everybody else has won once. Darmstadt have won 1 from 2, Frankfurt have won 1 from 3, Hattersheim have won 1 from 3, and Funkstadt have won 1 from 3. And you don't need to be a mathematical genius to work out that if we're going to find out which of these 2 teams are going to go from 5, it's going to get very confusing very quickly. So for now, we're not going to go too far into permutations because we really could be here all day. What we can say for certain is that TSV Hattersheim, having just agonisingly lost that game and failed in that run, chasing had a bad day in the field, have got to come straight out in 15 minutes or so and start game number 3 of the day, their 4th and final pool match against Darmstadt Cricket Club, who with the extraordinary 6-hitting ability of Adnan Nazir won on the final ball of yesterday's cricket to go 1 from 2 and get their first victory. And we can say for certain, if Hattersheim lose that and end up with 1 win from 4, they definitely will not be making the top 2. And as for Darmstadt, well, if they win and go 2 from 3, they'll put themselves in pole position to do so. We'll be back in around 10 minutes or so for game number 3. But for now, thank you very much for joining us at the European Cricket Series in Frankfurt, where Pool A is hotting up very nicely. We'll see you shortly.
Back to Frankfurt on day 2 of the European Cricket Series here, live with the European Cricket Network. Well, this is the 3rd game of the day, and this is a crucial one for Hattersheim. If they lose this game against Darmstadt Cricket Club, then their tournament hopes are over. A whole host of teams they're sort of jammed and glued together on points, but Hattersheim is their last chance saloon. They are going into the match with an unchanged team from the game that they lost just 15 minutes ago. So, well, having lost the toss and been put into bat, Hattersheim at least have the opportunity now of having another go with the bat and being warmed up. On the other side of the coin, Darmstadt Cricket Club made their first appearances on television yesterday, and they are going to make their first appearance of the tournament's second day right now. So 2 games for them to come up in the day, and they really need to win at least one of those 2 to have a chance of going through. If they win one of their 2 games today, run rate will come into it. If Darmstadt Cricket Club win both of their games today, they will go through to the semi-finals. But to explain that in a little more detail, with me, Kit Harris, on the commentary position, is Michael McCann. Talk us through it, Michael.
Good afternoon, Kit. Yes, it's shaping up to be a very fascinatingly complex set of scenarios in Group A. The simplistic bit of it is that SG Heinhausen, after the forfeit from Frankfurt in Game 1 today, are sitting pretty, 3 wins from 3 at the top, superb net run rate of +3, and are all but confirmed as one of the 2 sides to reach finals day Friday. The only question might be if they top the group. But Pfungstadt, Darmstadt, Frankfurt and TFC Hattersheim have all only won 1 game so far. The advantage for Darmstadt in the race for second place is that, unlike their other 3 competitors, Darmstadt have lost 1 game rather than 2. So this is Darmstadt's 3rd match, but this is TFC Hattersheim's 4th. And after that defeat by 21 runs last time out, just a couple of hours or so ago in the match we've just seen against Pfungstadt, TFC are now bottom of the table with a bad net run rate, the worst in the competition. So we can definitively say, lose this, they are not just out, they probably finish bottom of the table. They don't just need to win this game, TFC, they probably need to win it by quite a big margin to keep themselves in realistic contention.
Whereas Darmstadt, critically, have already played Heinhausen. That's the game that they've lost. So if they win both of their games today, starting with this one, then Darmstadt Cricket Club will surely come second.
If not first, quite possibly, if Heinhausen were to lose their game and there was an extraordinary swing of net run rate. But I think it is reasonable to assume that these teams are probably now fighting for the right to finish second behind Heinhausen in the table.
So the opening bowler for Darmstadt is number 2, Mansour Khan, as he's opened throughout this tournament so far. He's just getting ready for the umpires to decide that it's exactly the right time to begin. In this 3-over power play, there are 2 fielders who are allowed out on the boundary, and both of them are on the offside. One very straight long off, and one much squarer at deep cover. Apart from that, there are 4 fielders saving one on the offside, one of whom you can see in your picture at short third man, and 3 saving one on the leg side. So Hattersheim in the batting position, and for them this is a must-win now. And a decent start. Well, that's as sprightly and positive a way to begin as they could have hoped for. Nicely punched away off the back foot for 4, and Hattersheim have opened their account. Well done. They're going with the opening partnership that you'd expect. 2 of their 3 best batsmen. Fazal Bashir, perhaps the most accomplished, or at least his best all-round cricketer with the bat in this tournament. Very good cricket brain, places rather than slogs. He had a bit of width on offer, just climbed into it, didn't he? just feathering at it that time. Wasn't quite sure whether he was going to go through with the shot. Reached for the ball, and at the last minute, sort of half pulled the bat away. Didn't really play it with conviction, but he got away with it.
Yes, for a player of such great ability and class, that was a shot that lacked a bit of conviction, unconvincing at best.
He's going for it this time. Oh, that's a bad bounce. Came down the pitch and decided to play through the offside, and the fielder at point has been sold a bit of a dummy there. He seemed to be right in position for the ball to bounce straight into his hand, but this foxholed, mole-hilled football pitch here in Frankfurt has rather sold him a duffer there.
Yeah,
you can see the ball just bounced up and over his head. There's nothing really Point could do about that, and that's the second boundary in 3 balls for Bashir opening the batting.
Yeah, and Gandalf out at cover point has just moved round to sort of more of a deep point position. And Nazir, as he's otherwise known.
It's a good positive single. Just punched into the onside. It's one thing that Bashir and his partner Shahid Ahmed, now on strike, have been very good at doing, is placing the ball for singles when it's a good ball. They pounce on the bad balls, but they do still score off the good ones. There's Shahid's first wristy flick of the innings. He's so good through the leg side. As soon as you give him anything to hit to the on, he flicks it away, and he is off the mark in just the same style as Bashir was, with a boundary 4, and well, Mansour's just got to get himself sorted out here a little. They've only got 3 fielders on the leg side for Shahid Ahmed. That's his strength, so he's got to push it through wide of off. Like that. Appeal, a nick, and the umpire's given it. It doesn't seem that Shahid likes it particularly. We'll chalk that down to disappointment, shall we? I don't know whether he has a question about whether it carried to the wicketkeeper. We're a long way from the wicketkeeper here in our commentary position, but it looked like it carried perfectly cleanly, even from the best part of 100 yards away. But Shahid, for the second match in succession, has gone cheaply. Well, you could see the deviation there on the replay, couldn't you? It can't have been disagreement so much as disappointment. Easy decision for the umpire, and having been dismissed in his first over in the previous game, Shahid Ahmed, I'm afraid, has failed again. And he makes his way off the pitch disconsolately. But his tournament, with the bat in the group stage at least, has come to a pause.
Well, it's come to an end after a really sort of strange tournament of 2 halves. Yesterday, excellent. Smashed 42 against Frankfurt and 36 against Heinhausen, mainly with a pull shot. Today, just 4 runs in 2 innings. How can we make it 2 from 2? Oh, that's in the air. And it skims away through third man for 4, but nervous moments for TFC Hattersheim. They just lost Shahid Ahmed, and they almost lost Faisal Bashir here as well.
Well, the new batsman is Inam. He's the non-striker's end because the dismissal concluded the first over. And opening alongside Mohammed, Mansour is Mohammed Umar. Nearly got rid of Bashir as Inam forlornly looks on. Bashir, importantly, has survived. He really is fundamental to Hattersheim's hopes. Half chance, maybe, the field just backing off. He at least could have stopped it. You might have forgiven him for not diving forward on this outfield, but he backed off and ended up yorking himself as the ball went through for 4. So Bashir doesn't need to find the gaps all the time. Sometimes if he hits it very hard straight to a fielder, he'll profit.
Very classy batsman, scores most of his runs in 4s, and is carrying the ECS hopes of his side on his shoulders here.
So Umar again. Nice and full. Now this should just be one, as Adnan, patrolling the long off boundary, as he always does, picks up the ball nice and cleanly and restricts them to the single. So now it's going to be first ball for Inam. He briefly flourished in the last game, but when he went, Bashir accompanied soon after, and it was quickly downhill from then. So he needs to build an innings this time. An edge, and that's well placed. He thought that was going to be wide of third man, and it was. Just had the width to play with. That's well placed. Inam off the mark with a 4, just like the other two batsmen who've come to the crease. He is underway, and just like in the last match, it's Bashir and Inam who are going to have to get things moving in the power play. Well, that's a bad ball, and he's done well to get something on it. It could have been a wide so very easily, but Inam has managed to run it off the face at the bottom of the bat. As soon as he did that, it was 4 all the way. Couple of loose balls from Mohamed Umar. Short and wide outside off, then over pitched down the leg side. And both times Inam has used his good touch to play slightly unorthodox shots to get the ball away to the boundary. Mohamed Umar just needs to get himself back to basics now. Line and length. Better, but still leg side, and this time it's a more conventional clip off the legs from Inam. 4 more.
Again, he's straying onto the batsman's pads, and Inamola, being naturally aggressive, will take advantage. One thing that has been a common feature of Inamola, batting at the top of the order in white ball cricket, both in T20 competitions and the T10 when he played in the ECS in July, is a consistent ability to come out and hit a quick 20 and not go on. We saw him hit 18 off 10 in the last game against Fungstadt, a useful 22 yesterday against Heinhausen, and he got 20 off 13 in the ECS final defeat to MSC Frankfurt. But they need an innings of greater significance here than a quick 15 or 20 from Inamola. He's got going very nicely with 3 4s, sits pretty on 12 off 3. Now they really need him to go on and keep Bashir company for a longer period of time and build the kind of partnership that can set up a total that even Adnan Nazir, with his Gandalf-like beard and 6-hitting abilities, can't chase down.
34 for 1 after 2 overs, still in the power play, and a gamble is now being made here that I criticised yesterday when they tried it. That's bringing on Umar Khan to bowl his spinners, still in the power play for the 3rd over. It didn't work yesterday. Oh, that's an error. An error that's only going to cost 1. I don't think Umar was expecting it to come straight back to him along the ground.
Lovely fielding by Gandalf, though, charging him from long off. Picking them up and getting it in. You see him wield his wizardry of the bat later on. If you missed it last night, there really was some fireworks.
Big loopy one here, a full toss though, straight to the fielder, and they're going to scamper a quick single. That bounced very well for the man at mid-wicket. It doesn't often in the field here. More often than not, it's almost like getting a flipper or a googly coming towards you as the ball bounces along the turf. But on that occasion, bounce was true and the fielding was good. So 2 singles to start this over of spin from Umar Khan. Straight back to him, caught, simple as that. And Bashir can't believe what he's done. He thought he could have hit it just about anywhere. It was a shortish ball. He leant back. All he had to do was bunt it wide of the bowler, but somehow he contrived to just thrash it straight back into the hands of Umar Khan, and Bashir has gone for 19 off 9 balls. The score is 36 for 2, and well, I criticised the decision to bowl Umar Khan in the power play yesterday, and I was proven entirely right because he really got some tap. This time he's bowled 1-1, and then the key wicket of Bashir, and Hattershai Michael have done exactly what they did in the last innings and lost their 2 best batsmen too early.
They absolutely have, and the gamble which failed so miserably yesterday, has succeeded so brilliantly today. One of the best batsmen in the competition removed for 19, and I think if you'd have said to Darmstadt you can have Bashir for 19 off 10, they'd have bitten your hand off and then bitten your toes for 3 as well.
Now the one other man to come off with the bat in the last game was Zohaib, and he's come in at number 4. His first ball just nudging it away into the leg side. Now we've just had 2 runs off the first 4 balls of the third over, Michael.
And again, we're going to see this TFC Hattersheim middle order tested under pressure, and that's been their Achilles heel this season over and over again.
Oh, he's gone for a big hit there. It snuck through. Did he get a little bit of an edge on it? I don't think so. It has gone for 4 byes. So wicketkeeper wasn't able to get across to that, and those are bonus runs really. So Hype had played and missed, so the bowler had done his work, but the keeper wasn't able to stop it.
For those wondering on that note, so in the ECS semi-final in July, Faisal Bashir smashed 46, but when he got out cheaply in the final, they collapsed to 32 for 5 and only made 82. It's been the same old script for them. They've got to try and rewrite it here, and that's a dot. Oh, it has been given as a wide, just a little too far outside off that off stump. And it has been a consistent theme in T20 and T10 cricket when Shahid Ahmed and Faisal Bashir haven't fired or haven't done the bulk of the legwork. Other players have not stepped up often enough in that middle order. We saw it in the last game against Funkstadt where they fell comfortably short. It's the last ball of a quite brilliant over, and the gamble Kit Harris was against has paid off quite handsomely.
It was indeed. Well, he's going to finish with a big 6 though, and that's some consolation for the difficulties they've had during that over. Hattersheim against Umar Khan. He has bowled well, but finally the half volley came through, and that is a smashed 6, which is just going to get them moving again as Zohaib Kamar is off the mark with a maximum. And to conclude the over, it's 47 for 2 in the power play, which Michael McCann will say is about par.
Well, I would say that 47 as a score is probably about above par, given the size of the ground, and that you often look for maybe around 40. But when we contextualise it, and remember that those 2 wickets are Shahid Ahmed and Faisal Bashir, and consistently they've been the 2 best batsmen in this Hattersheim side, it suddenly actually, oddly, despite the high run rate, is a power play that Darmstadt would probably be quite happy with. As here comes on another of the true characters in their side. We saw Adnan Nazir carry them home with the bat for their first win yesterday, but we also saw the Professor in action, and he bowled a brilliant over, and to our surprise was not kept on and given a second. But he's back now, and on he comes to bowl, Khalil Rahman. And if you can't work out why we call him the Professor after you've had a look at him, then I can't really help you, to be honest.
First ball, did it come off the batsman's thigh pad? Yes, it's saved by the wicketkeeper. He got away with that. But, 2 spinners coming on early. That is the right way to go about things. I like the way that Darmstadt Cricket Club have lined up their bowlers so far. No width to play with there. It was short. Just punched back to the bowler.
He's been in the lab working out his angles. Very good start from the Professor.
He's got something on that though. That's high. It's coming down to where we are, over the commentary box and down into the player area.
Towards the nets.
It was too full, in truth, a half volley. And Inam just waited for it, and with a lovely clean swing of the bat, a nice high elbow, played that sumptuous drive. So now he, along with the 3 fours he's already hit, has claimed his first maximum alongside his partner. Takes him to 19. So it hasn't all been domination for the spin. A couple of 6s off these 2 spinners so far. I'm just having a look at the ball to check whether it hasn't been dealt a mortal blow there as it landed in the net. What's the Professor got in reply? That's also gone high. That's going to be safe, and it just plugs into the turf. It has a little too much momentum on it in order for Mansour Khan to be able to stop it. So consecutive boundaries there for Inam. And for Hattersheim as a team, 3 in a row. 6 at the end of the last over, and 6 and 4 in this over.
Inamullah and Zokan are desperate to show that they can do it without Bashir and Ahmed.
Play and miss. That's nice. Just zipped it through a bit quicker there. Decided it was time to change the pace. And Khalil was sick of giving them a bit of flight to get underneath. Pushed it through. This time there is flight, and it goes straight to extra cover, and a neat catch is taken. He didn't push it through again. He just got the ball a little bit above the batsman's eye line, and it was pinged to Vipin Chetri right in the ring. And again, a crucial wicket falls for Hattersheim. 4 batsmen who tend to get set. 3 of them are now out as Imam goes. Dismissed by the man we call the Professor, Khalil, and 2 wickets have fallen to spin in the first 4 overs, Michael.
The first ECS wicket for the Professor. And after a bit of tap, he's come back and replied brilliantly. And yet again, that trend for Inamullah has unfortunately continued. He comes out, hits some early boundaries, excellent pinch hitter. When you need him to go on, and he's lost the comfort blanket of having Shahid Ahmed and Faisal Bashir alongside him, tends to get out and not go on from that cameo. It is 23 off 10. It's certainly useful, but this questionable middle order of TSV Hattersheim that has cost them so often this season is now exposed.
So just the 1 run to start the second over for Umar Khan. Darmstadt Cricket Club are continuing with their spin approach, which I think is very sensible. And Zohaib just rotating the strike and handing it to his partner and captain, Hamid, the left-hander. He played a cameo in the previous game, but we'd be inclined to say he was the last of the truly capable batsmen.
Based on what we've seen so far and what we know about TFC, which got Yasir Mahmood, who can come out and on his day thump a few sixes, but a lot of responsibility on the captain's shoulders.
But Umar is going to bowl round, he's going to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander, so there might be runs down past fine leg. But he's done well in pushing the ball nice and wide across the captain, so he can't pull the ball with any strength to the onside. He's just got the single there, so that's a nice line. Very important if you're an off-spinner and you're bowling over the wicket to the left-handed batsman, that you don't drag it down the leg side. Zahe back on strike. 2 men out on the deep leg side boundary. So he decides to try and beat the infield on the offside.
A lot of comments coming in about the Professor. The best one from Animal Islam, who says surely they have to give a second over to the Professor now. Which of course he didn't get that chance yesterday. You would think so.
The way things are going,
spin looks to be working.
Spin is working. It's always good to have spin right in the middle of T10 game, but just not later than the 6th or 7th over. Now, that isn't going to go all the way. The fielder is coming in under it. He's balanced, and it's a neat catch. The ball went very, very high. The batsman really was on the back foot to a good length ball, and he got under it. It didn't get as much distance as he did elevation. So Shafiullah, who always patrols that long on boundary, placed himself very quickly underneath the ball, judged it well, and held it safely. And that is the 4th wicket now. As Zohaib goes, the spin keeps on working its way through the Hattersheim order. Last 3 batsmen have all fallen that way. And it's now 59 for 4 in the 5th over.
Again, it is the Hattersheim middle order that is to be tested. Alam Norzadran, the new batsman at the non-strikers ender.
Crossed, so Hamid is back on strike, the left-hander. Outside off again, up in the air, and just outside the reach of the fielder at short third man, Hikmat Khan. But, he manages to recover quickly enough to reel the ball in, and Captain Hamid has been restricted to just a couple. Now it's really all on him, Hamid, and it's all very well trying to hit every ball in the air. But if he perishes that way, that could be curtains for Hattersheim, so he just needs to run the twos hard and work it around just for a couple of overs while the spinners are on. You fancy? But this is in the air, and Shafiola is under it again. And he's taken another one. 2 in the over for Shafiola on the boundary off the drive, and 2 in the over to the off spin of Umar Khan. And that is not what the doctor ordered for Captain Hamid. He decided that the only way he was going to be able successfully to marshal the innings was by trying to hit sixes. Well, we didn't think that was right in the commentary box, and now 5 men have gone from the Hattersheim order, 4 of them to spin in the last 3 overs. And as Yasser strides out to bat at number 7, the collapse that took a while to come in the last game has happened all too quickly this time round. Michael McCann.
The soft underbelly of the TSV Hattersheim batting lineup is rearing its head once more, and out comes Yasser Sheikh, who can hit a few sixes on his day. Now he's got to hit them against the Professor.
He is bowling a second time, and this is short and wide, and it's gone straight to the fielder on the cut. They weren't looking for the single there, and I think that reflects a little badly on there, because they do have to try and run the singles hard. Noor at the non-striker's end can bat. Yasser going for the 6. He's going to get something this time. 4 runs. He placed it well. The fielder very sportingly has signalled 6. He sees it better than we can amongst the long grass. So hats off to Majid Nasri for letting us know where it was. And both of these batsmen are capable of hitting, and that 6 helps this stuttering and faltering Hattersheim total along a little. That's now 67 for 5 in the 6th over. What's the Professor got in response? Pushed it through a bit quicker, and they should run there. They really should run. It didn't go quickly to the fielder, and had Noor been backing up at the non-striker's end, I think they would have got through. It's not just about waiting for a ball to hit for 6. You've got to look to score every time. And this time they are going to get the single. A little bit of a fumble on the boundary. They could have hustled for 2 there. Would have been touch and go coming back. They decided not to. Apart from the 6, the Professor has got through this over tolerably well. Just needs to close it off. It's definitely the first time this week that we've seen 2 spinners bowl 4 consecutive overs between them. No doubt of that. Big attempt. Appeal for stumping. And the umpire has put his hand up. Put his hand up almost in self-defence. Not his finger, his hand. He's saying not out. And possibly also a side plate of calm down.
He's the most pumped up Professor you've ever seen, isn't he? Look at him. Right up there, eyeing his second ECS wicket, having just taken his first and finally earned the trust of his captain to get a second over today. He's absolutely loving life, the Professor Kahil Rahman. He's been hit for a couple of big 6s, but he's also caused some real problems.
His last ball then. Big flight on it, another attempted stumping, but this time the batsman's foot is completely grounded. And when you consider that he's been hit for 6 in that over, the whole thing has gone for just 7. 4 dot balls in it. So Khalil has finished his 2 overs, and let's look at those bowling figures for the 2 spinners. Umar Khan 3 for 13 off his 2, and Khalilur Rahman 1 for 17 off his 2.
Oh, what a start term from the Professor.
Brilliant.
It doesn't get too, I say it doesn't get too much better. Of course it literally gets better, because there'll be somebody who will literally say, well, you could take a wicket off every single ball, so of course it could get better. But 1 for 17 off 2 in a T10 in the middle overs is exceptional. You bowl like that through the innings, you're going to be chasing a sub-100 target, and you're going to seriously fancy your chances of winning. And to remind you of what's on the line, if Darmstadt win, they definitely knock TFC Hattersheim out of the competition and probably consign Hattersheim to finishing bottom.
Now, 5th bowler options have been interesting for Darmstadt Cricket Club throughout this tournament so far. On the whole, they've tended to go with Parvez Akuzada, but on this occasion, he just decided to go with Shafiullah. He didn't bowl in their second game, but he did bowl in there first. They just gave him 1 over, and he shipped 17 runs, which was the most expensive over of that first game, but he's been entrusted this time.
Right, here we go. What have TFC Hattersheim's lower order got? That's a very decent start. Lower order desperately trying to rescue it after being put in some real strife. And Yassin Mahmood Sheikh is the main man in that middle to lower order who they would look at to lead the recovery. And he's trying to do that here as best he can. Handy 4 to the total there. It's Shafiul Niazi, who took a very composed catch at long on. He's now trying to do it with the ball. And that's a good slower ball, wraps him on the pad, but was going well down leg as the umpire signals as well. Fighting for their lives here and fighting to rebuild after this batting collapse. Still got, in the context of a T10 game, a lot of time left to bat here. If they keep losing wickets, they're in danger of getting to make the most of their 10 overs. And facing up once more. That's a quicker ball and that's hitting where it hurts. But the unsympathetic Yasir at the other end just shouted down the line at Alam Noor Zadran, run. Regardless of where you've been hit, my friend, you need to get yourself to the non-striker's end or you'll be run out anyway. They get through for a leg by, and Alam Noor Zadran is going for the famous phrase that you hear on village cricket fields, don't rub it, and so has decided to act like he's completely fine when that looked like quite a painful blow. Jasir facing up once more, slower ball beats him, and they get through for a bye. To use another village cricket phrase you hear in under 12 say all the time, with the old stumps to the dumps and bells to Wales. Big swing, no ding there for Yassin Mahmood Sheikh. No runs for bat speed. He does offer a lot of bat speed though. He would thrive if cricket rewarded that. When he connects Yassin Mahmood, it goes a long way. Now it's Alam Noor on strike. Good slow ball once more, but it's still picked up well enough. Nasiri on the rope. It's 2 yards over his head. Nothing Majid Nasiri can do. Well, it wasn't a bad slow ball, and it did actually look like Alam Noor had been beaten, and he did really well to check his shot and then somehow still hit it for 6 over the boundary sweeper's head. After a slow start, that is a way to get off and running. That's a much quicker ball, screws off the outside edge and down to third man for 4. All the luck going the way of Alam Noor Zadran. That's a valuable boundary. TFC Hattersheim fighting to stay alive in this ECS series. They won't care how the runs have come. Beggars cannot be choosers, as the old phrase goes. And they're not quite beggars. At the bottom of the table with 1 win from 3 and the worst net run rate in the competition, and fighting to stay in it. Not sure quite what that metaphorically makes them. Strugglers would be the kindest way of putting it, which has been something of a surprise given how comfortably they beat Frankfurt Cricket Club in the first match of this ECS series yesterday morning.
Yes, I'm not convinced about the Shafiur experiment. Again, he's gone for 17 runs, and I think the problem is he's a little bit too fast and wild, and there's a lot of pace on the ball to send it sailing away.
Now, changing the bowling, it's Mansour Khan. Get through for a single off the first ball. Yes, of all the different bowling types in T10, fast and wild is probably the worst.
Yeah, if you're going to give them the batsman speed to work with, you need to be more accurate than that. But really, what Shafiullah has been guilty of doing in that over, as he was with his other over that went for 17 yesterday, he just tends to be a bit short and wide, lets the batsman slash at the ball.
Now Mansour once more. Right arm very wide of the crease. That is a huge swipe out towards square leg. And then a huge swipe of his right pad with the bat in frustration afterwards. The reason he's aiming there on Noor Zadran is because square leg's one of the rare vacant boundary options. There's deep mid-wicket and long on the leg side, and he goes there again and misses. Excellent disciplined bowling from Mansour. He knows exactly where he wants to aim for. He's got a very straight long on, and then a wide long on and a deep mid-wicket, as well as a deep point and a long off too. Mansour. Very wide the crease. A little off cutter. Alam Noor gets one. Enthusiastically fielded by Majid Nazeri. He uses the opportunity of throwing the ball back in as a chance to practice his off breaks, which we haven't seen much of so far this week. Mansour, quicker ball, and somehow he's managed to chip that into the ground and behind the wicketkeeper over his head for 4. And all the luck is going the way of Yasir Mahmood Sheikh. He's had one edge down to the third man boundary, now one Chinese cut chopped down to the fine leg fence.
Well, they're going to have to start thinking after this ball about who's going to bowl the penultimate over. Mohammad Umar has got an over left. I'm sure he'll bowl number 10. And do they entrust the over after this, the 9th over, to Shafiullah, who's gone for 17? I'll run you through the other options in a moment.
Oh, very good slow ball. Completely beaten him. Well, Yasir Mahmood Sheikh was through the shot before the ball had barely left the hand of Mansour Khan. I did mention that he's known for his bat speed. When he connects, it can be fearsome, but he didn't that time. He's got 17 off 10, and Alam Noor has got 11 off 8. It's a valuable little recovery here. This partnership is now worth 30. It's brought them back from a quite desperate position on 61 for 5.
So Shafiullah is one option. Could also go to Parvez, though he proved to be more expensive later in the innings yesterday. It's not going to be him because he's extra cover. And the alternative, Azmat has bowled one over, but that went for 17. So they've just had a little bit of a problem here. So they're going for they're going to kick the can down the road, our Darmstadt Cricket Club, by bringing Mohammad Umar on for the 9th over and worrying about the 10th over in a minute.
Right arm around, hits Zadran on the arm to get a single. Same field as the previous over. Sweepers out at deep point, long off, straight long on, wide long on, and deep mid-wicket, ringing the stingy nettles area.
This may not be a bad plan, bringing Umar on for the 9th rather than the 10th, because Darmstadt will be thinking if he takes a wicket or two here, it will become easier for whoever bowls the last.
Tom round again, a little bit too much whip, but it's out towards deep point. Who catches it? They've been excellent in the field, Darmstadt, and they are once more. It's Shafiullah Niazi, who is always the man in a Darmstadt shirt you'd probably feel safest with the ball heading towards. He's taken a good one at long on, and he snaffled that out at deep point, straight to him. And this very valuable mini partnership that had been quite a useful rescue act, putting on 31 in very quick time, is over. Out walks Nabib. Salasi Habibullah, the backup wicketkeeper, nicknamed Habib to his teammates, at number 9, number 8, pardon me, with wickets and time running out. And Yasir Mahmood Sheikh, arguably the best six-hitter in this TFC lineup, has gone for 17. First ball, of course, they change strikes, so it's Alam Noor Zadran who crunches it for 6. Crashed away, hasn't got time to waste, and he's also starting to almost run out of partners too. Goes inside out over extra cover, ball sliding across him, went with the angle, heads that towards the TV tower.
Unorthodox shot there, wasn't it? Because he was in a position for a pull, all his weight on his back foot moving to leg, and when he realised where the ball was, he had to just throw the arms at it. Came off well.
Now he's come right arm over Umar. That is a crisp pull shot. He's been hanging on that back foot. Excellent fielding to keep it to 1. They've got the free sweepers ringing that boundary. The straight long off, the Very wide long off and then the deep mid-wicket. Good fielding from Darmstadt. It's been a feature of this innings, across the whole innings. Taking those catches and some good stops, probably saved them 20 or 30 runs. Uma steps down the pitch, appeals for a wide, does get it.
There's the 100 up.
Classic duel, bowler versus batsman. Alam Norzadran's come down to have a word about something, a piece of advice. Wonder whether he's just saying to Selassie Habibullah, if nothing else, just take a single and get me on strike, get bat on ball. I'm seeing it well up the other end. That's a slower ball. Tries to sort of kick that down the turf to get a single, and ends up putting it straight in the direction of Umar, who kicked it back to the keeper.
I think that is what he was saying, wasn't he? Get something on it and we'll run the single. You've got to be careful about saying it now, of course, because it's the last ball of the 9th over. But actually, it might benefit Hattersheim for Noor to remain on strike for this last one. Single might not be the best.
It's an even number, a dot, a 2 or a 4, and a dot it is. It completes an excellent penultimate over from Mohammed Umar. Really, really valuable over that's pulled things back. He's conceded only 9 runs from it and also picked up the important wicket of Yassin Mahmood Sheikh, a capable 6-hitter in the Hattersheim middle order. And it's now Alam Norzadran on strike for the final over. They've rescued it well to get up to 3 figures. It's now a question of how many more they can get.
Who are they going to go with? They're going to stick with Shafiullah, who went for 17 in his first over. He's the only remaining bowler who's already bowled. It might work on the basis that he didn't have to bowl at these lower order batsmen. No, in fact they are going to. They're going to go with Parvez, who's no less a bowler, but a little slower than Shafiullah and a little more accurate. And he may just prove a bit harder to get away on account of his greater accuracy. But he has Noor to bowl at. There's a bit of pressure on the young Parvez here. His first over of the game, nevertheless.
He had a difficult time of things yesterday. A bit of tap in the defeat against Darmstadt. Now he's got to bowl the final over. Yorker to start off with, but was not quite where he wanted to get it in that slot for Zadran, who really likes to go inside out, bottom-handed through extra cover. Did so with good effect towards the embankment, just a couple of bounces. It's a boundary to get this final over going. Alam Norzadran is leading a lower order resistance movement for TFC Hattersheim.
61 for 5 at the halfway stage, 92 for 6 when the next wicket fell. This is just a little last-minute hurrah, isn't it, for Hattersheim? They're past the 100 and their total is now getting towards something that is...
Well, they were 61 for 5.
Not imposing, but certainly defendable.
Competitive. And they've taken that from where they were. Parvez to bowl. Short, back of length and missed, and he appeals for the wide, Alam Norzadran, but he'd stepped outside leg to make room. And it was just simply a ball that he missed. It was as simple as that. There's a deep backward point, a deep extra cover now for Zadran's favourite shot.
He's going to bowl full outside off, isn't he? That's the plan.
He's got a long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket as well, and then 4 in the circle. 5-4 offside field. He's finished with 1 for 30 from his 2 overs against Darmstadt yesterday. On at the death here. That's short and crashed away for 6. In towards the long grass at deep long on, pardon me. Nothing this series could do. And Alam Norzadran is having quite the time of it, coming in during a heck of a batting collapse at 61 for 5. And he's pretty much single-handedly carrying this TFC innings on his shoulders.
Yeah, he's the hero that Hattersheim have needed, and it is difficult to come on and bowl your first over as the 10th of the innings, but that's the one ball short on the leg side that Parvez really mustn't bowl.
Well, that's a slower ball, straighter. Gandalf in chasing the catch. Adnan can't get there first. Hurled in by Shafiullah when there's no backing up. And now they've got a chance to run more, and they haven't run on the overthrows. Well, it's because Alam Norzadran wants the strike. But if he was really alert there, they could have actually possibly got 2 on the buzzers to get himself back on strike. But Alamnor Zadran was not interested. He turned around, was thinking about his range hitting and what he wanted to do for the rest of the innings.
Look, I tell you, Michael, the byplay there it was all very well for Parvez to blame Adnan for the throw, but he bottled it. He withdrew his hands from collecting the ball.
Here's Parvez short, whacked away by Alamnor. He sent him back. Wow. In the final over, he sent him back. It's enthusiastically fielded by Nasseri at long on.
Well,
Alamnor Zadran wasn't even remotely interested. He now thumps his pad in frustration.
Michael, they've turned down 2 runs, and I hope that doesn't...
Turned down 4 runs, 2 lots of 2. Alamnor facing again. Well, they've got to go this time. Surely they're going to try and come back for 2. Very well fielded into the keeper's end, and that is out. Superb fielding. And it is a miserable end to a promising innings from Alamnor Zadran. A couple of balls in a row, he's turned down singles, worried about losing the strike, when they actually could have possibly got back for 2. The psychological pressure built up on him. And that last ball of the innings, he pulled it away. He had to run because it was the last ball.
He did.
And he was run out going for the second. And it does complete something we've seen throughout this innings, which is a theme of superb fielding from Darmstadt, one of the best fielding performances we've seen in the competition.
I tell you what, Michael, given
we're still chuckling about what we've just seen.
Given how Noor came back for that second run, I would say you're being charitable to suggest that the previous 2 balls when he turned down runs, that he might have turned them into 2, but certainly there would have been singles off the previous 2 balls. So he has turned. Well, he's turned the last 3 balls
into 1 run and a run out, which, having worked so hard to accumulate so many runs so quickly, he then was left frustrated by the breaks that he self-imposed on the end of the innings because of seeking to keep the strike at all costs.
So let's have a look back at how the innings unfolded. It was a very good bit of opening bowler from Manzoor. But although runs were scored early by Fazal and it looked like that might set the tone, soon enough Shahid was caught and that began the procession.
Well, it wasn't exactly the same as the previous game, but there was a similarity in that we did see a soft underbelly to the TFC Hattersheim batting line exposed after Shahid Ahmed went, scoring just 4 runs from his 2 innings today. Faisal Bashir, the big wicket, was caught and bowled by Umar Khan. Mansour Khan, they're dismissing Shahid Ahmed. Ullah made a useful cameo. The wickets kept falling and they were 61 for 5 at one point, in real trouble.
It's this period of play, wasn't it, when the spinners came on just for 4 overs in a row. Umar, lost his line there, but Umar and Khalid managed to take 4 wickets between them in that 4-over spell. Started there as Bashir just bunted the ball straight back to Umar, and they really did take the wheels off the Hattersheim innings. But although runs came by wides and edges here and there, and the Professor got in on the act as well, got hit for a boundary early on, but he came back. There's a number of good catches taken on the drive. And Umar as well kept chipping away. And here we found that Shafiullah, a very, very safe pair of hands on the boundary, took a couple of catches. And then one went in the other direction. Found himself in an almost mirror image of the previous dismissal. And really, at that point, it looked as though that was going to be the end of it for Hattersheim. But as you say, Michael, Alamnor and Yasser Mahmood just came back with a partnership towards the end, which has put them into a competitive position.
Yes, from where they were, at 61 for 5, it could quite easily have turned into 80 or 90 all out. But instead, there was a valuable mini partnership of 31. Yasser Mahmood Sheikh managed 17 off 11. And Alamnor with 3 sixes and 2 fours. 31 off 17. Really important catch there by Shafiullah Niazi, who had a very good day of things in the field. Then came Zadran, who pulled and crashed through extra cover to his delight until the final ball of his innings, where after turning down a couple of singles or potential twos to try and keep the strike, he ended up having to run because it was the final ball. And good work from Mansur Khan, and then the keeper Azmat Ali Menti was run out and left us where we are, which is 113 for 7. Based on what we've seen so far today, it does look a touch under par, but it is definitely defendable. However, we know that Darmstadt CC love a run chase. Yesterday, they did it in style, needing 128 to beat Pfungstadt, who put 127 for 2 on the board. They chased it in style. Majid Nasiri with 43, Azman Ali with a cameo 23. And who can forget Adnan Nazir, the big 6-hitter by his own admission, with 50 not out off 16. Will he get a promotion from number 5? Well, surely he has to. But alas, who knows? It's T10 batting orders. Anything can happen. But what we know for certain is that when we come back, Darmstadt will need 114 to win and knock TFC Hattersheim out of this European Cricket Series.
Ljudi, danas idemo na ćevape.
Big time for Hattersheim here, because it really is the last chance saloon. They have to defend their moderate total of 114 to win the game and stay in the European Cricket Series Frankfurt. It's not quite as simple as that, though. Even then, there will be an equation connected in some way to net run rate. So Hattersheim really will need to win by a margin. It's no use having a very close finish, because they'll have to push themselves ahead of the competitors in order to have a chance of going through to finals day on Friday. So Hattersheim, having scored 113, they have to win, and they have to win big. And Darmstadt, they really just have to keep it ticking around for 10 and a bit and over. It shouldn't be beyond them. My name's Kit Harris, broadcasting for the European Cricket Network. With me, Michael McCann, as we prepare to enjoy the second act of Game 3 on Day 2 of ECS Frankfurt. And it's Yasser for Hattersheim to open the bowling, as he so often does and has throughout the tournament so far.
Very economical at the top often. Most likely bowl overs 1 and 3 in the power play.
First one is tempting. There's an appeal for stumping, in fact. But last time I had a look at the laws of cricket, when you appeal for a stumping, you need to take the bails off. So he was beaten. But the wicketkeeper concentrated more on verbals than actions. But it is a dot ball to start with. Next one drilled to the, at the offside, and that wasn't a bad bounce, I'm afraid, on that occasion. Rough though the outfield is, it's
there was a hole in the long barrier.
A genuine misfield, and 4 runs have got Darmstadt underway, and that is not the start that Hattersheim need. It's certainly not the example. Azmat Ali is away with a 4.
And it's Faisal Bashir with the careless piece of fielding to go with the drop catch in the previous game.
He's had an indifferent time of things at point, Faisal Bashir. An edge, and a great attempt at a dive there out on the boundary. Well, had he been a younger man, it probably would have been just as difficult for Anis, but ultimately 4 more runs.
Bless him, he is 52, and he's as sprightly as ever in terms of being keen to throw himself around. Did everything that he could, but the ball was always beating him there. Unfortunate for Yasser.
So a neat start for Darmstadt. 2 boundaries to the offside. One gifted by a misfield, and the other one rather lucky off an edge. That's a nicer line. That's the that's the fizzy ball you get from a grumpy bowler. And that hasn't hit the batsman, but it's hit the wicketkeeper in the chest. Yasser saying, look, if you guys can't stop the falls, I'll do it. It's a real zipper of a ball. Oh, down the leg side, and that's an easy pickings. That really is straightforward. A bad ball, and Azmat, as soon as he saw the line, just stepped inside of it and whipped it away. With only 3 fielders on the leg side, and the one behind square is saving the single. So that's 3 fours to get Darmstadt underway.
It's a lovely bit of whippage, just to get that away into the gap. Good intent early on in this run chase. Got to make the most of the 3 over power play and use that as a chance to get well ahead of this relatively moderate required run rate of 11 and over. Get themselves ahead of where they need to be.
12 off this over so far. Here's the last ball from Yasser. They've got to press a 1. Good, that's the right thing to do. All the fielders in the ring. There's not a lot of walking in that goes on because they're expecting the big hit to come towards them, so they've pushed it to extra cover and taken the single. 13 off the first over from Yasser, all of them to Azmat, and that represents a solid start to this chase of 114 to win.
It certainly does, and what was noticeable with that quick single was that Inamullah at cover, as soon as the batsman had decided they were running and there was good conviction in the running, didn't even attempt the run out, and that is partially because we've got a very undulating, difficult surface to field on. Umar Farouk on.
He's bowled first change and he's opened in this tournament so far. Just adjusting the field. This 3 over power play, you're allowed 2 fielders outside the ring, and they've gone for deep cover and a long on. There are only 2 other fielders saving the single on the leg side, so he's going to bowl wide of off stump. At least that's the idea, but the execution wasn't great. Smacked away on the leg side, a full toss, and it's actually gone over the line for 6. Not bowling to your field there. Low full toss outside off, but plenty of time for Azmat to swing it off his feet, and he races very quickly to 20.
Well, the waist high middle stump full toss is never a good ball in T10. When you've got a 6-3 field with only 1 man out on the leg side fence, it really is just easy pickings. And a batsman of the quality of Mohamed Umar is not, Azmat Ali, the form he's in, is not going to miss out.
19 it is, in fact. That's the line he's supposed to bowl, and now it's 20. It's a good controlled shot just down to Anis at short third man, but that's the kind of single that comes from the ball he's supposed to be bowling. It goes in an area where Hattersheim are expecting it to go. Good execution that time from Umar. Now for the first time, Mohamed Umar is on strike. It's taken him an over and a half to get aside to the bowling. And that first one is just pushed a little wide. Bowled to the plan there, but just gone a little bit too far outside the tram lines.
Good intent from Azmat Ali at the start of this run chase. He is their go-to batsman for Darmstadt. Got the 4th most runs of anybody in the state T20 competition this summer, which featured 20 teams.
High, well over extra cover. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. And Mohamed Umar gets off the mark with a 6. There was width on offer, and he really leapt into that stroke. And the power play is paying dividends for Darmstadt Cricket Club.
It's the middle of the embankment. That is exactly what I mentioned the previous over. You don't want to look at a target like this as let's just go and get 11 and over. You want to bat with positive intent in the power play. Look for 40 off 3 or there or thereabouts. Get yourselves in control of the game. And Azmat Ali has led the way with 20 off 8 at the top of the innings. The umpires are just having a look at if the ball has been damaged in the process of that 6. Azmat Ali, very much the captain and leader of this side. Maybe today we'll finally see the very best of him with the bat.
What's Umar got this time? Will he go again? Oh, he will! It's massive! Enormous into the railway tracks. And he moved across to the offside and absolutely powered it away. A superb clip, successive 6s for Mohamed Umar. He seemed quite quiet to begin with because he hadn't got any strike. But as soon as he faced the bowling, he's pinged 2 maximums.
Well, he's been waiting for his chance. And maybe a little annoyed with his captain about having to wait so long. Wanting to prove a point that anything you can do, I can do better. The skipper hits 3 4s and a 6. And he follows up when he gets the chance with back-to-back 6s. Cracking start to this run chase for Darmstadt.
Hattersheim are flat right now. They can't afford to keep their spirits down. That's a nice ball, a bit slower, swinging away. And maturely and wisely, Umar quite content having hit the successive 6s, just to tap it into the offside and jog through for an easy single. There won't be any respite for Hattersheim as Azmat is back on strike, 20 of 8 balls so far. And that's another big one. It goes behind square. Has that gone all the way? It has. Just a little bit too much short length for the batsman to get under there, and he's rocked it into the air. Another 6, and look, Hattersheim, they just look like they don't want to be there right now. Arms folded all the way around the infield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the fielders with their arms folded. They look like they've given up. They can't afford to give up right now.
Absolutely, they can't. Their ECS future is on the line, and they also can't afford to bowl short on leg stump when they've got nobody behind square on the leg side.
And 27 runs off that over is the new record for this week's competition.
An unwanted record for Umar Farouk. And Faisal Bashir, who bowled 1 over for 8 in the defeat last time out to Funkstadt, is now coming on to bowl his little right arm offies. He's very rarely used.
He's got his work cut out now, starts with a wide. He's trying to bustle through his action and push it through wide outside the off stump. He's trying to bowl close to off stump because there are 5 fielders saving the single on the offside and no one in the line. And that's the perfect way to play it, over the top. No one protecting the boundary, so when you get that width, just push it over the top of them and hit the 4. Perfectly done. Great execution there by Mohamed Umar. Bashir now just adjusting the field.
And immediately the field changes, so Umar Farouk, who's gone to fetch the ball, is also being put out at deep extra cover. Deep mid-wicket is coming in. Of course, we are still in the power play. We've spoken before about the risks of bowling spin in the power play. But regardless, Faisal Bashir has been brought on for the 3rd over, and Umar Farouk's having a bit of trouble finding this ball, which is somewhere on the embankment. Meanwhile, the other fielder that's out is at long on. Darmstadt are flying. 26 off 9 for Asmat Ali. 17 off 4 for Mohamed Umar. They're breaking the back of this chase in the power play and putting themselves in total control.
New ball has been taken, and that's hit him on the pad way outside the off stump, I feel. He was playing a shot. They scamper through for that leg by. Good decision from the umpire. I think even if we see that on the replay, we'll see nothing that will change our mind at all. There we go, way outside the off stump. In fact, almost embarrassing having appealed for it. But
Umpire Harris.
Maybe it was more in jubilation that he hadn't gone for 4 or 6. A leg by, something of a bowling victory at this stage. Now that's better bowling. An off break, tighter into off stump, cramping the batsman for room, restricting him to a single in the offside ring. They didn't change the field in the end, in fact. Hattersham have decided that Faisal is a good enough bowler to be able to bowl to that field without too much width. There is the width, though, and the batsman's got up and underneath it, and this time he's found the earth embankment by the housing estate halfway up, another maximum, and Faisal is giving the batsman width that they are delighted to receive, almost gift-wrapped. And this is running away, I'm afraid, from Hattersheim very quickly indeed. The half-century is registered on the board from just 2.4 overs, 53. We're not out of the power play yet, and we're nearly halfway to the total. And there he goes again. They stick to the plan, but the ball is wider of off stump. Full this time, 4. And well, Faisal looks ruefully at his fielders out deep on the leg side. He brings in deep mid-wicket as though that's going to make the blindest bit of difference. If you bowl very wide of off stump,
and if you bowl half volleys in a power play with nobody out on the offside, on off stump, then batsmen of the quality of Ali and Umar are not going to miss out.
It's all a bit late now, but deep extra cover has finally been posted. But Faisal will probably bowl this one too straight, knowing his luck. Oh no, it's a good ball. That's all right. Much slower. Just cramping the batsman for room. So important that he should bowl length in that situation. Disgusted, disconsolate Faisal tosses the ball away to mid-wicket. And Hattersheim look wanton and forlorn out there at the moment. As the 3 overs have come to an end.
Faisal Bashir's gone for 16 off that one, and this really is carnage. 57 for none off 3. By my calculations, that would mean that the required run rate now is only 8 and over, which is eminently manageable. What they desperately need is not so much containment, Hattersheim, is wickets. And try and get a new batsman in, because these two are really well set now. But of course, who's in the fence? Who's in the hutch? Who's in the fence? Who's in the hutch? None other than Gandalf himself. Adnan Nazir crashed that 50 to win off the last ball last night. They've got him to come too.
Power play over. Fourth over, fourth bowler is Noor. And gets it into the channel straight away. He's bowling with a similarly offside biased field, except on this occasion, now the power play is finished, there are 4 fielders spread around the offside boundary and just 2 in the ring. Leg side fielders, just 1 out on the boundary. So he's going to favour the offside with his bowling, and by the looks of it he's going to try and bowl length at a 4th stump line. Well executed again. And this is what Hattersheim need, isn't it? Just someone to restore some order to the chaos of the power play.
Yep, the youngster, 23 years old, but he's been playing men's cricket since he was 15. He's often known for his ability to contain, and they really need that here.
Now that's a big shot, and it's going to land safely. In fact, he's pierced the field beautifully. Extra cover, couldn't get round to it, and he's opened the face on that and just swung it away for 4, even though that offside boundary is well protected. Outstanding placement.
It needed to be as well. Right between the 2 sweepers who are out of the power play now, so they've got 4 out.
31 now he has from 13. Down the pitch this time, and a good drive. But, only as far as Zoeb, who's in the ring. And as soon as he hit it, they scampered away for the single.
Start in control now. This is theirs to lose. They've got the chance to knock TFC Hattersheim out.
Nicely placed. Down to third man, who watches the ball very carefully, the captain, into his hands. Hamad Umar just very content this time to rotate the strike. All they've got to do is wait for one bad ball and over and put that away. And, just nudge the singles that are available. It's almost 20-20, if not a 50-50 over style chase from here. Nevertheless, there is a big hit. Now it's come straight up in the air and down to Noor, who fumbles the catch. Oh, that was critical. He cannot afford to be doing that. There was no reason why Asmat had to play that shot, but he'd got overexcited and was trying to finish in a hurry, but Noor had to catch that.
And he didn't.
He was the only person who would have got close enough. It wasn't easy because it was coming over his right shoulder, but he didn't give with the hands at all. It just bounced straight out, almost as if he were wearing iron gloves. And if Hattersheim were feeling dejected before, I think that is absolutely floored them. Michael McCann.
Well, if they do get knocked out from 2 losses today, then more than the batting or the bowling, it will be the fielding that has cost TFC Hattersheim 7 dropped catches in the defeat against Fungstadt. And Fungstadt piled up 1-3-6 for 4, and that's another one to the tally.
Here's Inam, 5th bowler, 5th over.
Well, that's what happens when you're desperately searching for a breakthrough. You give everyone a go in the hope that somebody will get it.
Well, these are the regular 5 for today.
I'm more meant as in not giving anyone a second, because you're just shuffling your pack of cards as such.
Someone's got to make that breakthrough, but it should have been Noor, bless him, and he did bowl a tight over. It's the cheapest over so far. 7 runs from it. But if ever there were a chance that had to be taken. Iman is now bowling dry. Just the one there. And Noor has overrun the ball, and they're going to come back for a second. I don't think he's not wearing spikes. That's the trouble. Very difficult on an AstroTurf artificial pitch to wear spikes. And he came in so quickly to try and cut off the single that he overran the ball and slipped, which on this uneven, dewy outfield in Germany in autumn is easy enough to do. So 2nd run scored. And again, this intelligent batting from Hamad Umar, running the first one hard, taking the second if it's there. But he's not taking any unnecessary risk.
They know they just don't need to, and that wickets here would make a game of this, where they obviously don't want to make a game of this. They want to shut the door on TFC's campaign.
Now, has Asmat Ali learned from his indiscretion earlier? No, he hasn't. He doesn't care. He's going to thrive while he has the opportunity. He hits the ball high But actually, it's just stopped short of the line. Almost plugged.
Like a golf shot, like one of those golfers that's
Right
deliberately put the
like
backspin on it. Not that he meant
very
to
nice.
do it. Just some long grass out there.
Punch shot there. So, given all the effort he put into that, he's just got a couple of runs, Asmat. This one is absolutely slapped. Doesn't matter where the fielders are, even if you're 10 metres away from it, you couldn't run and stop it. He hit it hard across the line, and Asmat has decided that having had his piece of luck, he's now just going to go on making hay while he can. And those 4 runs take the score to 76 with 1 ball left in the 5th over. How about that? And the target just 113. So really ought to be a cakewalk from here.
Well, TSV Hattersheim were thought to be one of the favourites, if not stronger sides in Pool A.
I agree.
We're seeing just how competitive this competition is.
That's nicely done. Isn't that well done? He just had a little bit of room to play with on the leg side, and he waited, and really Asmat Ali has treated that like an off-spin, and he's just got a late sweep on it. This would be a good replay. Just watch. He waits for the ball, and with the delicatest of sweeps, just guides it away past Fine Leg, who wasn't on the boundary, but was up in the ring. So that concludes 5 overs. We're at the halfway stage, and already the score is well over halfway to the target. In fact, 80 without loss. It's all but done. Michael McCann.
Key word being there, all but done. The old fat lady sings and not over until it is over, but worth reminding ourselves, TSV Hattersheim were in the final of the ECS in July. Haven't been able to repeat it here. Alan Norzadran on. Checked, straight shot down the ground for 6.
No, it hasn't.
Oh, it's 1 bounce 4, and you so wanted it to be 6 because it was just so outrageous. The way he didn't even follow through with it, just went bang, like a shotgun. The cleanest of strikes that you'll see this week. And a big old industrial train goes past with its wheels churning in noise, and one might like to think if they're feeling a bit silly. Support for the maximum, of course, no crowd in as such here, and so you have to wait to hear the cheers of supporters at such events for when the world's in a slightly different place, but as and when it does, they'll be very welcome back. Enjoying for now an exhibition of batting here. We have seen an 100 partnership so far this week. Mohamed Alishan and Nakesh Naveed for Frankfurt in game 3 against Darmstadt, but we haven't seen an 100-run partnership for Darmstadt in their first ever televised competition. Nor bowls inside out over extra cover. That's 6 onto the embankment, and these two are having a lot of fun now. Mohamed Umar closing in on his half-century, and that's been a trademark shot of his, getting inside the line of the ball and then throwing his hands at it, knowing that there's that gap at extra cover, and it's 6 more to the scoreboard, which is ever so quickly running away from TSV Hattersheim.
And I tell you what, it's only halfway through the 6th over with a decent chase of 113, and already runs required have fallen below balls remaining, and that
They're making mincemeat of it.
really that only compounds the agony for Hattersheim. Is not just that they had to win this game in order to qualify for the semi-finals, but they also had to win it by a distance. Well, there is going to be, at this rate, a significant margin, but it's going to go the wrong way. And Darmstadt, of course, not only with a good chance of finishing second today, are also going to do no harm at all to their net run rate if they finish this early, as indeed they look like doing.
Here's Alan Norzadran. It's very full, and this is straight down the grounds towards us. That's 6 more into the players' 10. 5 of the last 6 balls have gone for boundaries. 444.66. It is absolute carnage here at the FCC Oval, and that havoc is being wreaked by Messrs Ali and Umar, who are having all sorts of fun And TSV Hattersheim's campaign is being destroyed with every ball that passes. Nor trying to find a response. Slower ball, and this is pumped down the ground as well. One bounce, 4 through long on, and it brings up a wonderful 50 for Mohamed Umar. Of just 16 balls it's taken him. What a knock. 4 fours and 5 sixes. Rightly given a huge round of applause by the players from the tent behind us. His side cruising to victory. Alam Noor once again. This time he'll just take the single and put Azmat Ali onto strike. Azmat Ali himself isn't going badly. Ali's strike rate is 231, but he looks positively pedestrian compared to Umar, whose strike rate is 318. And at the end of the 6th over, a 99 without loss. It is quite extraordinary.
Umar keeping the strike there. And Azmat Ali won't worry in the slightest about being cut short before he gets to 50, but you wouldn't bet against him facing another ball. Now Umar's farmed the strike with 14 to win. Well, he could be forgiven for wanting to conclude it all in the next 3 balls.
21 off Alam Noor's second over. His first over cost just 7, but most importantly, he had that caught and bowled chance, which he dropped. And had he taken that, there might have been a glimmer of hope for TSV Hattersheim. And he's Suleiman Bhatti on. Time over dibbly dobbly mediums. Just take the single down to third man, so it will be Azmat Ali on strike. He'll have a chance to get his 50.
And there is a 100 partnership.
Correct. And it has taken 37 balls, which is definitely the quickest 100 partnership we've seen this week, because Alishan Momand and Rakesh Naveed's one took 8.5 overs. Applause for that 100 partnership. And this is the rarest of things we've seen in that partnership. A dot ball. They've been a precious rarity here. Current run rate 16.
I know it seems like there's no hurry to finish it and they can take their time, but every ball that they leave unused helps their net run rate enormously in the table positions.
Here's Anis. Full, and this is just clipped away down to fine leg, and there's nobody there because they're all out covering the straight hits. It's plugged short, and they run 2. Everybody's out covering the straight boundaries where the ball's been peppered to. They did think of a third and changed their mind. No need for an unnecessary run out. They could be on for the rarest of things in T10 cricket. A 10-wicket win, chasing a not insignificant target with 3 overs or so to spare. Here's Anis, thumped away, whipped through square leg. Nobody there because everyone's covering the straight boundaries. It's good, intelligent batting, aggressive batting, but not reckless batting, the kind of which has defined this partnership. And Azmat Ali goes to 50 off just 22 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes, and they're now 106 for none.
Quite outstanding. Not just to have, one batsman on his own doing it. That would be extraordinary enough, but both of them. Hattersheim have only missed the one chance, just the one chance, a caught and bowled. And they've had no answer to this batting.
Ali once more. This is very short and will be pumped through square leg once more. Away it goes for 4. Azmat Ali celebrating going to his 50 with yet another boundary. And this game is ending before TSV Hattersheim can even blink. Just to jump back, those stats badges interested. 50 off just 22 balls with 7 fours and 2 sixes.
Well, now Anis has 1 ball left in his over. There are 3 to win. And it's not going to finish off his over. So someone will have to come on just to transact the most perfunctory of ceremonies.
Yeah, the
bowl enough
unwanted...
that goes for 2. Well, it may as well be the wicketkeeper with his pads on the way this is going.
Yeah, a very unwanted job, hey? He was slower than Mohamed Umar, who hit 5 sixes and 4 fours in taking 18 balls to get to his 50. He has 53 not out. And it's all crumbled for TFC Hattersheim, who will finish with 1 win from 4 games. Remember that they were in the final of the 2-day competition on the 18th and 19th of July, losing that final to MSC Frankfurt after beating Heinhausen in the semi-final, and in the group stages beating MSC Frankfurt and Frankfurt Cricket Club. Yassir on. It's cut away to point. That will be a single. Darmstadt trying to complete a 10-wicket win. It will be all over for TFC Hattersheim. Back-to-back defeats today. Yassir, that's a horrible wide. Surely will be wide if they trot through for 1 as well. The umpire does eventually belatedly give it. And that's that. A 10-wicket win for Darmstadt. What a win it is as well. Done with 18 balls to spare. It was a competitive total, albeit maybe the tiniest bit under par. And they made it look so simple. Azmat Ali with 56 off 25 balls. And Mohamed Umar even better with 53 off 18. And this Darmstadt side, who are known for their batting order and what they can offer. We saw that later with Adnan Nazir. They didn't even need him today.
No,
they've won 2 from 3. Hattersheim are out. That's the one thing we know for certain. And just 1 win from 4, and the table is starting to take shape.
The first one to go. 10 teams, 9 left, and it really is TFC Hattersheim.
Yes, exactly. I see what you did there, and that is that situation. So we had to find 1 winner from 10 teams. We've got Pool A today, Pool B tomorrow. And what we can tell you for certain now is that TFC Hattersheim will not be that winner. As we have a look back at that extraordinary run chase, and it really was extraordinary in the ease with which Azmat Ali and Mohamed Umar made it look. Crisp hitting right from the off. Definitely was some wayward bowling and slightly questionable field placements from TSV Hattersheim, who definitely psychologically seemed scarred and frustrated from the defeat they just had to Pfungstadt. They had a difficult task in terms of trying to turn things around straight away and come back out to play immediately afterwards, which cannot be an easy thing to do psychologically. But that was what they had to do. And Alam Noor Zadran had a really bad time of it in the field there. You can see slipping. A caught and bowled as well. Caught and bowled chance dropped. And that was the only chance that they ever got. Alam Noor Zadran dropping the ball. Caught and bowled chance dropped off Alam Noor Zadran. So what that meant was that ultimately they were able to cruise to a 10-wicket win. It was oh so simple. The one tiny glimmer of hope, which was that chance, wasn't taken. Azmat Ali with 56 off 25. Mohamed Umar with 53 off 18. And so it's a 10-wicket win. Darmstadt with 113 without loss from 7.1 overs. We can now have a quick chat with Mohamed Umar, the man himself, who's just thumped those runs casually at a strike rate of 294 with 5 sixes. You must be a very happy man right now.
Yes, thank you. Today my best day, and I am happy with, and thanks to my team helping.
You can see from the smile on your face that it sort of tells a word. You seem quite emotional. And after that last ball win last night, today it must have been nice to win so easily. It was pretty simple for you guys.
Last night I was not a very good play, and today motivating today me, my captain of sport and my all team. Good day today.
Do you think you can win the European Cricket Series? Do you think you can win the tournament?
I will try.
Well, very good luck. You're 2 wins from 3, and it is Darmstadt CC who are in control of their own destiny as they head into their final game. SG Heinhausen top, and Darmstadt well placed to finish second in behind them. And it's thanks to the efforts of the man we just spoke to, Mohamed Omar. He hit 53 off 18 balls, with an extraordinary 46 of those in boundaries. His captain Azmat Ali at the other end hit 44 in boundaries, 56 off 25. It is eye-dropping stats. If they would have batted first, we unquestionably were going to see the highest total across the 2 days of cricket so far. What does that mean in terms of the table? Well, Hattersheim are out and almost certainly will finish bottom of the league with just 1 point from 4 games. Meanwhile, for Darmstadt, they go second after a second win from their 3 games so far. Their final pool match will be later on against Heinhausen, which could well be a match to decide who finishes top of the group. Or, depending on other results, it could be a game that Darmstadt need to win. What we know for certain is that we've got match number 4 coming up next at the top of the hour. So we'll be back on in about half an hour or so for that. And that sees Pfungstadt up against Frankfurt Cricket Club. Frankfurt desperate to put things right after their game was forfeited earlier today. Meanwhile, Pfungstadt will look to take advantage of Frankfurt's slightly disorganised nature with what happened in game 1 and possibly not being quite at their best with players unavailable, etc., etc., and continue their good momentum after their victory against TFC Hattersheim, which got them their first win on the board after 2 defeats yesterday. So Pfungstadt need to win the game to stay alive in the tournament, as do Frankfurt, and whichever one of them does win the game, they probably need to win it by a big margin as well to help that all-important net run rate. But as for this game, well, 112 for 7 posted, led by 30 from Alam Noor. Darmstadt CC comfortably chasing it down thanks to the efforts of Azmat Ali and Mohamed Umar. Credit to Umar Khan with the ball as well, who took a really important 3 for 13 off his 2 overs for Darmstadt. And it means that ultimately, the men in blue completed victory by 10 wickets with 17 balls to spare. So, that's that for now from Game 3. We'll be back for Game 4 at the top of the hour. For now, it's Michael McCann signing off. We'll see you in not too long for match number 7 of this European Cricket Series in Frankfurt. Darmstadt with the victory in match 7. We'll be back for match 8 at the top of the hour. TSV Pfungstadt versus Frankfurt Cricket Club. See you shortly. Welcome back to the FCC Oval in Frankfurt for Game 4 of the second day, Game 9 of the overall tournament in this T10 24-game, 5-day bash. Find out who will be the ECS champions in Germany, in Frankfurt, to be precise, because we have had other tournaments across Germany too. MSC Frankfurt were the champions of the 2-day event in July. We'll see them in action in Pool B on Wednesday and Thursday. But for now, we've got to find the two teams that will reach Finals Day Friday from Pool A. We know almost certainly one of them will be SG Heinhausen. They've got 3 wins from 3. Darmstadt Cricket Club have just beaten TFC Hattersheim to knock Hattersheim out. Hattersheim ending with a paltry 1 win from their 4 games. Darmstadt now with 2 wins from 3, and that is what puts us in the position and context for this game, which is effectively a playoff for the right to possibly stay in the tournament. The loser of this match is definitely out. It is TSV Pfungstadt, who lost both of their games yesterday in quite a miserable day of cricket for them, but came back today and defeated Hattersheim to make themselves 1 win from 3, up against Frankfurt Cricket Club, who've also got 1 win from 3 so far. Whichever one of these sides loses is 100% out. Whichever one wins might still have a chance of qualifying on net run rate. Pfungstadt have won the toss and chosen to bat. I'm Michael McCann, and alongside me for this Game 9 of this ECS series is Kit Harris.
And we've already had one team eliminated, Hattersheim, half an hour ago. There are 9 teams left in the tournament, 4 left in Group A, and in another hour and a half we'll be able to strike 2 out.
Certainly will. And it's not just about winning for either of these sides, it's about winning well to try and climb that net run rate up, and then they'll have to hope that Heinhausen can do them a favour by beating Darmstadt.
Darmstadt did themselves a favour in the last game by really boosting that run rate also, didn't they?
It's Hassan Neumann to open the bowling. That's swiped straight up, easy catch, and taken in the end. Well, that was a relatively simple catch running in from mid-off that was made a lot more difficult than it needed to be by the captain, Alim Al-Razi, who juggled it and then diving forward eventually grabbed it. So Neumann takes a wicket with the very first ball of the match, and it's a big one to get as well. Zishan Nassar gone for a golden duck. He's been the fulcrum of this batting lineup for TSV Pfungstadt, but he's gone today, and in this game they're going to have to do it without him, and that is something that they've often struggled with in the past. He got a 50 yesterday against Darmstadt, 45 earlier today against TSV Hattersheim, but he's got a golden duck gone to the very first ball of the match. Arslan Javed at the other end yet to face, and out walks the number 3, Mohammed Habib, with them 0 for 1.
I'm not convinced that Zishan had to play that shot, actually, Michael. Certainly you're looking for a boost in the power play, a bit of impetus, but even in a T10 game, you've got 1 ball at the beginning of the innings just to, get used to the bowler, just to see what's happening, acclimatise yourself to the pace. He decided to take the risk and to go for the big hit over mid-off, and he went for the big hit, but he found mid-off. He very nearly got away with it because the captain juggled it a couple of times. In the end, Al-Razi made it safe.
Trying to crunch it over mid-wicket. The first ball Habib does is cut it away through third man for 4. A really nice controlled shot in the way that the shot from Zishan Nassar wasn't. And now, belatedly, having already lost their best batsman, they are on the board, Pfungstadt, having won the toss and chosen to bat. And that is generally their preference when they go about white ball games. This season, every single time they've won the toss, whether it's been a T20 match or a T10 match, they've won the bat. Sorry, they've won the bat. They've chosen to bat. So it is very much their default operating manual system, regardless of conditions, pitch, situation. Neumann in, 1 wicket this over already. That's very full, well bowled. Bit of a swipe outside off. Having played such a lovely controlled cut shot, that was anything but.
There's a Big man, the slip fielder there, isn't he? Almost worth 2 slips for the amount of screen that he's taken up. Something that we saw from Frankfurt Cricket Club yesterday was that they're prepared to keep the slip in, at least for the first couple of overs, which in a T10 is a brave move.
Oh, Neumann bowling like this, it's understandable they want one. That's misfielded. Bit of sloppy work out there by Mohammed Kamran. He recovered well enough. It's a good first over from Neumann.
It's autumnal here. That's the word we've been using for the first 2 days. It's cool, probably about 15, 14 degrees, overcast. But there's moisture about, and occasionally there's been the lightest of drizzle, which means that this football field, it can be very slippy, as you saw in the last ball.
Neumann trying to finish off a very good first over, but he's got some tap there. That's a beautiful, crisp shot through the covers for 4. As Fungstadt try and really get this innings going following the early loss of Nassar. And it's Mohammed Habib who's come out and showed intent immediately.
Yeah, just had the width to play with there and pounced on it. And the approach that's been taken here is preparing for the short ball. You see, and that ball was short, but he managed to hit it just forward of square. So the boundary riders, who are at long leg and third man, they're really set up for a chest level or throat level ball, really short of a length. And if you can hit it forward of square, the 4s are on offer. And he's helped himself to 1, in fact 2 now in the over, Habib. And we're not over yet.
Last ball of the first over. It's very full and just fished at outside off, and that's why they've got a slip in for Hassan Neumann. He's a bowler that naturally likes to attack and set attacking fields. He's someone who his teammates say relishes bowling in the power play because he sees it as a wicket-taking opportunity. And I was a touch surprised that we didn't see him bowl in the power play in game 1 of this tournament against TFC Hattersheim or yesterday against Darmstadt. But he gets his chance to bowl in the power play today, and he very much took it. He's only gone for 10, which in the power play is a winning score for the bowling side. And he got the big wicket of Zishan Nassar, who is the one you'd want from this Fungstadt lineup more than anybody else. You knew that you were going to get him at a strike rate of 200 in the state T20 competition this summer. We've seen this week, today and yesterday, how destructive he can be if he gets going in T10.
Arsalan remains the other key wicket of the top 2. Never wears a helmet.
Oh, that's a cracking shot down the ground, but he's actually not got all of it, and Neumann takes it. Well, he just got underneath it, and it wasn't sailing for 6, it was sailing out to long on. And Neumann, having got the key scalp in the previous over of Nassar, now takes a comfortable catch out on the long on boundary to dismiss his opening partner, Arsalan Javed. But given the amount of catches we've seen go down today and yesterday, to see him take it so comfortably and easily, it's one to delight the Darmstadt supporters.
Yeah, just take a look at this. There was something about his heavy tread towards the ball that gave you the impression that he was going to take it cleanly and safely. He's an accomplished cricketer, is Hassan Neumann, and we have the unusual situation, a remarkable one, of having both of the openers out caught driving to their first ball. And given that those men are Zishan and Arslan, that's no mean feat for Frankfurt Cricket Club. Fungstadt have got off to a pretty dire start.
Second over brings eventually a dot ball, fielded by Al-Razi. And with 40 on his back for Fungstadt. Worked away through the leg side, and that will be 4 through mid-wicket. It stopped short, in fact, in that very, very, very long grass out by the stinging nettles. There's a bit of signals between the umpire and the fielder about did it go, but hasn't been given. batsmen were quite slow to run because I think they thought it
Yeah.
had gone as well.
Everybody did, Michael.
That's Fulham worked away through third man, makes room, a very deliberate shot. It did come off the outside edge, but you could see exactly what Akmal Ahmed was looking to do there. And he gets 4.
Well, that's yeah, that's very interesting, just looking at the replay of the ball before.
I believe it has, in fact. I've had it confirmed from the scorers, it has actually been credited as 4. So Akmal Ahmed has back-to-back 4s. That's 4, and this time worked down using the pace. Short backward point for 1. Was a bit of confusion at the time, but it's 9 off 3 for Akmal Ahmed as they try and recover from early loss of the 2 go-to men, their openers, Javed and Nassar, both in the hutch. Very wide of the crease and driven nicely through the extra cover region.
There's no reason why they couldn't be looking to push 2 there, really. They've jogged through, I suspect, because they're thinking about just not panicking at this stage, taking things sedately. But there's a difference between taking things sedately and just trying to force the opposition to make an error. Yeah, it's not to say they would have got to, but if they had called the first one quickly, really pushed it, it's possible that they could have coaxed an error from the fielder out there at deep extra cover. Heaven knows there have been plenty of errors out on the rope throughout the first day and a half. It's not an easy place to field.
Yes, as much as anything to do with the ground, the undulating, difficult, bobbly, long grass ground, and the fielder's quality. Is Neumann sliding down leg, and that will be wided by umpire Gooch. This is a power play firmly in favour of the bowling side. Frankfurt would have known about how important getting Zishan out was, to get him and then Arsalan too. Now needs a recovery. Akmal Ahmed would be the man that you would look at to lead it. Tall and with long levers. He's at the non-strikers as it's another wide from Neumann to Habib. Just lost his length here, and it's such a shame because his first over was not perfect, but not a million miles off. Only 1 loose ball that was put away for 4, an edge for 4, and then got the important wicket of Nassar, beat the bat with his outswing.
Yes, both the openers were tidy, Michael. 10 runs from each of the opening 2 overs. Officially, this third over hasn't started yet. We've had 2 wides.
Well, it's finally started belatedly now with that shot out to cover point, fielded by Nikesh Naveed. We'll see later on with his left arm orthodox spin. Neumann, the key all-rounder in this Frankfurt Cricket Club side. He's their best 6 hitter. To our surprise, came in at 5 when batting on day 1. Whether that will change today, we'll wait to see. That's swung away, and he's chancing his arm because it's the power play, so you can understand it, but he definitely didn't get all of it. Come back for 2 in the end. Desperate to not lose more wickets because it all happens very quickly in T10, but Fungstadt won't really want to look on number 6 or 7 in their batting lineup. Known for the fact that for a side that do have a few players towards the bottom end, you wouldn't really want to back to score quickly, and they're going to need a significant total to get on the board. That's inside out, hasn't got all of this, should be caught, and is caught. It's a 3rd wicket already, all in the power play here. Just what they didn't need. Both the openers gone already, and Hassan Neumann has picked up his 2nd of the day. And Frankfurt are in all sorts of heaven here.
And that is the key wicket again. They keep getting the critical one. Zishan first, number 1 batsman, then Arsalan, now probably the 3rd best hitter in the team, Akmal Ahmed. They've taken them down in order of preference, haven't they? 1, 2, 3.
They certainly have, yes. If you were to look at stats, form, and just speaking to people coming in about what you'd want to do, there's only one man for the job when you're in a batting collapse, and his name is Bond, and he's at the non-striker's end. 007, Zishan Atif, the wicket-keeper batsman. He's not facing, though, because they crossed. Here's Neumann, full. And this, again, trying a cross-batted swap for extra cover is mistimed. Ali Malrazi will field. What's so surprising is that the dismissals have been so similar.
Yep.
And yet, none of those three, who are all very good batsmen, have seemed to learn from the dismissals of each other. Zishan Nassar and Arsalan Javed both gone for golden ducks, which I'm going to say that's not ideal when that's your two best batsmen. It's not a good day at the office, but they've got time to pull it back. Here's Neumann. First ball for 007, and it's a wide down the leg side. To explain the reference, he missed Fungstad's game earlier in the day, so Zishan Atif wanted 007 on the back of his shirt, but they were only able to do 2 numbers. So instead he's ended up with 00, which is an interesting look, coined by Kit Harris and myself as 00 Zishan. Zishan Atif variety of James Bond. Here is Neumann, short back of a length, but again he's lost that length. He's trying to bowl these little off-cutters to cramp the batsman for room, but the problem is by starting on middle and leg and coming wide of the crease, it keeps drifting down leg and adding to the extras. And when you've got the opposition under the pump, as they certainly have here, Mohammed Habib, the only batsman to show any kind of form, you don't need to be giving away easy bonus runs.
This is the 9th ball of the over, but only the 5th legal one.
Here's Neumann, that's better. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to keep bowling those off-cutters so that then the one that goes straight on prompts the rash shot, and it certainly did. Got a 5-4 offside field. The sweepers are out at fine leg and long on. Only 2 fielders allowed out in the first 3 overs, of course. Power play almost complete. The 3 best Fungstadt batsmen all dismissed. Neumann back of a length. That will be 1. That's intelligent batting from Bond. Gets himself off the mark, 00 Zishan. And Neumann completes his 2 overs and some very tidy work. 2 for 19 from his 2. The only blemish, if you were to be harsh, is the 4 wides.
Yes, it's not a bad return in a T10 tournament to bowl 2 overs for 19 when you bowled 10 balls in your second one.
Yes. Yes, it's quite an odd sort of combination of factors. So if you're doing that, then you're definitely doing something right. 2 for 19 off his 2 overs.
Nakash Naveed coming in, the slow left armer, a little bit round arm. This may play into Fungstad's hands a little bit because he tends to bowl fuller than a good length for a left arm spinner, almost as though his stock ball is half volley. The Frankfurt captain, though, is trying to make it as difficult as possible for Fungstadt batsmen to capitalise on that. Now the power play is over. He's got 2 men out on the drive, 1 at deep mid-wicket for the big heave across the line. That may counteract the full ball to some extent. As you see, that was even more than his usual full or half volley. That was the full toss. And that's hurt, actually, that's hurt quite a lot. A real stinger in the cold.
Yes, it's coming to that point in the season where club cricketers are sort of desperate to play on in Europe. But depending on what part of Europe you're in, they have to belatedly accept that it is actually so cold that as much as they love the game, they might have to accept that it's got to stop. Now, of course, the European Cricket Series continues on regardless in some of the warmer climes across the next few months in places where it's just about fine. But speaking as someone who's played my last game of cricket for the season on Saturday with a lot of cricketers who are playing 6-a-side and desperate to keep telling themselves that it wasn't that bad, whilst also freezing so badly that they had to reluctantly think, yes, this is over, we'll come back and give it another go next year. That's kind of the point we're reaching. And it is very chilly here in Frankfurt, so you can see why Nakesh Naveed, when you combine that with how hard the ball was hit back at him, is in quite some pain.
He's getting the freezing spray. We're going to see it a second time here. You'll see as the full toss is hit hard back to him. Not that hard, mind you, but it goes straight into the palm of his hand. He's called
it's
for the
always not
spray.
that hard when you're not the person who's been hit.
He's got enough bandages on his fingers to start with. Frozen spray came out. Anyway, he seems better now. I'm not sure to what extent coronavirus protocols were stuck to with all that mutual rubbing going on.
Here's Nakesh Naveed. That's cut away, and it's beaten the fielder and skips away for 4 through point. Just didn't really get down to it, Neumann, who puts a blemish on his record after such a lovely spell. 2 for 19 from his 2 overs, getting the key wickets of Zishan Nassar and Akmal Ahmed. Instead, lets his team down a bit with the fielding.
Yes, I mean, really didn't get down to it at all. Almost bent as far as his knees as an afterthought, but by the time he got down that far, the ball's past him.
Swinging a miss outside off stump.
He's so much better as a bowler when he just pulls his length back and pops it onto that good length, where it's hard for the batsman to commit himself to going forward or back. And he's done that twice now. It wasn't really his fault that the ball went for 4, but there you see, he gets onto his half volley length. So much easier for the batsman to hit through the line. Just over pitches, 4 balls out of 6.
Capitalised upon beautifully as well. Double O Zishan. James Bond getting his gun out and doing a bit of shooting on the range. And by goodness me, do his team need it, because both opening batsmen have gone for golden ducks. Now it is up to Bond and Mohammed Habib to lead the recovery as best they can. The top 3 batsmen, arguably, in this Funkstadt side, Nassar, Javed and Akmal, all out. The threat of Nakesh Naveed on. That's very full once more, and missed outside off stump. That's where he wants to be.
Yeah, in terms of line, it's where he wants to be. The batsman will feel that he's really missed out there, though, because that was very full. Just lost control of the swing of his bat.
That's a single. Double O Zishan. James Bond taking his cap off and having a bit of a rest at the non-strikers. That's the end of Nakesh Naveed's over, is it? He's wandering away. Yes, it is. So that's 4 gone. 38 without... I was going to say without loss. Where have I got that from? With significant loss. We'll try that again, shall we? 38 for 3 off 4 overs. We'll have a clean start. Zishan Nassar and Arsalam Javed both gone for golden ducks. And Funkstadt not having a great time of things there. Formula for winning games: win the toss, bat first, swing the bat hard, and if once in a while we collapse in a heap and get bowled out, it doesn't matter. Is today so far leading more towards the collapse in a heap and get bowled out kind of vibe. As we've got a change in the bowling.
Ayub Pasha, looks like.
I believe it's his first over in the ECS.
You believe right, yeah, absolutely. But he's accomplished as a bowler.
He certainly is. He's a useful addition for them with the bat as well. He was unavailable yesterday. Starts for single. Seen later on in that sense, but he is also a big asset to Frankfurt Cricket Club with the bat. The 60-year-old. And he comes. That's a very wide, quicker ball. And rightly so, will be wided.
The thing about being a 60-year-old is it does just take that bit longer to get the limbs greased and warmed in the cold weather.
That turns a little bit, beats the outside edge. As we said about Abdul Hamid Bhatti, very much doing it for the seniors. Start knowing, much like their opponents, that they need to win this game. There's no other option at this stage. That's well bowled once more. Wicket keeper up, trapping the batsman. Both of these teams with 1 win from 3 games so far. So they need a win here to make it 2 wins from 4 games. That's full, not really timed. That's good bowling. He's bowling to his field here. Knows he's got coverage there, Ayub Pasha. Oh, touchy bowling is the shout from Ali Malrazi. Which translates from Hindu as good bowling. Encouraging his bowler as well he might, because he's bowling a really good over here, and it's a shout of frustration from the batsman once more. As Double O Zishan can only find a single down to long on. He's got 5 out in a sort of flying V on the straight hits. And he's bowling into that line really nicely. So he's got a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off, an extra cover, and a very straight fielder as well. He's bowled a really tidy over. In fact, one of the tightest overs of the tournament. Ayub Pasha, he's conceded only 4 from it. We have seen tighter. Very first over of this entire competition. Yasir Mahmood from KC Hattersheim kept Frankfurt Cricket Club down to just 2. I don't think we've seen a maiden yet. I don't think we've seen 2 beaten as the lowest. But a very good start to his ECS campaign. Ayub Pasha conceding only 4. We'll see him with the bat later on, quite possibly.
Now, 2 options for the 5th bowler. One of them would have been Iqbal Muhammad to bowl his very, very slow spin, but the captain has decided to go with himself, and given the way that the ball has just wobbled around off the seam and been hard to get away, I think that's probably the best call from the skipper. The first one, well, he's tried to push it across the batsman and got some swing there, but it's he's overcooked it a bit. And Al-Razi starts with a wide. We'll give him a loosener.
Ali Malrazi, the captain, with his skiddy spin. Not going to get a huge amount of bounce because he's not a very tall man.
Zishan has pummeled it into the offside, tried to get it between the 2 fielders, but has found the wider of the boundary riders there, and just races through for the single. And it was a good throw back from Nakash Naveed to prevent the second. Little bit too wide so far from Al-Razi. That's better. He's forced the batsman to play a shot off balance. Again, just the single. Nakash Naveed so far has proven to be a safe pair of hands in the cold and the gloom out there on the deep extra cover boundary. Needs to bring it a bit closer to off stump. Slower. Good idea, but it hasn't come off because the batsman waited for it, and Zishan has just pummeled it away straight down the ground for 4.
Well, what do you do when both of your openers and your best batsmen have got out for Golden Ducks? You send in a special agent, and you can't get better than a man who's been a lover of James Bond. With Double O on his back, Zishan Atif is doing his thing. He's got 17 off 12 now, sorry.
Quicker this time, and Zishan has mashed it into the offside across the line. But fortunately, for the fielding side, Sal Hussain was right on the end of it, so just another single. Restricting well with these ones. Slow again, and looks like Sahil's going to be in action once more. They haven't taken the first one quickly, anticipating that he would pick it up cleanly, as he has. So the strike rotating, and 1-4 in the middle of the over. Fairly tidy so far from Ali Malrazi. 2 balls to go in the over. In the air, but safe. And they're going to push 2 against the 60-year-old arm here. Harsh but fair, and they will get an overthrow if they press for it, but they're lucky to have been able to come back for that, but
it took them an age to realise.
Well, Habib was rather sitting on his bat after the 2 there, and it was only Zishan Atif insisting that Habib come through for the second that forced it to happen. So Al-Razi a little bit wide of off stump there, but for the most part of his over, he's got away with it. Just the one boundary four scored from it. 12 runs from his first. I'm not sure whether we're going to see Iqbal Mohammed as the sixth bowler at some point. If he's going to bowl his slow spin, he needs to come on sooner rather than later. We're going back to Pasha. And why not? Because his first over went for just 4. Doesn't get any bounce, does he? That's the thing.
Yes, he's very hard to get away, and he plays on the batsman's ego. One of his teammates said to me, it's almost the fact that they see him as a 60-year-old, they think, Grandad, I should be hitting this, I shouldn't be patting this back. But they're not patting that back, that's gone. That's towards the scaffolding and us in the commentary box. And finally, the slow spin of Ayub Pasha gets met with some sheer defiance and brutality.
Yeah, nicely done. You see, he just puts it back of a length and gives plenty of room for the batsman just to get underneath it. That's the key there. He get the elevation because he could get underneath the ball. He's got his maximum. He goes again. This one's even bigger. Oh, it's not going to hit the car. The caterer's car has avoided the denting there. There's successive sixes. The first one was well timed and well placed. The second one was just butchered, frankly. It wasn't a question of getting underneath it. He just monstered it into the leg side. So Pasha's first over may have gone for 4, but they've rather got the measure of him. Now he's bowled 2 in succession. And the successive sixes from Habib, and this one is in the air, but just drops short of the fielder on the offside. So they come through just for a single. Norman was racing in, but even had he dived, I'm not saying he would have, but he wouldn't have got to the ball. That's rather an ungainly heave there, but they should get 2. If they get the heads down and run, they do indeed. Will there be overthrows? Fumble backing up. 3 men backing up, and none of them was able to collect it cleanly. But they have got back for the 2. Zishan, 24 now from 16 balls. He's found the boundary 3 times. He's yet to hit a 6. This one is in the air, and underneath it, the fielder pouches the catch. He couldn't clear the boundary. It's what he was trying to do, but he just found Nakash Naveed coming round from deep extra cover, positioning himself under the ball. And well, that concludes a cameo that was useful but ultimately cut off in its prime from Zishan Atif. 25 runs, but he just got under the ball a little bit too much and couldn't get it all the way. And a decent partnership, which started at 25 and has lasted all the way to 70, has now been concluded on the cusp of 7 overs. 70 for 3.
Yep, double O Zishan gone. But it was a handy knock, 24 off 17. And as you reflected, that 45-run partnership dragging Funchal out of the mire after both openers went from Golden Ducks. So the secret agent of this tournament, secret agent Zishan, has done his job to an extent. It's a helpful cameo. Mohammed Habib is out there and starting to see the ball well. It's a question of what support Tusufama can give him.
Oh, we're going to start off. Nakash Naveed is the right time to bowl him as the spinner, but the first ball is pretty filthy. But his fingers will be cold now. It's getting genuinely chilly, and that's not easy for a spinner. They are tough conditions. On a length here, and just muscled down 1 run to Alishan on the boundary. See, their fingers are now so cold and the ball's stinging so much that even collecting the ball at the stumps is proving difficult.
Yes, it's a day for multiple layers, as Naveed is demonstrating by the fact he's got a hoodie on underneath his shirt.
It's a big appeal for LBW, but I think it got him outside the line. But, a dot ball is nevertheless a good result. Now Nakash has started to find his line and length a bit better, just as long as he doesn't stray too full, because then Tusif will go over the top. And it is full, but he should be able to just race the single there. Norman was the fielder. The ball went straight to him. You can never quite tell when the ball bounces to the fielder whether it's going to shoot along the ground between their legs. A little bit inside edge there, but they'll race at least a couple. They won't know, and that is, they've effectively turned down the run there, and I don't think that is necessary, frankly. They need every one they can get at this stage, and when your number 6 is being deprived of runs, you want to keep Habib on strike, but number 6 should be able to hit the ball well enough. As you can see, and Al-Razi has done well to get his body behind that, just another single.
He certainly is a decent hitter, Tusif Ahmed. The knock that particularly comes to mind is one against MSC Frankfurt in the T20, where he smashed 30 off just 9 balls. So it would seem bizarre that they would try and deprive him of a strike, even with the fact that Mohamed Habib is in and more settled. You've got to back your new batsman in that situation when he's someone that is a capable hitter like Tusif Ahmed, to come out and manage to do that.
And they've done it again. They've turned down the single for the second occasion. They run the first. The strange thing is, Michael, they run the first one really fast. And you think, right, they
can mess with the fielding team.
They take a few steps down for the second run, and then when it looks like the second run might be on, they suddenly just bottle it a bit and say, no, we'd better not. But no, I'm afraid you better had in this situation, because with 2 overs to go and at 76 for 4...
In a must-win game.
In a must-win game, exactly, Michael. They have to. There just aren't options. Now, Alishan Moman is coming back for his second over. Marginal wide to start with.
That shot seems like the ample way to mention it, though, from the way Tusif Ahmed swung for the hills from that. Mike O'Brien says, are these Fungstadt batsmen playing cricket or chopping wood? Oh, I know what you mean. They do like to swing hard as a team.
A big swing there. There's appeal for the inside edge, and the batsman, to his eternal credit, has walked. The umpire, Stefan Gooch, has put his finger up, but nevertheless the batsman thought, well, yeah, fair's fair. Inside edge. And that's not going to help with the run chase.
And on this note, about the way Fungstadt swings so hard, and we saw it from Tusif Ahmed there, they are the kind of team who, when it all collapses, it can collapse in a heap quite quickly because of this style of cricket. They won 7 of their 9 pool games in the T20 state competition, but in both of the 2 that they lost, they got bowled out for under 60. So when they do collapse, it tends to be pretty spectacular, because the concept of an anchor batsman in any way, shape or form is not something that Fungstadt really embrace. They are a thoroughly entertaining team to watch from first moment to last.
Now here's something new. Player that we haven't seen much of, Farrukh Shahzad Joya, coming in at number 7, and really just got enough time to be given the licence that he wants, which is a licence to hit out. The field for Alishan Moman is set deep and straight, so we anticipate the bowling would be full. And that's nicely done. First up, onto the leg stump. Just a wristy flick away, and it's clipped for 4. And what a good way to get off the mark, Farrukh Joya.
Well, that is a great way to start your ECS campaign. Batsman gets his opportunity today after not being selected yesterday. He'll have a bit of a point to prove. Want to give himself an early birthday present. He turns 28 on the 12th of October in a couple of weeks.
And that's a massive one. I think that's going to go all the way. The fielder's under it. No, he's put it down. That's the longest boundary out there. Great throw to recover. So some pride lost and a little bit brought back with the ace return from Kamran Mohmand. We're seeing some great intention, some brutality here from Farrukh at number 7. Slower ball this time. Now, if they push Al Razi here, they could get 2. The ball's gone straight to him. There's a fumble, and they're coming back as well. They should. And they make it. Now, that is the running that we wanted in the last over, really. They pushed the fielder for the first run. And it only bobbled out of his hands in the cold, but they came back for the 2. 8 now to Farak Joya. Now that's high, straight up in the air. There's nobody underneath it. It's going to fall safely at mid-wicket. They're not going to take 2 to mid-wicket, are they? Just sent
direct
back.
hit would have been out.
They nearly would have got the 2. The only thing that dissuaded them was to see Iqbal Mohammed just coming in to the wicketkeeper's position, so that the keeper, Hawat Hussain, had someone to aim at. There's good presence of mind from Iqbal to be in the position to gather the ball there.
But as we're seeing, this Fungstadt side, right down the order, will keep swinging the bat, and it's very much the way they go about things.
Be back on strike. Very, very high in the air. It's gone straight up to the fielder, who is under it and pouches a lovely catch. Nakash Naveed. He very confidently got into position early. It didn't look like any hesitation at all. And they are difficult, those, when it just goes straight up against the dark sky. But he's pouched it safely. And off goes the set batsman, Mohammed Habib. 31 runs off 21 balls, and at the end of the 9th over, Fungstadt are 86 for 6.
And they're well placed here, Frankfurt, to keep them to under 3 figures. And you'd have to say that chasing any total below 100 here, you would much rather be the batting side. And remember what's at stake. Both teams with 1 win from 3 games so far. Defeat for either of these sides, and they are certainly out of this tournament. Win, and win well enough to significantly improve their net run rate, and they could still sneak into finals day Friday if they have a favour done for them by SG Heinhausen, who are 3 wins from 3, and they defeat Darmstadt in match 10.
Atal Karim is the new batsman, the non-striker. And the last over is, as expected, going to be bowled by Alim Al Razi, with Frankfurt Cricket Club using just the 5 bowlers. Now that's gone straight, it's high, I think it's going to be 6, it is, it almost lands in our Biryani down here in the commentary position. And that's an excellent start to the final over, and that's put the pressure back on Al Razi. And well, I don't know where Farak Joya has been hiding for the last day and a half. But he's made 15 off his first 5 balls and is providing something of a fillip here for Fungstadt.
It's what I told you, Fungstadt, they've got players that can hit all the way down the order. It's a big strength of theirs.
That's good comeback. Good comeback from Alim. He saw that Joya was just feinting to leg. Try and get him to follow him so he could walk back in line and hit it over his head, but he just held his nerve and held his line and got the dot ball in. Now this one's high down to Nakash, who takes a well-judged catch. That was flat on this occasion, and it came to him hard
in the cold as well.
I suppose the catch in the previous over had warmed Nakash's hands up, but he's held it well. And that delightful cameo has come to an end. 92 for 7. And Al Razi has his first wicket in this final over of the Fungstadt innings.
So they're just trying to get over that psychological 3-figure barrier, if they possibly can. To try and help them do that, they've sent out Barkat Ali, latest in a team that is packed full of all-rounders, really. A team that doesn't necessarily have too many players that are total specialists in how they go about things.
Now 3 balls left. What's Joya got? Now he's gone for the drive there, but he's just going to get the single. Mishit it, inside edge onto his own pad. 93. That psychological boost of getting to 100 is now 7 runs away off 2 balls. That's a tough ask from a new batsman coming in at number 9, Barkat. It's gone for the big hit. You know, I think that is 6. It's going to land on us. Just past the commentary position. First ball, number 9. And the opposition captain bowling. And he's absolutely slapped it. You keep saying, Michael McCann.
It's the Funkstadt way.
Go all the way down. You have said it so many times. And it's nonetheless true for repeating. So 99 for 7. Here's the last ball of the innings. Goes for it again. That's going to be another one all the way into the players' area. Successive 6s to conclude the Funkstadt innings. And just when it looked as though they were going to be significantly under par, they've just come back with a little bounce with successive maximums off the last 2 balls of their innings. Barkat Ali, strike rate's going to be something to behold, isn't it? 12 runs from 2 balls, the total 105 for 7. And whilst it isn't by any means an imposing total, borderline competitive, Michael, it is at least getting them in the game.
If they bowl and field well, they're right in this game, and most importantly as well, they've got the momentum with them, because at one point it really did look like Funkstadt were going to be struggling to get anything. Remember that at the top, their key opening pair of Zishan Nassar and Arslan Javed both went for golden ducks, but Mohammed Habib played a useful cameo. Agent Bond Zishan, Atif 00 Zishan, contributed with 24, and then right at the end, Farag Shazed Joya and Barkat Ali with those back-to-back 6s get them past 100. We've got a really good game on here, folks, and remember, whoever loses is definitely out of this tournament, because both of these teams have got 1 win from 3 games so far, but whoever wins is still right in contention for finals day Friday, particularly if they can win well for that net run rate.
It did look like it was going to be all but over for Funkstadt halfway through, but they just had that firepower down the innings. Zeshan Atif, 24 off 17 balls, and then there just came these little bursts, these spasms of momentum as they moved down the order. Wickets kept falling, but just enough runs to keep them in the context. Then at the end of the innings, Alim Al-Razi bringing himself on to bowl quite late. He proved expensive in the final over, even bowling at the tail. Impressive to see the 60-year-old Ayub Pasha getting through a spell and taking wickets. That was his dismissal of Zeshan. Moman bowled accurately too. It was a superb catch off the inside edge, and Tusif was gone, caught by Howard behind a wicket. And then out came, for the first time, Farag Shazad Joya. We hadn't seen before in the tournament, but he played an enterprising innings. That drop catch enabled him to continue with it. Just kept the scoreboard ticking over. Pasha was caught a steepler by Nakash Naveed. And then in came Barkat Ali right at the end to hit those 2 successive 6s, 12 runs off the last 2 balls. We've got ourselves in a slightly unusual order there in the highlights, but the final total was 105 for 7. And just to look at that card, having really been decapitated with Zishan and Arslan both being dismissed early on. First ball for both of them. Habib 32, 2 fours, 2 6s for his 21, and Zeshan 24 off 17. They provided the bulk of the scoring, and there was just a little partnership which brought them from 25 for 3 to 70, and the wickets started falling away. Cameos from Akmal and Farag, and right at the end Barkat Ali kept them in the game. Bowling figures, good performance from the openers. Hassam and Alishan both took wickets, half the side out between them, 5 wickets there. Hassan was accurate, and Nakash, probably for me the pick of the bowlers, though he went wicketless. He bowled a very good length, shorter than his normal full length, and bowled his 2 overs at 15. Alim Al-Razi electing to choose himself ahead of the very slow bowling of Iqbal Mohammed as the 5th bowler. I do think that was the right choice from Alim, but they just got after him and gave him a bit of a tap at the end there. So Pfungstadt, they are going to have to defend a fairly low total, but nevertheless one that has kept them in the game. 105 is what they got, and Frankfurt Cricket Club are going to need to make 106 from 10 overs, and you'll join us very shortly for their reply.
Welcome back to the FCC Oval in Frankfurt, where in the next 45 minutes, one of these two teams will be eliminated from this European Cricket Series competition. We've already seen TSV Hattersheim crash out after back-to-back defeats today. Left them with just one win from 4 games. And now one of Frankfurt Cricket Club, or TSV Funkstadt, will be going out as well. And Michael McCann is brilliant to have Kit Harris alongside me once more as we work our way through this 24-game, 5-day tournament that is kicking right into gear nicely.
And we're going to say goodbye to the second team of 10 in about 40 minutes.
The question is who, and let us know in the YouTube comments or on Twitter at Cricket Kit. And to my left, and myself at This Is McCann. This is McCann, M-C-C-A-N-N. Your thoughts on who you'd rather be? Andy Soriev says under par total 105. Happy to be bowling. Happy to be batting, pardon me. He's on the side of Frankfurt.
I think Frankfurt will be confident of chasing this down, Michael.
It's Ahmed to open the ball into Pasha. Swings off his feet. Umpire Gooch rightly widing that. It was very wide indeed. So they've got to defend 105 for 7, which is what this power-packed Funkstadt lineup managed. Not helped by the fact that their two openers, Zishan Nassar and Arsalan Javedi, normally lead that six-hitting fund. Both got golden ducks. Here's Akmal to Pasha. That's a very good slower ball. And chopped on almost. Gets a single with the Chinese cup. We're seeing Ayub Pasha with the bat for the first time, the 60-year-old who conceded just 4 from his first over. But then in his second got a bit of tap.
He hasn't actually got the single there at all. He's got sent back by Alishan. Now we've got a right muddle there, Michael.
Well, actually, yes. I mean, they got in about as much of a muddle with the running as I did with briefly thinking that they got a single. This is crunched away by Pasha through square leg for 4. Lovely shot. Oh, they've managed to just about haul that back in the boundary with some silky football skills out there from Barkat Ali, who finished the innings off with back-to-back sixes and now gets applauded by his teammates for his handiwork in the field. And if you're going to defend a slightly below par total of 105, that's the kind of fielding that you need.
I'm not sure it's handiwork so much as footy work on that occasion, though, but perhaps on this outfield, the foot is mightier than the hand.
Exactly. He's bowled well at the top of the innings in a lot of this tournament so far. And that is a very kind bounce on this horrible undulating outfield. Once in a while, if you get fortunate, you get an easier one to field, and that was one such situation. So Ayub Pasha back onto strike. It's Ayub Pasha and Alishan Momand opening up together, I should say. Ayub Pasha, according to many, the best batsman in this Frankfurt side. Some in debate as to which one of these two it is. They're now out there joining forces. Whipped through fine leg region. Cross-batted sort of hockey shot from Pasha. Won't get anything for that. He was the 3rd highest run scorer in the T20 state competition this summer. 385 runs at an average of 64, Ayub Pasha, and a very impressive strike rate of 148. It's not bad for a guy who's 60. It's Akmal bowls.
Oh, well done.
And that's half edged, half deliberately played down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. It flew off the outside part of the bat, but it was the right shot. Not quite executed, but the pace on the ball saw it leap away. And they've got their first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, he was going for behind square on the offside, wasn't he? And it didn't matter how little he got on it, as long as he evaded the wicketkeeper. And on that occasion, plenty of distance between ball and glove.
5-4 field, cover point and mid-wicket out. Akmal bowls, full. And the bat sort of turned in his hand there, Ayub Pasha, just trying to hit it a bit too hard, and in the end has to be content with blocking it out for a dot ball. Akmal Ahmed, such a valuable all-rounder in this Funkstadt side, the tall opening bowler, completes his first over always a go-to for Fungstadt. His captain was quick to tell me that if we did go to a golden ball situation, which is eminently possible as a way of deciding these matches, if the scores are tied, then Akmal Ahmed is the man that he would entrust with that golden ball. Hissam Nassar would put the ball in his hand and say, "You're my guy." But for now with the ball in his hand, it's the man with number 7 on his back, Ahmed Tousif. Has been at the heart of a lot of the good things that they've done with the ball. He almost defended 6 off the final over, just a measly 6 against Darmstadt Cricket Club at the end of yesterday. What can he do here? Round arm, slingy action. Wraps him on the pads first up. Tousif, who took 2 for 18 in that game against Darmstadt. It's one of the staples of the diet of the Fungstadt attack.
Yeah, and so far they've made a good start, apart from that edge for 4, which is no great success for the batsman. They've kept it tight.
It's Tousif once more. That's a very good ball. Wraps him on the pads and given the perfect round arm slingy Yorker, and it was too quick and too good. It's a valuable early breakthrough, and the 2 key batsmen for Frankfurt Cricket Club out there together have had their early partnership, on which so much of this run chase was dependent, broken apart. It is a big, big breakthrough. It's the experienced Ayub Pasha, their top run scorer in T20 cricket this summer, who is removed in the T10 format on his ECS debut.
Just looking at the replay there. Well, it was pushing towards leg stump. He was quite a long way down the pitch when it hit him. Certainly it did hit the batsman in line with middle and leg. It's always a bit hard to say when the batsman's so far down the pitch, but on balance, I would say that that was out and just clipping leg stump. Not plumb, but I believe that the right decision was made by umpire Gooch there.
Well, we don't have reviews or referrals possible. It is, although it's the newest of formats, T10 cricket, it's the most old school of umpiring setups. It's on-field umpiring, and that is that. I've seen the odd player in European Cricket Series matches try and make the T sign for a review before being disappointed to be told that although we are televising the coverage, there is not that level of setup in place, alas. Ahmed Tousif gets the breakthrough, as he so often has at important moments for this Fungstadt side, who are trying to fight back from the dead. Remember, they'd lost their first 2 games. The first ball on Mikesh is pushed out for 1. Mikesh, who came in at number 3 yesterday against Darmstadt and was superb. Got 57 off 28 in a huge partnership with Alishan Momand.
Yeah, this is the big pair, isn't it, as far as Fungstadt are concerned. The sooner they can split these 2, the better.
It's Tousif looking for that Yorker again. Just misses out. It ends up in that half volley slot, and Alishan isn't going to miss out on that. Momand Alishan needs no second invitation. Straight down the ground, and finally he gets his first boundary.
Yeah, good bowling. He had to try and get it up full towards the batsman, but Alishan Mohmand, well, he was onto it very quickly, just moved back in his crease a little, turn it into a half volley to play straight.
And this is through the mid-wicket region. There is one of the 2 power play fielders out there, but it will only fetch it out. And it's more hurt for Alishan against Tousif. He's starting to get hold of his slightly awkward slingy trajectory, which is done for Ayub Pasha, but his opening partner's having fun.
A bit of pressure on Tousif now, isn't it? Gone for consecutive 4s, having made the breakthrough with the wicket of Ayub earlier in the over. Been a good over up to now, just going for 6 runs. Still in the middle of the power play.
Cricket, it can all change so fast. It's Tousif again to Alishan. Just loses it, and with a slingy action like that, you've got to get the mechanics of it perfect to avoid overcompensating one way or t'other.
Chuntering to himself, Tusif. He didn't like that being called wide. I mean, no bowler ever does. Let's be honest. I think he felt hard done by there.
Once more, that's much better. That is as good as you can get. A second wicket in the over and a send-off as well. He points Mohammad Alishan to the players' tent, shows the batsman where he needs to go, and says, see you later, pal. Stumps sent to the floor, and a second beautiful Yorker in the over from Tusif Ahmed. The first one, plum LBW to get Ayub Pasha, and now he's got another big wicket in this Frankfurt batting lineup. It is Alishan Mohammad who's gone, and it is Tusif Ahmed who is again doing it for Fungstad, who, having lost their first 2 games, are bringing themselves back from the dead.
He swung himself off his feet there. Funny, really, that he felt he had to play that shot because they'd got themselves into a perfectly decent position by the end of the second over. And the ball wasn't really short enough to play that pull. And the replay had just showed that he swiveled himself off balance, almost ended up doing a kind of pirouette, but played much, much higher than the ball was, as though it kept low. Well, it didn't keep low. He just lost control of the shot. So Tusif, having felt rather as though he'd been diddled out of a decent ball which was called wide, has got the breakthrough again.
Zakmal starting the third. That's an intelligent little flick down to fine leg, using the pace on the ball. And the covering fielder, he's had to race around from deep mid-wicket, can't get there. It's a good touch shot from Nikesh Naveed in a tournament so dominated by people trying to belt the ball as hard as they could. He just grazed this round the corner and then flicked it away with his wrist. But being no doubt as to what a big loss Alishan is. Got the second most runs of anyone in any of the 20 teams in this summer's state T20 competition. 400 runs at an average of 60. An unbeaten 50 yesterday against Darmstadt too. He's gone, and it's now up to Nikesh, who once again flicks into that region where we'll get at least one. The sweeper's moved around from mid-wicket to square leg. And the other one out to extra cover. I've had a question, sorry Kit, from Morseman, who says, what's the difference between the European Cricket Series and the European Cricket League? Which is a very good question. And he adds, it can get confusing.
Yeah, of course it can. Only one word different. There is a simple answer, though, fortunately.
There certainly is. Here's Akmal to bowl. Just slides down leg, and that is the vintage appealing for a catch down the leg side when you know fully well it's nowhere near it. An umpire which was not being fooled for a second. He immediately got his arms outstretched. The simple difference is that the European Cricket League is the Champions League of European cricket, where the winning teams from each country compete. Here's Akmal, slower ball, and this is just guided away down to fine leg. There was an LBW appeal from point, which is an interesting concept. So the European Cricket League is the elite competition in European cricket. If you win your country's T20 competition, that's what gets you there with a chance to compete for the right to be the kings of Europe. By contrast, comes Akmal again. Oh, and this has gone straight up, trying to flick it round the corner. He's got it all wrong, but he's somehow bisected 3 covering fielders and the bowler. And so Nikesh Naveed gets through for a single, and is a very relieved man at the non-striker's end. By contrast, the European Cricket Series is, as in the name, a series of different mini-tournaments as such, played within different countries. In comes Akmal, bowls right arm over. Full. Can only be guided away. They're trying to come back for 2. That's good aggressive running, and they'll get there as well. They were committed. Good calling. And encouragement from the batting tent behind us, and well, there might be. But just to be clear, the 2 are not connected. So winning the European Cricket Series, or a European Cricket Series in your particular country or region, does not qualify you to reach the European Cricket League. You do that by winning your nation's T20 tournament. And we'll use Germany as an example to explain that through. Once more, very full. Well-timed straight drive. This could well beat the fielder. Just keeps running away, and it runs away for 4. Ahmed Tusif can't do anything about it, and even on this long grass and undulating outfield, when you time a ball that well, it just keeps going and going and going. It's a lovely, pure cricket shot to end the power play, where Frankfurt Cricket Club have seen some damage, but have done their best to rebuild. It ends with them 32 for 2.
They're so reluctant to go to ground, aren't they, the fielders out here in Frankfurt? They will not slide. That's the only way to catch up with the ball. They would rather have a kick at it at the last moment. They will not slide on the boundary. There must have been at some point a year or two ago some horrific put every idea of getting their hands or even their waistline anywhere near the floor.
In their defence, having walked across this outfield and the amount of rabbit holes and long grass and hills and bumps on it, you can sort of understand why. The power play over, and as so often happens in T10, as soon as the power play's over, we get the sweepers back and spin comes on.
But it's Zishan on this occasion.
The captain trusting himself, and he's got a snapback hat on as well, which is an interesting look. And he starts by getting crashed inside out through extra cover for 4. That is really good batting from Nikesh Naveed. He's gone into a spell in this innings of being obsessed with trying to flick everything round the corner to find leg. And there, he just stood up, stayed strong, waited for the length, got his hands through it into the gap. And that's where it had to go, because there's long on, long off, mid-wicket and the square leg as well. So he knew he had to try and find a way to get the ball through the offside. Now Zishan's come right arm around to try and cramp him for room. And again he tries to go for extra cover, thick outside edge, and that is a terrible dropped catch. A really poor piece of fielding. And when you're defending a low score, you've just got to take chances like this. Not a difficult one by any stretch of the imagination. And Zishan's not having a good day, having got a golden duck with the bat. He's now created a chance with the ball that's not been taken. Comes off the pad. It was heading down the leg side. Oh, well, it's come off the wicketkeeper's pad, pardon me, not the batsman, so it is a wide. Zishan continuing. Tight, intense run chase here. Nip and tuck. Zishan once more. Appeals for the LBW appeal from the keeper. Part of me would have to say, I think that's a bit of a move from secret agent 00 Zishan 00 Bond to stop the batsman realising that the ball had plopped into an area where there was nobody around it for 10 yards and stop them running the single. And I say that because as a wicket keeper myself at village level, I may have on the odd occasion done such a thing.
The trouble is you can spend so much time appealing that you don't go for the ball.
This is true, but actually it worked out, as it has just done there, pretty well between Zishan Nassar and 00 Zishan 00 Bond behind the stumps, because Zishan Nassar went off to fetch the ball whilst the batsmen were distracted by the howling on the stumps from Mr. Bond. Well, when you're the captain and you put yourself on bowling with that hat, you've got to bowl well, and he's bowling pretty well so far, Zishan Nassar. That's another decent ball. Puts himself in the line of fire.
He should be running there though, Michael, really. Accusing looks down the wicket.
Wouldn't disagree whatsoever. Would not disagree. And it is a modest total, 105, but when you consider they lost both of their openers for a golden duck, and at one point looked like it could be a lot worse, then it's definitely still on as a game, no doubt about that. Makes room, he's looking for it to go for extra cover, but it sort of followed him and right in that block hole, fielded by Tusif, only 1, didn't try and push them for the 2. Long on, long off, deep mid-wicket and square leg out, and that is a very good disciplined over by Zishan Nassar. He's conceded only 7 runs from it. When you add that to the 2 wickets that Tusif Ahmed took, and the fact that Akmal Ahmed only went for 20 off his 2 in the power play, it amounts to a very decent start from Fungstadt, who yesterday were, frankly, at best, disappointing with their bowling and fielding in both of the games that they lost. But today, after a night's kip and just having a chance to think about things, have looked a much better side. They came out and comfortably saw off TSV Hattersheim by 20-odd runs in the end. And then with this game, having had an indifferent game with the bat, have managed to keep themselves right in the game with the ball.
I think this is a key part of the innings when Atol Karim comes on to bowl. For me, this is the bowler of the 5 that you would want to get after a bit. And if he drops it short on the leg side to either of these left-handers, there's a lot of space between deep forward square leg and fine leg to work it into.
This is down the ground for 1. Heading towards the halfway point in the chase. Let us know in the comments who you'd rather be in to just round off that question that came in. So the European Cricket Series is a series of essentially mini events that aren't necessarily connected with each other. Sata Ul Karim comes in again, and that's thumped out and misfielded on the boundary, but Akmal Ahmed does just enough to keep it inside the rope. They do come back for 2, as they should. And ECL 20, the European Cricket League 2020, was cancelled for reasons that we all know. Coronavirus outbreak, etc., etc., etc. It's Atol Karim. Come around very wide of the crease. Knows he's got the sweeper there. Can get away with a delivery like that. First ever European Cricket League back in summer of 2019. It seems a long time ago, doesn't it? Just 8 teams in that. VOC Rotterdam won it. But now we've doubled up, so will next summer be 16 teams from 15 countries. So once more, that's a much more convincing hit out to the sweeper, but in a way, if you can hit it straight at the sweeper, that often doesn't necessarily work out that well because you only get a single often. Doesn't really help if you're not putting the field under pressure, and it's fair to say that these 2 batsmen have been quite casual in the running between the wickets. Zatan once more. Short, doesn't get all of it, but there's no one at third man, so that will race away for 4. Need all the luck they can get here. Nakil Tariq, who was opening the batting yesterday, has come out at 4. And after a very slow start, is starting to get through the gears.
Yes, not quite where he intended it. He was going for the cut. He got enough of a thick edge on it, though, to make it count for 4.
Peter Young said, I'd rather be the bowling team. Pressure builds quickly on the batters. The middle overs are key. Batter once more. Miscue. 1. Well, they haven't really had a good power play, Frankfurt. Losing both of their key openers, Pasha and Alishan, to Tusif Ahmed in that fantastic over. 1 LBW, 1 bowled. Both from pitch-perfect, slingy Yorkers. And that's what has really meant that this chase starts to get a bit tighter.
So halfway through, the run rate is 9.8, and the required run rate has now gone up, just pushing towards 12. Well, it's 11.22, and Zishan is going to bowl his second over now. And should be 4 off the first ball. He's pierced the field on extra covers line. And as committed as extra cover Akmal Ahmed was to the chase, he wasn't able to reel it in. So a strong start to Zishan's second over. Akmal has bowled his 2, and Zishan is going to be the second bowler to finish his couple. Now we're into the 6th over. After this there are 4, and 2 of those 4 will have to be bowled by the 5th bowler. So it's the captain is throwing the dice here. Play and miss this time from Nakash. 4 and then a dot, so that comes back a little bit in the bowler's favour. 53 for 2. And not yet at the halfway, past the halfway stage, maybe exactly halfway. Should be a single, but the fielder at mid-wicket didn't get down to it at all. He barely even bended the knee. And another 4 runs to Nakash. I don't understand why the hand is not allowed to go any lower than the thigh.
It
Michael.
is a difficult outfield, but if you aren't willing to accept the concept of the long barrier in cricket, then you are going to make the outfield look even worse than it actually is, and that was exactly what happened there.
So 2 4s in 3 balls. Block hole this time. Well done, Zishan. He's going to turn a leg side Yorker into 2.
Oh, it's going to be more than 2.
Not backed up. Well, there should have been 3 there, and again...
Well, it wasn't backed up by the fielders or the batsmen.
The batsmen don't back up very much in this tournament. They race their 2 and then they stop. They don't run their bat in and think about the 3rd. Come on, put pressure on him. No, they decide it's 2 and it's 2. So the overthrow cost nothing there. Zishan not quite as economical as he was in his first over. Batsman walks inside the line that time, and harsh little wide, Michael.
Do you know what's going to happen in the next European Cricket Series, Kit? I don't know whether it might be the next one across Europe or the next one in Germany. I don't think you'll be back as a commentator, and I'll tell you why.
Thank you.
You'll see where I'm going with this in a second.
This is lofted. And well fielded. There is a fielder who's prepared, Tosif, to get himself behind the ball. Just restricted the batsman there.
I think you'll be back as a coach. a bowling rotation and batting running coach. And if any of the teams involved in ECL 21 are watching, 13 of the 16 teams have already qualified. Kit is available for very reasonable rates.
Slower ball this time, and they've committed themselves to run just the single. And, one it is.
Why be commentating on the tournament when you can be in the tournament, Mr. Harris?
It's a question of
I
responsibility.
I sense that these last 2 days, it might be that the illusion of the idea that you are commentating on this tournament is merely a ruse to work your way in as a coach. And I know, for example, pals of mine at VOC Rotterdam, the defending ECL champions, who do have Corey Ruck as a very capable head coach, are always looking out for assistants and scouts that can assist them in defending their ECL 19 crown when we get round to ECL 21 next summer. And I wonder whether for a reasonable fee they might be listening to this. I know that Corey Rutgers and Ryan Campbell were on the call for the recent European Cricket Series in the Netherlands.
Well, Michael,
and whether this is simply a 5-day coaching audition for you.
I am a coach, a qualified coach, but that's not the point. The point is we're here to analyse, not merely to describe. The viewers aren't just here to be purely entertained. Cricket is a thinking person's game, and every time someone...
please don't use that cliche, and I'm not saying you were going to.
Every
it
time
kills me when
someone...
people always just say a sporting version of chess. It's the same one everyone around the world always.
Wow.
It's a I agree with you. I agree with everything you said, but it's always the point where people say, "Oh, it's moving chess." And
I wasn't going to say that. Actually,
no. It was more general gripe of mine.
Fifth bowler is Nasir, and it's short. It's fetched up in the air. Sonny is underneath it. Oh, great catch! Well done. He came in a little bit too far. Found himself on his knees and had to take it with the fingers pointed to the sky, Australian style. And now his back's turned to his teammates. He's just wringing his fingers as if to say a very quiet ow to himself. Now you can see this ball here had to be fetched from wide of off stump, so it went aerially very, very high, and decided to go with the inverted hands there, Sonny. Hurls the ball back dismissively, and he has got rid of Akil Tariq at number 4. And Frankfurt chasing 106 are 63 for 3. Tariq made 10 from 11 balls with 1-4.
Really struggled to get going, Tariq. Dropped down from the opener to number 4 position. I must say just quickly what I liked so much about that catch from Arsalan was the way he took it, and then as soon as he knew the TV cameras weren't on him and he'd stopped sort of celebrating as if he did it every day, he was straight to rub his hands.
Nakash this time. He's going to find extra cover. Oh, it's burst through his hands. Not the easiest of catches, those. When they come to your side, you have to move both hands far to your left, but he didn't need to dive. It did go straight in. And Nakash gets a life, and that's important.
It certainly is, because he can really hurt you. Charles Darmstadt yesterday's cracked 57 against him off just 28.
Norman is the non-striker, and we all know what he can do, of course. And this one is hit hard, flat, wide of long off, 4 runs. And, well, that's rubbing salt into the wound, isn't it? Because Nakash was dropped attempting a shot very much out of that page of the textbook that didn't come off. And having been reprieved, he then really got it out of the middle.
Sohail Raj says, commentators, it is a bit like chess, but with sandwiches and clapping and sometimes sledging.
I can't only have sledging and chess. Seems reasonable. Nakash has gone in the air again. It's not quite middled it, but it's in a very, very safe area. And it's close to 6. The umpire's not quite sure. They're consulting each other. And umpire Gooch, in spite of the crowds from 6, crowd's shout of 6, has gone for the 4 here. Let's have another look of that. You see, it just came off the top edge. Very clearly 4, as you can see on the replay, but an entirely unguarded part of the boundary deep there on the offside. So the one thing that really mustn't be bowled here is short and wide outside off to Nakash, because there's no one there to save it. On the offside there are just 4 now. 4 men, and one of them is on the line, and he's straight. Well bowled. Yeah, well bowled. In the zone there, higher than shoulder height, so he can't bowl 2 of those in an over, but below head height, so legal ball.
We've got a question from our European Cricket League commentary colleague Vinny Sandu, who says, who do you like tomorrow in the first match of Pool B between FCA 04 Darmstadt and MSC Frankfurt? Well, the short answer is they're probably the 2 favourites to go through from Pool B. So it could be one of some high-quality matchups that we'll see in the pool phase of this tournament.
Nakash Naveed still on strike. He's gone for a big wahoo there. He should be able to get 2. The fielder running round and picks the ball up, but once again they've just ambled that first run. The priority there seems to have been for Nakash to retain the strike, which he will, as it's the end of the 7th over and the score is 73 for 3 and 33 are needed from 18 balls.
And to give a slightly more detailed one, you've got an MSC Frankfurt side who've earned the right to be the favourites to get out of Pool B, if not one of the favourites to win the competition, because in the 2-day ECS tournament in July, they won it, beating TFC Hattersheim in the final. But then as well, in the T20 state competition, they went on and won that too, beating Heinhausen in the final a couple of weeks back on the 13th of September. So they've had an exceptional white ball campaign, MSC Frankfurt. They lost 3 games in the pool stages, 1-6, which was enough to get them through to the knockouts, which they flew through. Meanwhile, FCA 04 Darmstadt, also known as United Stars, have had a slightly disappointing white ball campaign, but will be in ECL 21, as we'll explain more in a second.
Big finish here, 33 off 18 to win. Now that's gone in the air. It is straight to mid-wicket. Great catch. Well done. That is critical. And he was backpedaling all the time. He managed to cling on to it. What a good effort there. Just outside the ring. And after a great hand, Nakash Naveed is gone for 43, dismissed by the 21st ball he faced. And he was one of the 2 players that really has to stay in if Frankfurt Cricket Club are going to secure this chase. 33 needed now off 17. Hassan Norman is still there. He's a big hitter, but he hasn't faced a ball yet. And out comes the captain, Al Razi, to see it home.
Well, that only piles the pressure on Neumann once more. He hit more 6s than anyone else in the T20 state competition for Frankfurt this summer. He is their go-to man in run chases. He's experienced at taking games home, but he hasn't faced a ball yet.
Right, Tosif is taking his time over his field here. He wants to get it exactly right because he knows that if he gets the ball unmatched with the field, anything goes wrong in that area, Hassan Norman is going to make him suffer. He's going to go for leg side. There are only 4 on the offside at the moment. Great start. Hassan Norman not trying it on first ball, just getting a sighter of Torsif. The leg side is where the deep fielders are. Long on, deep mid-wicket. Only the two of them on the boundary at the moment. So there is a big gap between them on that long boundary over there towards the railway line. And again, a dot ball. This is really good. You could hear the grunt from Tosif there as he bowled his effort ball. Hit Norman on the thigh pad. And the more dot balls he bowls to Norman, the harder Norman is going to try and hit the next one. He's swinging harder and harder. Now the equation still as it was at the start of the over. Norman this time can only bunt the single to mid-wicket, so a great first half of this 8th over. Brings Al-Razi down on strike. 32 runs.
I've got a feeling we could be about
required.
to see our second and last ball finish of this European Cricket Series.
So 32 from 14. The captain here is going to have to bring it home. He needs to take responsibility for this. He's got a swashbuckling batsman, Hassan Norman, at the other end.
He's not fired yet.
33 or 14. That should just be the single. They've got to press the first run hard. Fielders in on it very quickly, and it's easily picked up. Just the single then to Al-Razi, preferring to work the ball into the gap and let Norman try and hit a couple of big boundaries.
Need some bombs from Norman here.
31 from 13. Norman can't get it away. In fact, what he's done there, I think that's quite deliberate. He's decided that rather than risk the 6 at this stage, with 12 balls to go after that, he'd rather just make sure of the single to be sure that he faces what should be a whole over and the penultimate over of the innings. So the last 2 overs, nice and easy number, 30 to win. Easy to remember, but
2.5 a ball.
far sight harder to hit. Now the 2 bowlers still with overs to be bowled, and Nasir Ahmed bowled tidily as the 5th bowler, 11 off his first over, and Atta ul Karim, his second over is going to be number 9. Norman is on strike, so they're just making sure they've got the fielders where they want them. It's the same fielding setting as in the last over. Clipped the thigh pad on the way through, and there's another dot. And for whatever reason, Hassan Norman is not only failing to middle the ball, but he's failed to make contact on more than one occasion.
It's very atypical of often is seen at the death when Hassan Norman is out batting.
And
Go-to all-rounder.
Frankfurt in trouble now. That's gone in the air, but Sonny is underneath it. Oh, he got in good position, but it went over his head, and that 6 is important. Hassan Norman, after several failed attempts, has finally cleared the boundary, and that brings the equation down to 24 from the last 10 balls, Michael McCann.
Oh, it's almost like he just heard you saying in the commentary box that you were a bit disappointed by what you'd seen and that you weren't getting what was advertised and promised in the programme in advance.
Right, pressure on Atta ul Karim now, and Hassan Norman goes for another one, and that is 6. As soon as it hit it, straight out of the screws, it's hit the television van or close to it, and successive 6s have swung this game back towards an even keel, if not one that slightly favours Frankfurt Cricket Club now. 16 from 9 to win.
You do feel like if Neumann is not out at the end...
Well, even if he does it again once more in this over, that ought to put Frankfurt one step towards surviving in the group, and Fungstadt half out the door. Good bowling. They don't even get one. Well bowled. He cramped him for room there. Hassan tried to play the big hit to leg, got an inside edge. 16 off 8. Atta ul Karim just needs to get 2 in the block hole now, really. The only other ball that really works is back of a length over the top of middle and leg, because that seems to cramp Hassan for his favoured drive. He does play and miss that or inside edge it now and again. 2 balls left in the over. Full Yorker length. Should be just one. Now they've turned that down. Wow, how about that? 16 off 7. There's confidence, isn't it?
Oh, well, those back-to-back sixes have got Norman feeling like he's in the mood now.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't. He could take the strike there with the single, but he's decided that it's not all about the captain. He's got to do it himself.
Absolutely. 3 more bombs, and it's game over.
1 ball left in the penultimate over. Swung it across the line. Now there's a big chase there for the fielder out at deep mid-wicket. The ball is just slowing up before the boundary and mercifully pulls up short. They're racing through for a third. They will get there as long as the wicketkeeper doesn't throw at the stumps and give them an overthrow. And there are 3 runs there.
There was actually about 3.5, because just as they went and turned for the 3, you could see a slightly confused Neumann just thinking about the ramifications of what that would mean and getting himself a bit confused as to what he wanted to do before eventually realising, no, let's go for it. And this is actually beneficial because it will get me back on strike for the final over. And the pendulum has swung once more. Just to remind you of the permutations, both of these sides have lost 2 so far and won 1. Whichever side loses this game is definitely out of this European Cricket Series and will be the second team to go with TSV Hattersheim. And whoever wins will be relying on Heinhausen beating Darmstadt in the final game of the day, and then a net run rate swing that ends up in their favour to sneak into second place in the group and reach finals day Friday. So whoever loses is definitely out. Whoever wins may well be staying alive.
Final over, 15 to win, and here is Nasser Ahmed. And he starts with a wide, and luckily for him, it's just the 1 wide, because the wicketkeeper did very well moving across. And that was a worrying moment, because the last thing you need here is 4 wides. So well done, Zeshan, for cutting it off.
Double Zeshan's secret agent Bond, turning 5 wides into 1. And what a time to do it as well. Not the ball that you want, though.
14 from 6. Norman on strike. He's got to go big, you'd think. Well, that's his plan. Go big he does, but he hasn't found the boundary, and nor has he got the catch, and a lovely diving stop out there on the line restricts him to just 2. Really, really well done from Farakshazad Joya. Norman coming back for 2. 12 now off 5. Got to stop him hitting that 6. Get it up into the block hole.
Well, whatever happens from here, Fungstad have done themselves proud today. Lesser teams would have dropped their heads after losing both games on day 1 and being a long way to being out of the competition.
Extra fielder goes out at deep mid-wicket. There's no one now square of the wicket on the offside protecting the boundary. So you'd think this was going to be leg side Yorker. He's swung it away exactly to where that fielder went. They've got to come back for 2. They have to do it. Wicketkeeper gathers, and they have completed the 2. That just pushes the game even closer to climax. 10 off 4 now, and Norman still has the strike. Alim Al-Razi, the captain, well, he's only had to face 1 ball so far in this partnership. His job is to get his head and shoulders down
and run.
I think at some point in this over there was going to be the big 6 from Norman. 4 balls to go. No 6. And again it should be 2 to deep mid-wicket. They've raced the first run. They decided against the 2. There was a misfield and they didn't push for the second run. Alim Al-Razi immediately said, stay there, as soon as he reached the striker's end. Norman said, where's the 2? But the captain told him to go back. So that makes it interesting. Norman loses the strike. 9 from 3 now. And could that be a moment? They'd taken 2 quite straightforwardly, the previous 2 balls, in just that way. A bit of pressure on Al-Razi now. What's he going to do? The big hit? Or give the strike back to Norman? He's going to give the strike back to Norman, just a single there. So that makes it very simple indeed. 2 balls to go, Norman on strike, and 8 to win.
It does also leave you to wonder, though, from that previous ball, why not just get your head down and run 2 no matter what? Because even if Al-Razi gets run out, and someone else has to come in and replace him, they're only going to be standing at the non-striker's end anyway, and seeing if Norman can finish it. And I wonder if that's now what they've just gone down to have a chat about. Basically just saying, if any bat comes off this, regardless, I am going to make myself a sacrificial lamb for what is needed for the cause. But whether that has come 2 balls late is the question.
So it's got to be boundaries now. 8 from 2. And that could be a straight boundary, but Sonny has got behind it. Of course they have to come back for 2, otherwise it's going to be impossible. Sonny has done well to stop the 4. He's restricted it to 2, and therefore we have really the perfect ending for a T10 climax here with the European Cricket Network at ECS Frankfurt. 1 ball to go, 6 to win.
And the team's best 6-hitter, and one of the best 6-hitters in this competition, on strike in Hassan Norman.
Now, I don't know what the captain, Alim Al-Razi, is saying to him. Normally, when they meet in the middle at this point, it's something on the line of, well,
you've already hit 2 sixes, mate. Can you hit 1 more,
I'll
please?
I'll be backing up halfway down the wicket. Well, this one doesn't matter about how they run.
Unless we get a wide or a no ball.
Hassan Norman has to hit a 6 to win this game. And he's been bowled, that's it! It's gone! All finished, Fungstadt survive. They have made it. And Frankfurt Cricket Club, after the boldest of chases and the bravest of efforts, have flunked out of the tournament. The second team to go out. Well, I'm afraid the hosts were late to arrive today, and now they are early to depart from the tournament. It was a brave effort to chase, but in the end, Hassan Norman, with all his 6-hitting power, wasn't up to it. He actually only cleared the boundary twice in 15 balls. For most batsmen, a strike rate of 160 would be brilliant, but really, this was just out of his reach. And great bowling there at the death from Nasir Ahmed to restrict the over, where at the start of it, there were 15 runs required, and his over has gone wide, 2-2, 1-1-2, and finished with a wicket. In those circumstances, to duck any boundary in the final over is a fantastic effort. You can see now how the innings unfolded, and it was always nip and tuck between these 2 teams. Early edges, early boundaries, then you can see the LBW there. Good decision on the replay. He's going to hit leg stump. Umpire Gooch making no mistake, and Pasha was gone. And then in came Nakash, but it wasn't long before he lost Alishan Mohband as well. So Akil Tariq and Nakash Naveed were brought together at this point when Alishan departed for 9. At that moment the score was 18 for 2. Then came a partnership. Nakash with his wristy flicks into the leg side, and Akil brought the score up to 62, more than halfway, always needing about 11 or 12 and over from there. Both of them finding the boundary. Akil going at a run a ball. That was his 1-4, but really it was Nakash who kept the score ticking over, scoring at double the rate of his partner. And, 7 times he found the boundary without ever clearing it, but all the time bringing that target within range, the rate of about a dozen per over. Then Akil departed, a good catch by Aslan Javed with his fingers pointing to the sky, Australian style. Nakash kept on thrashing away when he had any width at all. And really it was up to Tusif then to try and keep it quiet. And that was how it finished. A good catch from Atal Karim over his shoulder. That brought Hassan Norman to the crease. And Alim Al-Razi decided the best thing was to give him the strike. But at the end, with 6 to win off the last ball, he just couldn't do it. It's the second last ball finish we've had in the European Cricket Series Frankfurt. 6 to win off the last ball. Frankfurt Cricket Club couldn't do it. Therefore, they are defeated by 5 runs. Frankfurt Cricket Club out of the tournament. And Fungstadt, well, they survive. They're not definitely through to the semi-finals. It will all depend on the net run rate and how that unfolds after the final game that follows this. So you can see the scorecard. 3 men in double figures. Nakash on 42. Hassan, well, it wasn't quite enough at the death. He just had too much to do. And in fairness, the bowling was very, very good at the end there. A lot of pressure on Nazir. Had to bowl both of his overs deep in the second half of the innings. But because of the good work that Tusif had done, racing through the top order with those 3 for 13, his economy really was what was responsible for what happened at the end. Tusif made the breaks through, and that meant that Hassan Norman had to try and hit the sixes of Nasir Ahmad. They needed to take those liberties, but Nasir Ahmad was ultimately too canny a bowler for that. So there we have the final score. Frankfurt Cricket Club 100 for 5 off 10 overs, 5 runs short of Fungstadt's modest total of 105 for 7. Modest though it was, it proved to be enough. So this is Kit Harris live from Frankfurt with Michael McCann, signing off for Game 4 here on Day 2, and there is one game left in Group A, and that is between Heinhausen, who we think are all but through in the group.
They are through.
They are now through with the result of that game. And Darmstadt, if they are going to pip Fungstadt into second place and through to the semi-finals on finals day on Friday, they will have to upset the 2-day history of the group. They will have to beat Heinhausen in the next game, and by a handsome enough margin to overtake Fungstadt's run rate.
Not quite. So Heinhausen have won 3 games from 3. Darmstadt have won 2 games from 3. So Heinhausen are definitely through. Darmstadt either need to win the game, which would guarantee them qualification, because they'd have 3 wins from 4. Or, if Darmstadt do lose this game, they need to make sure that they don't lose it by a big enough margin such that their net run rate falls below Fungstadt's net run rate, because Fungstadt, of course, have now won 2 games out of 4. If Darmstadt lose this upcoming match, they will have also lost 2 games out of 4, and then it will come down to net run rate. So a narrow loss could be enough for Darmstadt. We do need to get a bit of the net run rate sort of calculators out for all of this. If they win, they're definitely through. If they lose by a narrow margin, then it all starts to get quite complex quite quickly. But we'll try and bring you a bit more on that in 10 minutes once we've had a look at some of the calculators as the game gets going.
Welcome back to Frankfurt for the European Cricket Series second day and the final act. Game 5, the last of the group games in the Monday-Tuesday group, and it pits Heinhausen with Darmstadt Cricket Club. Two Darmstadt teams in the tournament. Cricket Club today, and, really mighty 11 on Wednesday and Thursday. Of them, more hereafter, but the key thing to keep in mind here is the climax to Group A is now nice and neat. Heinhausen, who've won the toss and are going to bat, they are through to finals day on Friday. So whatever they want to do, play it serious, give opportunities to their fringe players, they're safe. It means that, of course, Darmstadt, batting second, they're going to be chasing a target to win the game. If they reach that target, they will win the game and also proceed through Group A into finals day on Friday. But if they lose in their pursuit of the target, it's not necessarily over. They will beat Frankfurt to the runner-up position in the group as long as they reach a certain number of runs in their chase. Now, we don't know at this stage in the game what that target will be, but what we can tell you halfway through, when we know what Darmstadt's target has to be, what their lower secondary target is that they need to achieve, even if they're losing the game, in order to get through to finals day. So, for example, they might need 100 to win, but the target that they need to qualify, even if they lose, might, for example, be 75. Store that in your bunts. Get yourself strapped in, because this is the climax to Group A. Kit Harris here for the European Cricket Network. Sitting with me is Michael McCann.
Hello. This is all quite interesting, isn't it? We were speculating all week, and at various points, you might have got bored, dear viewers, of hearing me talk about, well, this game might be over, but net run rate could be important, so you don't want to collapse in a heap even if you're not going to get a target, and if an opposition are going to chase down something against you, you want to try and take it deep. Well, we are seeing right now just how important those small moments like that can add up to be, because Frankfurt, having had an awful manic Monday, have had a not-so-terrible Tuesday where they've picked up a couple of wins to put themselves in the mix. But you would have to say the advantage is with Darmstadt in that it's in their own hands, and right now they are 0.7 better off in terms of the net run rate equation.
So for Frankfurt fans, what you want out of this game is a little bit complicated. If you want to get through, Frankfurt fans, it's not simply a question of wanting Darmstadt to lose.
You want them to be destroyed.
So you need...
obliterated.
You need Heinhausen to get a very big total here that Darmstadt won't get anywhere close to. It won't be something so extreme, for example, that Heinhausen get 120 and Darmstadt will qualify as long as they get to 11, but it will need to be a decent beating for Frankfurt to get what they need.
And we'll get the equation for that to you at the halfway point, because the nature of how net run rate is calculated and works mean that it's impossible to do so beforehand. But be assured that pretty much everybody associated with the European Cricket Network, Series and League behind the scenes are working on this across the world. There's frantic WhatsApp conversations with people across Germany, Australia and India just to make sure everybody is across the numbers. And as soon as we know that magic number needed at the halfway point for Darmstadt to qualify, we'll let you know. But for the first up, they've got to do it with the ball.
So it's Yasir Ahmed is just taking his guard now to face the first one up from Umar Khan, the off-spinner who's opening. Now that is brave. The first ball drilled straight to point. He put together a very neat little performance bowling in the power play 2 games ago. The third over he was entrusted with, but now he's been given the first. And this one is
and with Shakil opening the batting, so it's a change at the top of the order for Heinhausen. We speculated they might rotate in this game.
This one is pulled across the line. Now they should get one. And, it's getting a bit dark now here in Frankfurt. It did it yesterday. It becomes distinctly dusky at 6:30 German time. Now in local time, it's 5 p.m. These games tend to take an hour and a half, but if either of the teams bowls that over slowly, it will be very murky for the latter part of the Darmstadt chase. Well, that was a bad ball. He just tried to get one to go on with the arm, I fancy. It went down the leg side. Wicketkeeper couldn't get across quickly enough, and with the wide and the 4, as 5 extras, having had a decent start for the first 3 balls, that's fairly filthy from Umar Khan. And Yasser, the non-striker's end, looking distinctly relaxed. So Munib looks to get off the mark, but they're not pushing the singles here. They seem quite keen to retain their wicket and not take risk in over number 1, and that's the 3rd dot ball. Munib yet to score. Makes room again, taps it into the offside. Look how tigerish Darmstadt are in the offside ring there, trying to cut off the runs. And this has been a good first over from the spinner. One ball left in the opening salvo. They just pushed it through a bit quicker, straighter, flatter. It's pushed back to him, and that has gone very well indeed for Umar Khan. 6 runs from an off-spinner in the first over of the power play. Great start for Darmstadt.
We haven't seen much success from spinners in the power play today, apart from Umar Khan, comes to mind earlier on. But that was quite something, once again, from Umar Khan, who is bucking that trend. And for all we're frantically talking about calculations, narrow losses and what is needed, Darmstadt, after losing their first game against Frankfurt narrowly, won on the last ball against Frankfurt last night, and won convincingly against TFC today. There is a very simple thing they can do, which is win the cricket match. And they've made a very good start to doing just that.
Here's Mansour Khan opening the bowling. Full-blooded stroke from Yasser, but again, straight to the backward point fielder. Just can't penetrate that offside ring at the moment. If he does square of the wicket, there is a sweeper out there at deep point as well.
And it's understandable that we're discussing this because it's the scenarios, but they should not be thinking about that at all. They should be thinking about just going and winning this.
Down the leg side again from Mansour. Wicketkeeper did a better job of getting across to it this time. You know, Umar's first over, Michael, was so effective, I almost wondered whether it might be worth having a look at Khalil, the professor, with his off breaks, to bowl at the other end in the power play.
You know I could watch the professor bowl all day and all night.
In the slot from Mansour, but powered across the line. It's a tricky chase. Oh, well done. At last a fielder who's prepared to get his bottom on the line, and there could be a run out. It comes in here, and it's out.
He's done it.
He's come back for...
Take a bow, Shafiullah.
He come back for the second. He didn't run very fast. He was sent back, and Yasser, after a rather turgid half dozen, is undone by one of the best fielders in Group A, Shafiullah. Not only a good catcher out on the boundary, but he's prepared to throw himself at the ball. Saved 4, that was the first good bit, and then winged in a superb throw and caught Yasser short of the crease at the striker's end. Let's see it again.
Well, if there is a better fielder at ECS Frankfurt, then I haven't seen them yet.
It was just the recovery, how quickly he got back to the ball. The throw came in, great piece of work, and Yasser was just sort of waddling down the middle of the pitch, not looking where the ball was, not getting his head down, not pushing forward, and the bat wasn't run in. I think he's paid the price for just assuming there were 2. And here's the breakthrough. 7 for 1 for Heinhausen. It's going Darmstadt's way in these very early stages, as Yasser Ahmad is run out by Shafiullah to the wicketkeeper for just a couple.
Well, that is comfortably the best piece of fielding that we have seen here all week. on 2 levels. Firstly, the dive, then the flick, and then that doesn't even include the throw as well. It's free, really, but that is also a rasping cut shot, but one straight to deep point. And he was highlighted by his teammates as their best fielder, but he might well not just be the best fielder in the Darmstadt side, he might well be the best fielder in the whole competition. Of course, we're going to see 5 fresh teams get started tomorrow, though.
Swing and a miss. Munib was bowling well in the channel, and that concludes. No, it doesn't conclude a tidy over. There's a ball left. The scoreboard is always a bit behind us.
There is one more red herring in the table calculations that we haven't thought of that has just come into play with this start.
Got a little bit of something on it there. It might have been thigh pad, I think. The throw comes in. There won't be overthrows because it's well backed up. Was thigh pad.
And it is worth mentioning only now because SG Heinhausen are really struggling in this power play and on course for one of the worst that we've seen in the tournament, which is that were they to get a very low total and Darmstadt were to chase it in, say, the 3rd or 4th over, they would, in fact, top the group.
That would be a nice vanity project, but it would get them a better semi-final draw. But we're a long way off that permutation at the moment. We're just building. So maybe it's healthier to shelve that kind of thing for now in our minds. Otherwise, we'll overflow with all the different statistical possibilities. 2 overs gone. The score is 11. It's a really solid start from Darmstadt. 6 off the first over and 5 off the second. Are we going to go back to Umar?
Certainly are, why not? Worked so well the first time.
Good flick across the line. He's going to get 4. All he had to do was beat the mid-wicket fielder. There's no one else out there to back him up. Just a little bit too straight from Umar, and it's been neatly dispatched. Now the new batsman, Karim.
We've got a comment from Hasnat Hamid who said, enjoying the chaos of the net run rate situation.
Going across the line this time, but on the offside. And Umar fizzed it through, quicker and flatter. And he's actually beaten Karim's cut for pace. Karim's hit the first boundary for the innings 2 balls ago. He has 6. Short and flat and flayed through the offside. He had the width. All he had to do was bisect the fielders, and there were 4 more. So Karim advances to 10. The score is now 19 for 1 in the 3rd over. Started to get a handle on Umar. I tell you what, you can't tell on your screen because of the way the picture is adjusted so you can view it best, but it's getting pretty murky out there already. There's still 17 overs of this game left to play. Umar fizzes one through a bit quicker, and they've come through for the single as well. They might. Really, you tap it to anyone in the offside, and unless it goes on the bounce straight into his hand, you will get that single. So Karim moves to 11. And Munib, now on strike, the helmet on. He's now faced 5 balls. He hasn't scored a run. Now he's gone in the air. This will drop safe. Adnan, a good fielder on the boundary.
Nice work from Gandalf.
Gandalf, as you call him, on account of his wonderful beard. Of course, it's a good Islamic beard rather than some kind of heathen Lord of the Rings type thing. Greying at the sides, it gives him a very dignified air. Munib is off the mark. Karim with the cap. Back on strike, and he's minced it! I think 1 bounce over the mid-wicket boundary in his sweeping zone. He does like playing across the line, Karim. He's done it a couple of times in that over. And Umar Khan, second over, didn't quite come off like the first. 13 runs off it. And at the end of 14 runs off it. At the end of the power play, Heinhausen are 25 for 1.
I believe strongly assert that that is the longest time it's taken any batsman to get off the mark in this ECS in Frankfurt. 5 balls of dots starting. But Munib eventually gets there. Certainly wouldn't think that this is a dead rubber from the noise coming from the SG Heinhausen 10th. They're a proud team, and they want to be 4 wins from 4, topping Pool A, which theoretically would mean they play the team that finishes second in Pool B on finals day Friday.
Mohamed Umar. Now we're out of the power play. He's opened the bowling in a couple of the innings during this game. He's going to come on first change. Number 9 on his back. He's just asking the umpire whether the ball's all right.
Just quickly on Adnan Nazir, the other reason for Gandalf is the magical wizardry with the bat that he showed last night that crystallised that nickname in my head. The way he was zapping the ball around to all parts of that beautiful leg side touch play. We might see a bit of that later in the run chase.
Here's Umar. First ball attempted, scoop over the top. Right over the stumps there. So even though he walked outside the line of it, he's not going to get the wide. But no, the umpire's having a word here. The bail's come off. And they're inquiring why that was. It's well spotted. So we'll get a replay, I hope, in a moment to see why we lost the bail. And the umpire is going to write that down in the umpire's special little book of Confucius that records such unusual happenings as bail falling off.
They do like making notes, don't they, umpires? It's just nature of the job.
And now that's excellent bowling. No wide there inside the tram line that marks where the umpire should signal a wide. Just took the pace off it. Big swing from the batsman. It's difficult to pick up the ball out there. Lucky it's a white one. Solid shot, but should just be one down to the irrepressible Shafiola. He doesn't miss much on the boundary. It's just a straightforward single. Munib has lost the strike again, but he is struggling a bit for timing. Karim, on the other hand, has hit a couple of 4s. That falls safe, and it will just be the single. Look at the arm from Shafiola. Any opportunity.
I told you
they have to get him anywhere near the ball.
I told you if there's a better fielder in Frankfurt, and we haven't seen them yet. We've got 5 teams tomorrow who'll get to show that they might have one.
Munib back on strike. Now that is 6. Finally, he breaks free of the shackles and has burst out of the prison that he's been in. And a roaring 6 there. Absolutely hammered it.
Fighting their way back, Heinhausen.
He refuses to be kept prisoner for long. And Munib, that's the Munib that we've known in the game so far. His first boundary. And he goes again. Now that's higher, and there is a fielder underneath it. Goalposts in the way. Oh, he's put it down! It went straight into Majid's hands. They're coming back for a second. And they've made 2. And poor old Majid Nasri, he judged the catch to perfection. Oh, right in underneath it. It was hit very high. Came down, white ball against grey sky. And I think he maybe, looking at that replay, didn't quite watch it in to his hands. That is a rare slip in this innings so far from the Darmstadt fielders. Heinhausen at the end of the over. 4 overs gone, 35 for 1. The over went for 10 in total from Mohamed Umar. And the man we've enjoyed seeing coming into the bowling attack. With his Donish expression.
The Professor. Khalil. What's he got for us? He bowled brilliantly last time. 1 for 17 off 2.
More spin. And the first one is typically slippery and hard to get away. He just has that arm ball, Khalil, wide of off stump. The batsman will sit on the back foot, as Karim did, waiting for the ball to come onto him, but it just slides away, going on with the arm. You see so many plays and misses to that ball from Khalil. Off break this time. Nice and slow, and Karim decides that the best thing to do is sweep it away from wide of off stump, and he's going to get a comfortable 2. So Khalil just has those 2 balls. The full off break that's very slow, just wide of off stump, and the quicker, skiddier arm ball that just swings away. More often than not, seems to get him a play and a miss. Karim prepares to face again. There it is, the arm ball. They've gone for an appeal. I thought he was a catch. Wicketkeeper's reaction suggests there was a nick. I think there was a snick on that, and the professor looks. I think that was a nick from the reaction. The professor has taken it in his stride, and another huge heave. He's gone for that little slider again, going across the batsman. Dot, 2, drop, catch, dot. This is a lovely over so far. Getting him in the game at this stage is just such a useful option for Darmstadt to have.
Captain Obvious comment, but he's a very clever bowler, the professor. And comes again,
There's
he's
the off
beaten
break.
a bat.
Appeal for a stumping.
Oh, it's all happening.
The appeal for the stumping there. The batsman, I don't think, is, whether he's picking it or not, has simply decided that wherever the ball is going, he's going to try and smack it for 6. You see, that was the off break. It came between bat and pad. It was a full ball on a length, and the pull wasn't the shot. And this time he has been stumped. What a wonderful over. He was beaten neck and crop there, and the professor
has outvoxed him.
He's more than overqualified for the job of getting rid of Karim. He completely foxed him throughout the over, and really all Karim had throughout that set of 6 was trying to smash and swipe across the line. He survived a drop catch. He was nearly stumped the ball before. That was the arm ball that just swung away. He raised his foot, and the wicketkeeper has very quickly made amends for his earlier error. Karim goes, stumped by Azmatov Khalil for 18 from 14 balls, and at the halfway stage, Heinhausen are in an unimpressive position at 37 for 2. Michael McCann.
Well, I imagine they'll be very relieved that they had already qualified before this game, because if they hadn't, SG Heinhausen, they would be sweating a lot now. And they're still a team that are full of pride and will want to win this game and finish unbeaten and top of the group. As Parvez comes on to bowl the 6th over, he had the unfortunate task in Darmstadt's last game of coming on to bowl 1 over at the death.
He's got to come on earlier. We've seen when he's bowled in the first 2/3 of these 10-over games, he's bowled a good over. When he's had to bowl in over 7, 8, 9, 10, he hasn't bowled so well. And the thing I really care about, Michael, is we now don't need to see Shafiola. Thank you very much.
Well, we'll wait and see if we do, though, as Parvez comes on. That's too short, though. It hammered between the 2 sweepers for 4. Well, that will help the Heinhausen cause. They're not interested in net run rates or who's going to finish second out of Pfungstadt and Darmstadt. Heinhausen are here for their 4th win from 4.
He's a good bowler, Parvez. He bowls a good line and length, a bit of a way swing, but he can be just a little predictable.
He's got a very bustling action, but once again he's bowled short and the field isn't set for that. Smashed through square leg. And you can't really bowl short and on middle when you haven't got anyone between the wicket-keeper and deep mid-wicket. It's an area in the field that's a huge hole, and you're inviting the batsman to take the chance. And there was no second thought from Munib Ahmed, who's really struggled to get the bowling away before these back-to-back boundaries. He was on 10 of 12 balls, but maybe this can ignite him a bit.
They've just struggled for this 5th bowler, haven't they, throughout the group stage. Darmstadt.
Parvez once more. Slightly slingier arm this time, coming more round arm on it, but the difference is nothing. 4-4-4 for Munib Ahmed. And this was as convincing a shot as the other 2 before it. Straight down the ground by Sex, long on and long off.
Just
the momentum swings.
It just keeps on happening, doesn't it? When Shafiola's bowled 5th, He's done it twice and bowled 2 separate overs for 17. Asmat had a stab yesterday at being the 5th bowler. He bowled an over for 17. It's their weak link.
Beating him outside the off stump. That's lovely. That's a really good reply. There's few lonelier places in the world than being a bowler when the first 3 balls of your spell go for 3 fours. And that's a much better response from Parvez.
Majid Nasri had a go at bowling that 5th over spell. He bowled his over for 13 yesterday. This will be 2. You have to push it. No, they decide against.
It won't be. The stick at 1, and now they're thinking of 2.
It's too late, isn't it? See, if you'd gone for it, you'd have had it. 2 runs are rarely an afterthought, Michael.
But as soon as the professor had scurried in to pick it up, any prospect of that had gone. We'll surely see him back for his 2nd over in a moment or 2. But for now, Parvez will finish off the 6th. Munib starting to get going. Parvez. That's too short again from Parvez, and again he'll be punished. That's over the fielder's head and into the stinging nettles. He's got 3 out on the leg side slog. But if you're going to bowl short with that much pace already on the ball, it is so easy for it to be helped on its way. And that over has gone for 19, the vast majority of them off the bat of Munib Ahmed. And then Noam Ahmed Raja crashing his first ball for 6 as well. And so it's 56 for 2 off 6 overs.
Yeah, 19 runs. It's just this little awkwardness that they have. And you see, the one man who does have a decent economy going back over the games, who could have bowled that 5th over, is Asmat Ali. And in normal circumstances, I would say he really should now. But there is a very simple reason why he can't at the moment, which is that he's a wicketkeeper. So I think it will have to be Shafiullah. This being the 7th over from Khalil.
Well, there's no worries about who's going to bowl the 7th over. Even Kit Harris, the bowling planner mastermind, doesn't need to think too much about that one, because after the 5th one, you're going to call the professor back. And that's what's happened. We're in the laboratory with the professor again.
It does mean that Shafiullah's economy rate of 17 for the tournament is going to have to bowl at the death.
Here's the professor. And he's swiped away to square leg. Good aggressive fielding from Parvez. Grabs the ball, hurls it in. No chance of a single. It would have only been a run out. And we're in the lab. Just 2 runs off 7 balls. What's he got this time? Holds it back, but it's crashed away. Miles over the long on boundary. 10 yards past him. And finally they've managed to get hold of the professor. Khalil faces a bit of treatment.
It's a pity also that Darmstadt have left out Hikmat Khan for this game, because he bowls a bit of spin.
And that's again out towards that leg side boundary, but they've got coverage for that. They've got a straight long on and a wide long on, as well as a deep mid wicket, covering stinging nettle corner as thoroughly as they possibly can. Here's the professor. Really holds this one back, but it's met with beautiful timing. A huge 6 that goes over the scaffolding and out towards the walking path behind the straight boundary. Has to be retrieved, and they're finally getting hold of the professor. And as can so often happen with a spinner who gets through his first over cheaply, in the 2nd over they start to pick up the flight. What's he got as a response? It's a quicker, flatter ball. And that is just guided for 1 and slows the carnage of boundaries that have been starting to emerge. Noman Ahmed Raja has made quite the impact on this innings. He's got 13 off 3 balls. Comes down the track. It's very confidently played. Bit of fancy dancing footwork. They think about 2. Don't take it in the end. 71 for 2 at the end of the 7th. And despite getting hit for 2 massive 6s, the professor's gone out of that with identical figures to his previous game. 1 for 17 off 2, which in the middle of a T10 game is more than respectable stuff. to build toward this exciting climax. We've got to find out which two teams from Group A are going to go through to Finals Day Friday. SG Heinhausen are looking to make it 4 wins from 4. They're already very much home and hosed. The question is, will it be Darmstadt or Pfungstadt joining them? Pfungstadt lost both games yesterday. They came back brilliantly today, won both games to give themselves a fighting chance. Darmstadt in the dark blue in the field now, looking to get a 3rd win from 4 to book their spot. Oh, it's an interesting bit of innovation. If he'd have got hold of it, there was no 3rd man, so you can see why he was trying the reverse paddle. As it was a wide. We've got changing the bowling. Mansour Khan is on.
I can see why they've gone for Mansour, Michael, because even though they would normally expect numbers 9 and 10 to be bowled by Mohammad Umar and Mansour Khan, they just need a little bit of control at this point. And they haven't got it, have they?
Hasn't given him it there. That is the dictionary definition of the commentator's curse. As commentator Kit Harris was predicting that Mansour Khan would provide control, which he so often does.
Well, I said they need control, in fairness.
That is true, that is true.
And they do still need control.
They do still need control,
Trouble
but the
is
man that you would anticipate could provide it has not provided it there. He's not matched his job description, Mansour, on that occasion.
They've still got to find an over from someone other than the two seamers.
This time Mansour might have got a wicket. Juggled and taken. Taken out at short 3rd man. A valuable scalp. Goodness me, what on earth have I said there? But anyway, it's a big old wicket that they desperately needed to break this partnership. Thankfully, the ability of the catcher, much better than my ability to describe the moment. 39 put on for the 3rd, and the breakthrough, after we were questioning his ability to provide control, is provided emphatically by Mansour Khan. A much needed breakthrough, a desperately needed breakthrough. And off walks Munib Ahmed for a very good 35 off 22 balls that was just starting to really get this innings motoring. And now momentum shifts again, and out walks the man with number 4 on his back for SG Heinhausen. That man is Noman Ahmed Raja, capable middle order hitter. Here's Mansour, and he crashes this straight down towards us at long off, and taken by Gandalf. Calm as you like. Adnan Nazir, using those magical wizardry powers again, trots in from long on. It wasn't the easiest of catches. He had to make up a fair bit of ground, but he did so with relative ease. He's rubbing his fingers now, but the important job is done. 2 in 2, and Mansour Khan is on a hat-trick.
Well, that catch was well judged, but he doesn't drop many down there. He may not look like the natural athlete, but he is just the kind of person you want patrolling the boundary down at long off.
Calm as you like, he's seen it all before. 32-year-old. Turns 33 in 3 weeks' time. 21st of October. I'm sure he'll want to be celebrating that birthday as an ECS winner. He did everything in his power with that knock to win the game on the final ball last night. Here's Mansour on a hat-trick. It's a decent ball as well on off stump, and it's very well played, which when you're in a lime green kit and you've walked out with dark blue pads on, you've got to bat well, because otherwise, when you're on TV with the whole world watching an attire like that, you are going to look like a bit of a prat. But to come out on a hat-trick ball and guide it so beautifully to cover point for 1 is a very good way to start. From Tahir Ahmed Adil. And now Rafa Ahmed on strike, which is a name that may well ring some bells to those that watched our coverage yesterday. Here's Mansour. And he's a wide, just straying a little too far away. Stand corrected, it was Rafa Ahmed who took the single. And Tahir Ahmed Adil is on strike. Now, although we're very much in the middle order and Heinhausen's 77 for 4, these two are 2 of their best batsmen. It's Mansour again, good slower ball. And whacked out to cover point for 1. And you may be wondering quite why these two are in so late, and it's because Heinhausen, knowing they're through to the semi-finals, have decided they're going to rotate and give a few different people an opportunity in different positions.
Because they may need them on Friday if the big guns fail.
Absolutely. As Mansour, slower ball, full toss. And that is some football skills from the professor, who decides why use your hands when you can use your feet. And he did it very nicely too, but they can still skip back for the second because of the ball cannoning off his foot. So Rafa Ahmed, some might remember from yesterday, hit 71 off just 24 against TFC Hattersheim, opening the batting. And Tahir Ahmed Adil, top of the order, has been a key part of this Heinhausen side. In the last ECS, he actually hit 53 off just 24 in the semi-final to get them into the final. So these two as a pair to have in the last couple of overs are about as good as you could want.
It is, and they're, I think, probably going to have to go with Mohamed Umar now in the hope that he might be able to get Rafa Ahmed out, because Rafa could be pretty tough on whoever does end up bowling the final over, whether it's Parvez, who's gone for 19 in his first over to bowl the second, or Shafiullah, who's proven expensive in the occasional single overs that he's bowled so far. But it is Mohamed Umar coming back to bowl the ninth.
We have some important news from the boffins.
We do.
About the various equations. And credit to Vin Sandy, who's been the main person behind crunching all of the various data and accounting for it and what the various permutations would mean for the table. As Mohamed Umar gets ready to bowl this ninth over with 9 on his back. I'll run you through them gently because it will take a while. It's not a simple situation. Here's Umar. Swing the miss outside off. It's not that wide. I think the wicket-keeper might have hurt himself in the process here. The Darmstadt keeper, Quadratullah Olfat.
And they're going to have to switch around the wicket-keeper. They're indicating that it's bad enough. I don't know where he's being caught there. They've called for a replacement something, or maybe it's just the cure-all water. Oh, it's hit him in the face. Yeah.
That's nasty.
I don't know whether there is we're going to get any big zoom on there. Look at the way they race round him. There's loyal teammanship. It's hit him. Okay, it's hit him on the cheek, not in the mouth. Hopefully, his teeth are okay. It's just hit him on the left cheek.
Just needs a moment to recompose himself and a bit of a water break, which gives us a chance to just remind you of the situation. So Heinhausen are already through. They're looking to make it 4 wins from 4. Pfungstadt have won 2 games from their 4. Both wins today after 2 losses yesterday. Darmstadt have 2 wins from 3. If they win this game, they'll definitely be through because that will be a 3rd win from 4. If they lose this, it will come down to them on net run rate against Pfungstadt. Now, coming into this game, Darmstadt had a significantly better net run rate than Pfungstadt. So even a narrow loss for Darmstadt in the upcoming run chase could still be enough. Now, to give you an idea of the difference, we've already started crunching the requisite numbers, and we're starting to know around what might be being chased. So let's say Heinhausen were to score 110 here. To qualify, Darmstadt would need to score 93. And of course, if they completed the run chase, they would win 3 games from 4 as well, so they'd have the pride of winning the match. But they don't need to win the match, they just need to get close in the run chase. So for another figure, for example, if they were chasing 100 to win, to qualify they would need 83 runs. That would be enough for them. So that gives you a gauge of where this situation is at right now. If Heinhausen finished big here, maybe got to 115, to qualify they would need 97. So a narrow defeat will be enough for Darmstadt to make it through despite 2 losses in the group stage.
Well, that long pause while the wicketkeeper has started to recover. So had Mohamed Umar being very, very patient. He still has 5 balls left to bowl in the penultimate over.
Yes, Umar, that's a very good ball in the channel. Big swing and a miss. We've got sweepers out all over the shop. Point, long on. Wide, long off. Mid-wicket as well. But that's through all of them. That's into the extra cover gap. Intelligently worked. He knew where his gap was. Made room on the leg side. And then hammered it through the off. Clever batting. It takes Rafa Ahmed on to 7 off just 3. Showing that destructive intent that we saw yesterday. Can you repeat it? Oh, this is whipped away on one leg, a sort of West Indian calypso style to that shot. He settles for 1. In fairness, when he was starting to run, he was from a very back foot, having gone very deep in his crease with his a dance move shot that. Once more, penultimate over. Still hasn't really got hold of this. And again, it's been a notable feature of Darmstadt, particularly today in both games. Initially in their win against TFC and now against Heinhausen. Their fielding has been excellent, led by Shafiullah. This is straight down the ground though. You can't field that ball because that has gone into the stinging nettles towards the Walker's path behind us. 10 yards over long on. A very good clean hit. And Taha Ahmed Adil from just his 3rd ball finds a maximum.
13 runs from the over. Mohamed Amar, well, in the situation, that's not such a very bad one. And, the score is pressing towards the 100. They almost certainly should get there, shouldn't they? 94 for 4 with an over to go. And by the time this game is finished, it's going to be very nearly pitch dark, I would have thought. And one of the strange advantages of the switch of wicketkeeper is that Asmat, whose bruised face has had a strikingly rapid recovery, is now available to bowl his slow dobbers for the last over.
So last over, they're on 94 for 4. What can they get themselves up to here? That's the question. Down the ground, only be 1 against Shafiul Niazi, one of the very best fielders at this ECS in Frankfurt.
But given that he's been keeping wicket for most of the innings, and this is only over of the game is number 10, that's a good start.
It's not something you see every day. That's a little leg break attempted, but so far down leg that it wasn't going to turn back enough.
Just trying to get a little bit too clever. He needs to be slightly more tolerant of himself, I think, given that he wasn't expecting to bowl. Try a big change-up second ball is a big ask.
And he comes again, that's a better one. So leg break again, but it was pitched in the right place. Fielded by Nasseri. Fielded with really good intent. Even if they wanted 2 there, they were definitely not getting it. Quadratullah Olfat has taken over duties as backup wicket keeper because of Asmat. Just waiting the last few balls to see what the target will be and work things out from there. Very full. And has he got a little tickle on that? He certainly has. The batsman's walking off. Didn't wait for the umpire's decision. And having got hit in the chops, Asmat Ali has come on as a deaf bowler, which is an enterprising scheme, and has picked himself up a wicket.
It's a nice little vignette, isn't it? Look, very nice inside edge. They bowled a couple of leg breaks, pitched that one nice and full, pushed it through a bit quicker, but you don't see it many times. I'm sure I've never seen it, that an injured wicketkeeper brings himself on to bowl and gets a wicket to a catch behind by the substitute wicketkeeper. That really is a trivial piece of detail, but one of the more enjoyable ones.
It's quite a bizarre old passage of play. And to add into the strangeness of the situation, out at number 7 comes Munib Mubashir, one of, if not Heinhausen's very best batsmen. Hit 426 runs in the state T20 competition this summer at 40, with a strike rate of 130. But due to jiggling with the batting order, the 35-year-old comes out with just a few balls left of the innings.
I like
3
that.
balls to be precise.
Yes, fair enough, Michael, because you don't
because
know.
of the situation.
On Friday, if they're getting into finals day, they don't know how they're going to need their support batsmen, and it's really important that they should get a hit before Friday's critical games.
Absolutely, it makes a lot of sense. But now Munib is getting his chance. Works this one away through square leg. It's well timed, so it keeps rushing away from the fielder. They'll come back for 2. No overthrows. Well backed up by the Professor. Good work. Michael Daub says, what a lovely cricketer this batsman is, walking off and not waiting for the umpire. Oh yes, the spirit of cricket very much in action there. 99 for 5. 2 balls left. 2 legitimate balls. Goes for the scoop, thought about it, and that is really good bowling from Azmat Ali. Saw the batsman thinking of the scoop, trying to get excited. Munib Mubashir moved too early, full ball, outside off, nothing he could do once he got in that position. Crucial dot ball. Last ball, 99 on the board. And again, mistimed, and they will only trot through for 1. So that means that they've finished on 100 for 5. So by our calculations, it would mean that to qualify, Darmstadt require 84 runs. To win the game, they need 101 runs to go 3 wins from 4 and dent Heinhausen's unbeaten record, which they certainly won't want to be ended. But the first priority of the target will be 84 runs, and that means that even if they lost the game from there and had lost a second game from their 4 games, on net run rate, they would have enough to progress ahead of Pfungstadt, despite Pfungstadt's excellent resurgence today. As we have a look back on this first innings, and the best piece of fielding we've seen this week, Shafiola Niazi diving, stopping the ball, turning, hurling it in, and the bails being taken off sharply by Azmat Ali. He's the best fielder we've seen in this competition by quite a distance, Shafiola Niazi. We saw some good spin bowling in the middle overs to really restrict Heinhausen. Hoynemar went for 22 of his 2, and the Professor Kahila Roman went for 17 of his 2, but there's 2 big 6s apart from that. He was dancing all over the place, a jig of delight, and even a send-off for the batsman there from Khalil. Harvey's got some real tap, bowled 2 short in his over, conceding 19 of his 1 over in the middle. And then got hit down the ground too with real conviction. And that was Parvez going short once more, feeding Noman Ahmed Raja, who made 13 off just 4 balls, which was quite an interesting knot. 6-6, 1 wicket. Karim Ahmed made quite a slow 18 off 14. This was another big moment in the game. A really important catch held by Gandalf. Not at long off. Nicely taken by Adnan Nazir. Called that because of his beard and his magical abilities with the bat. This was an unfortunate incident. Azmat Ali hit in the face. But then to add a twist to the tale, having been hit in the face in the 9th over as the wicketkeeper, he decided, you know what, I'm going to come on and bowl the 10th over. And so that's what he did. And Azmat Ali bowled the 10th over with a snapback hat on backwards brilliantly, getting a wicket as well. Horseman says a target of 101 doesn't seem enough to me. I think Darmstadt are capable of getting these runs. Well, they certainly are. So we have a quick look at the batting card. Munib Ahmed with 35 off 22, the top scorer. 4 4s and 2 6s. Cameos from Karim Ahmed, Noman Ahmed Raja, and Rafa Ahmed with 15 off 7 at the end. So they got to 100 in the end, just about, literally straight on the dime, 100 for 5 off 10. As for the bowlers, Mansour Khan was superb with his spin, 2 for 14 off 2 at the top. The Professor with 1 for 17 off 2. Azmat Ali with one heck of a death over, 1 for 6 coming off that 10th over. Parvez getting a bit of tap. So that leaves the equation thus: 100 for 5 scored off the 10 overs. It's 101 runs to win for Darmstadt and get themselves a 3rd win from 4 games. But there's more to it than that, of course, because of the net run rate situation. Darmstadt need 84 runs to get themselves through to finals day Friday. Even if they then lost the game and fell short of the target in this match, they'd have enough to have their net run rate above Pfungstadt and reach the finals day. Although they'd be second in the group, SG Heinhausen will know that they'll want to win this game and finish unbeaten with 4 from 4 and top of the table, and theoretically get themselves an easier semi-final. Do join us for the run chase very, very shortly, where it will be 101 to win or 84 to qualify.
Welcome back to Frankfurt. This is the final act of Group A on day 2. Darmstadt are chasing a target of 101 to beat Heinhausen. Ali opening the bowling. And the first one is just pushed to cover. They put the pressure on the fielder there and helped make the single easier than it otherwise should have been. My name's Kit Harris for the European Cricket Network. With me, Michael McCann. And the key thing at Darmstadt is that if they win, they will accompany Heinhausen through to finals day, into the semi-final on Friday. Launched away. This one is going to be a tough pick-up for deep mid-wicket, but he's just got himself interposed between boundary and ball, a couple of runs. So the fielding and bowling team, Heinhausen, are through to the semi-final on Friday, win or lose. Darmstadt are through if they chase 101 to win, but because of various net run rate permutations, they will also get through if they lose this run chase, as long as they score 83. So, tournament target 83, match-winning target 101, but they don't have to win the match. But if they keep on playing shots like that, they will anyway. Just sat back in his blocks and let the bat swing freely through the line of the ball. 4 runs. We can talk about 83 all we like, Michael, but if they play powerful shots like that, it's going to be 101 come what may.
That's also going to raise the temperature of the firecracker, as I nickname him, Ali Reza Verk, who is a temperamental fast bowler, and aren't they always entertaining?
Reza, he bowls up at the body this time.
He's always going to respond with a bouncer to that, wasn't he?
He gets himself rather worked up, Ali Raza Verk. He's a very aggressive presence out there when fielding. He gets hit for a 4 or 2 and then takes a wicket. Keep an eye on him, because he will give the batsman a send-off, as though the boundaries are in some way personal insult or injury to Ali himself. Well, there is another injury for the bowler. 4 more.
Well, the firecracker's going to start whirring soon.
And this time on the onside. Flicked away off his pads, nice and straight. No one on the boundary forward of square on the leg side. In fact, no one on the boundary forward of square at all.
Well, there is only one other thing worth mentioning, the rate at which they're going. There is a situation where they could end up topping the group.
Swing and a miss, yeah, it goes for the bouncer there. The typically aggressive opening bowler, but it's well directed in the right zone for getting a dot ball. And that concludes the first over. 13 runs from it, and Darmstadt are on their way.
After extensive calculations, we've got to the point of realisation that if this target is chased in 8.2 overs, so 50 legitimate completed deliveries or less, then Darmstadt will not just qualify by winning that game, they will leapfrog SG Heinhausen by decimating their impressive net run rate, going above them and finishing first with 3 wins from 4. And with some of the confidence striking we saw in that first over, there's no reason why they might not be dreaming of that. But that is a long way off. The first target is 83.
So it's Ali Imran to bowl the second over. Still in the power play. Ping! And away it goes, wide of the cover fielder. No one was going to stop that. Even if it had been on the line, it would have taken some shoeing. And another 4. Darmstadt, well, whether they know all these various targets and permutations is difficult to say, but they're certainly batting as though they know they'll get the glory of first place and potentially the slightly easier semi-final draw on Friday if they do wrap it up within 8.2. Azmat Ali has now hit his first boundary. 17 without loss. Bit of a shocker there. I think and not only from the bowler but also from the wicketkeeper. It's not going to go all the way, is it? Oh, it has. And, well, it's all very well. The bowler saying what happened there. The ball goes for 5 wides, but he did bowl the wide that started it. Actually, it looks rather as though Ali Imran slipped there. What's that? They've signalled a no ball.
It's a front foot no ball as well.
He slipped is what's happened. It's a front foot no ball. So that's going to go down as 1 no ball and 4 byes. And there's the signal for the free hit.
Worth saying as well, because it always looks fine when you're watching on TV, it is very gloomy here. Very gloomy.
Yep.
I think if we were in a test match, we might well be off a bad line.
You bet you would. You'd have been off all day.
It's true.
Snuck away. That's the free hit. He was well justified in just throwing the kitchen sink at that one and a thick outside edge. Well, it may not look very classy, but the 4 runs count just as much as the most sumptuous of cover drives. And this is a stinging, swift start from Darmstadt. They're not interested in 83 merely to qualify in second place. They want to win this game and win it handsomely. 26 without loss. Just halfway through the second over. Already more than a quarter of their way to the 10 over target. Played it well. Oh, don't use your feet, use your hands. Another one makes its way over the third man boundary. I think he intended to drive it rather forward a square there. Came off the face of the bat. In fairness to the fielders, it is now going to be really quite hard to pick up the ball, but I don't think Ali Imran sees it that way as he collects the return and throws rather than an accusing glance at the backward point fielder, who points his palms upward almost in supplication as if to say, really, what could I have been expected to do? Attempted cut that time. Just played underneath the ball as it zipped through.
Sobu Hassan says, to know that they don't need to win but just need 83 runs to qualify can be risky, which I'd agree, that's not the mindset they'll want to take into the chase, and it's not the mindset they've taken whatsoever. They've been thoroughly positive and aggressive to their great credit.
No, they'll be trying to win, of course they will. And there's another great shot that should be picked up by Ali Razaverk on the boundary. One-handed as well. He's not shy of the outfield, but it's excellent running as the batsmen have raced back for a couple. I'm sure, Michael, that your correspondent is right and they won't be thinking about 83. That's assuming, of course, that they have had the opportunity in the very brief break to work out that secondary target for qualification exists at all, which is dubious.
There was a couple of people from the Darmstadt tent who were having a wander around to try and get that figure, so I think they're probably aware of it.
Has he got a glove on it? It's been caught. Wonderfully done. Down the leg side. The wicketkeeper reacted superbly quickly there. Not easy when the ball has come off the glove, because he would have been unsighted as the ball reared up at the batsman, ballooned off his hand, still touching the bat, so that is a key breakthrough, and well done to Munib for taking that catch so smartly. You just see here that Imran digs it in short. It would have been unsighted, and actually that is a great take, one-handed. No wonder he's cock-a-hoop. Absolutely delighted, as well he should be. Superb bit of fielding, and even in the professional game that wouldn't have been out of place in the least. So that little breakthrough there just to conclude the second over. 2 overs gone, 32 for 1. But yeah, proud team, Michael. Any decent cricket team is going to be trying to win the game. The 83 really is only going to come into play if they find themselves really stuttering. Then they'll start to say, well, we're not going to win this, but what do we need?
Absolutely, but you say a little breakthrough. It's more than a little breakthrough, because in T10, when you've got a partnership that's flying along in the power play like it was, that is a significant moment. Azmat Ali, one of the guns of this batting lineup, 56 off 25 against TFC earlier today. That superb opening partnership that took them home alongside Mohamed Imar. He's gone now. And Yasir will look to put the brakes on in the final over of the power play. See if they can rein this one back. Much stranger things have happened.
So here is Yasir.
It's Majid Nasseri who's walked out at the non-strikers end, who got 43, I should say, of 26 against Funkstadt in their second game.
Yasir is the tricky one to face. In this light, he will be difficult.
The grenade
thrower. And that first one just slides on with the arm away from the batsman. Controversial word, that thrower. Isn't
you
it,
use
Michael?
the word thrower, not me.
Because
I'd say grenade bowler.
there is something about the arm.
Oh ho!
That one is over the top, all the way for 6, and it's going to be caught in the players' pavilion. So, he didn't have any difficulty seeing that one, did he? Merc or no Merc, that was a very easy strike for a maximum. So Umar has got his second 6, moves him to 18 off 7 balls. It's always the risk with Yasir is that they will go after him. Good length this time, and he's going to get 4 more. Just found that the mid-off fielder was up in the ring. He didn't try and hit it too hard. He just bunted it up and over the fielder in the ring. Placed it, knowing that all he had to do was get it past Munib, and it was going to be 4 to him. So 22, 42 for 1 halfway through the third over. It's quite a gamble to bowl Yasir in the power play if they do get after him. It's a Yorker length ball, and he's tried to hit. He's overhit that really. He's tried to go too hard. Just collapsed towards the offside.
Peter Young says off to a stunning start here. They're looking favourites to dump Funkstadt out. They certainly are, but we all know how quickly it can change. The beauty of sport is the unpredictability.
Yes, so again, leg break this time, and it's that's harsh, isn't it? Because he put it right on the tram line. You can see it came out of the back of the hand.
He's shaking his head, and actually, umpiring is a tough job, but I've got a bit of empathy with the bowler here.
Well, it was close.
So he got this time out of his bag of tricks.
He's gone wide again. Now that one is okay, and the umpire lets him have it. The batsman looks quizzically back at the man in black, as if to say, well, how is that any different from the last one? The difference is that it didn't move away. The question from Zena Merton on the YouTube chat on our stream, just posing that question about whether there isn't. The word I used before was kink.
Which I think was what you were hinting at just before that massive six.
It's
and
not.
I can understand why.
It's not the leg break. I mean, it's known as being very difficult to bend your arm on a leg break. But when he bowls his little swinger, see, that's the leg break. Nice straight arm there. Just goes on. Almost a top spinner. Didn't move away this time. The batsman saying, well, these are spinning away. That one didn't spin away. It was a top spinner. And when he comes back for his second over, just have a look at this off break. And there seems to be a little bit of pivot in the elbow. 3 overs gone. Power play is done. 43 for 1 Darmstadt. 101 will win it for them. And they're well on their way. That one wicket, Azmat Ali, the big hitter, 15 off 8 balls. Ali Imran got rid of him. And the 4th over, as the gloom deepens here overhead, certainly not in the minds and spirits of the players and spectators here, who are enjoying a very fine finish to a game. Karim is going to bowl now. Hasn't bowled previously, but as we've said, come finals day on Friday, you never know who's going to be needed if the big guns don't fire well. He round-armed and flat, and it's going to be cut off on the boundary. Think about coming back for 2. 2 were on, and he's done the right thing there. I know he seems a bit upset, Majid Nasri, that there weren't 2.
He's not happy with Umar for not running.
He did the right thing in backing up and looking for 2. That's exactly how they should be running. It's a good example to some of the other batsmen in this tournament, who perhaps just sit on their heels a little bit after that first run. He's presented the edge to it. I just managed to get a hand on it at short third man. And, they are coming back. He wants to come back for 2, and now they will with the overthrow. This time, well, they are having a bit of a bicker, these two batsmen now, aren't they?
The fielders are having a bicker. Everybody's having a bicker. Nobody's talking to anybody with any great love out there right now.
It was Mohammed Umar who wanted the second this time, and Nasri sent him back, but after they'd got through their disagreement, they managed to sort it out. Everyone needs to settle for a moment. The run chase is still safe. Karim just pushing it through a bit quicker this time. Swing and a miss. Umar's done it a few times, just hasn't stepped into the cut when it's short and wide away from him. And that is going to be 6. He just got under the ball and lifted it really high.
Into the stinging nettles.
And that's a good 15 metres behind the boundary line. And as you just knew, as soon as he hit it, that he got enough power on it. On the leg side, he's imperious. As soon as he's got something he can get elevation underneath, anything a little bit back of a length, he'll really go for it. The area to bowl to Imran is just outside off stump, because he stays a bit rooted to the crease and he doesn't step into the cut. So just need to get the line back better. There we go. That's a better ball. Just a single. Nicely fielded. Even if he does get bat on it outside off, it's easier to predict where the ball is going to go. Another single takes Umar to 31 from 15, but now it's Majid Nasri on strike.
Zaina Merton has asked, who are these teams? How did they get qualified for this tournament? I'll answer that one just after this ball.
2 balls left in the over from Karim. Majid can't get it away. Umar doing the right thing in backing up. It is a direct hit. The fielder got in an excellent throw. Well, it's all very well the bowler saying, how is that not run out? I'm surprised he has a view on it, given that his back was turned.
There is a simple answer, which is it's not run out because you got in the way of it and palmed it onto the stumps when it was heading there anyway.
Really, for all the complaining, there was only one person who was in the best position to judge that, and that was the umpire. We'll probably get another look at it in just a moment, and you'll see that the bowler interposed himself between the throw and the stumps rather than waiting behind the stumps, and that might have made the difference. 4 overs gone, 53 for 1. Here we go, we'll have a look at this again. Chipped away into the offside. A lot of backing up, but you see how Kareem just got in the way. The ball actually went through his legs, nutmegged him, and hit the stumps. At the point of impact, actually, Majid Nasri was well back in the crease.
So to give a thorough answer to your question, Zena, we're in Frankfurt in central west Germany, the state of Hesse. And these teams are the 10 best teams in Hesse. The reason I say that with confidence is they came through a qualifying tournament to get here.
Tahir Adil starting the 5th over.
And that qualifying tournament was the States T20 competition this summer involving 20 teams. And these were the best 10 who finished in the top 5 of both of the 10-team groups in that competition.
So another nice ball outside the off stump. Good length. They race through the single. There's a bit of a fumble. But, I'm surprised on these first couple of balls that we haven't seen a little more of Adil. He's getting in the ear of his fielder there, looking accusingly at him. I mean, there's no need for this, you see, but the batsmen are putting pressure on the fielders by calling them through for the run quickly. And if the bowler starts having a go at the fielders, that pressure is only doubled. Well bowled. Just floating it up there outside off stump. I'm surprised we haven't seen him bowl before, Michael, because Tahir Adil does seem to be a perfectly capable slow left armour.
Yes, and he was the joint top wicket taker at the ECS in July. But we've only seen him with a bat so far until now.
And he's got some elevation there. Well done. Just waited for it. Had plenty of time just to get it backward of square. Only one boundary rider out there on the offside. And he's middled up for 4. They say fortune favours the brave. But on this occasion, patience has favoured Mohamed Umar. Goodness knows he's tried that shot enough. But, at last, he's found the opportunity. As you see, got under the ball there. Just almost played the uppercut. Gave it a bit of a lift over that tightly packed backward point cordon. 63 for 1. Well played. Very nice. Just tap it short of the infield. Take the single. And with it, rotate the strike.
That's enough for them. They don't need anything dramatic from here. They're scoring at more than 2 a ball and they need 8 and over.
Last ball of the over. Oh, well, he wasn't sure what to do there. He was in the position to play the cut, and just at the last minute he thought, well, I'm more likely to get a single if I just bunt it to deep mid-on, baseball style, because the mid-on was set very deep. Since Majid was eyeing a single there to retain the strike, just adjusted his shot at the last moment. That was pretty inventive of him. Halfway stage overs wise, 61 for 1. Azmat Ali the man to go. And they passed 83, and Darmstadt will definitely be in the final. And the target overall is 101. And if they win in 8.2 overs, they will have the accolade of finishing in first place in the group.
They're in control of their own destiny here. They only actually need to score at 5 and over to get the runs required to be into the semi-finals. Remember, that target as such is 83. 101 to win, but 83 would be enough to get them into the semi-finals, even if they went on to suffer a second defeat in the competition, because their run rate would be above Fungstadt. And they're on strong. It's a huge swing. No runs for the bat speed though. Fielder's out at square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and extra cover on the rope. It is a 6-3 offside field with cover on the boundaries on the leg. Comes all the way across, chips this away. Huge vacant region though, so they'll think of two, but the bowler, like any good bowler at any level of cricket, desperate to protect his own figures, charges across
Yeah.
and makes sure that it's only one.
They've got a good plan of bowling to Mohammad Umar. Full or length outside off stump with a tightly packed square field on the offside, and he hasn't been able to get it away. He's played and missed a lot.
That's another very convincing shot. He's going to need some good fielding out at long on. He is very well fielded out at long on. Definitely no two available there.
Majid Nasri, of all the batsmen we've seen in the first 2 days of ECS Frankfurt, seems the keenest of all to back up for a two. Seems a really organised, professional way of going about his running.
Karim Ahmed in once more. That's a lucky edge. It's all going the way of Darmstadt right now. And they are flying towards the semi-finals at a rate of knots. And it is Mohammad Umar who is taking them there. He's up to almost 100 runs across today after his impressive 53 not out against TFC Hattersheim. He's now into the 40s. What's he got next, Umar? Short and wide, and too wide for the liking of the umpire. And that notches it on once more. They need just 14 runs to confirm their semi-final spot. They need 32 to get there in style. Whipped away. What an audacious shot that was. All in the hands and the wrist speed to make sure that it went behind square. And the signal from the men down there on the boundary is that it's actually 6. He really did get hold of that. Gorgeous wrists from Mohammad Nasiri and guiding it away from where the sweepers are. And he flies onto 10 off 7 as the supporting act to Mohammad Umar. And Darmstadt have got 1 foot in the semi-finals at this rate. They need just 10 more runs now to get themselves there.
Michael, you know, they haven't just got 1 foot in the semi-finals. I would say that they had the whole leg and possibly both of the arms and both hands as well. In fact, pretty much everything apart from the other foot, all that's left outside. 10 runs in 4 overs to get into the semis.
It's Adil Tahir Ahmed to bowl the 7th. With 5 sweepers out. This is very full and flighted, and Nasiri takes that flight and pumps it away through extra cover for 4. Well, there are 2 sweepers out at cover and long off, but he's got it in between them perfectly, and Nasiri, who's so often been a big man in this Darmstadt engine room, is at it once more. Adil once more, short. Nasiri cracks it away, and that will be their semi-final spot confirmed. Or maybe not quite. No. I must say, I thought that had gone for 6, and it ended up plugging somehow for 2. So that is very much my mistake. 81 for 1. Gone a bit too early.
Happens to the best of us, Michael. In fairness,
Happens to all of us.
I'd have called it 6 as well, because the way he hit it looked like it was soaring over the sycamores.
Now is this the moment for Nasiri? No, it's not. He might be out LBW. He is out LBW. So Majid Nasiri will not be having that winning moment of taking Darmstadt into the Final 4 and Finals Day Friday, because he is out leg before wicket to Adil Tahir Ahmed for 11 off 9. And with the semi-final spot all but secured, Nasiri is gone. And maybe, with Mohammad Umar on 48, it might be his chance to not just seal his 50, but seal that semi-final place. But who else could come in at a moment like this but Gandalf, Adnan Nazir, the man who himself said that he was the biggest 6-hitter in his own team, and then walked out last night with Darmstadt on the brink of a second defeat from 2 against Pfungstadt, and hit 50 off just 16 balls, sealing the match off the final ball. The perfect man to take you over the line.
Now, here's the thing. Obviously, with 3.3 overs remaining, They are 21 balls. They're going to get their 2 runs to get into the final.
I know what you're going to say.
What makes it interesting here is that they have 11 balls left in which to win. If they can get these remaining 20 runs to win the game off 11 balls, so win by 8.2 overs or earlier, they'll even manage to pip Hattersheim to the top of the group.
You mean Heinhausen?
Sorry, yes, Heinhausen.
He's Adil Tahir Ahmed. Leave. It's a leave in a T10 game.
Haven't told him. They haven't told him. They don't know about 8.2, Michael.
Mohamed Umar is happy to leave the ball. That's a shot I didn't think I'd be commentating on at all this week. Here's Adil Tahir Ahmed once more. Shorter. He's climbed into that one, not leaving that one. He'll get one out to the rope. Brings Gandalf onto strike. The boundaries are ringed. When you've got a magical wizard at the crease, it often doesn't make much of a difference. Last night he hit 4 4s and 4 6s. What's he got for us now? That's short. Guided away for 1. Pardon me, it does bring Adnan Nazir onto strike now. He was at the non-strikers.
And he loses the strike again immediately because it's the end of the over, Michael.
Yes, he certainly does. So we'll have to be kept in rapture for a little bit longer. But that 8.2 definitely comes into play.
The thing is now, Michael, is what we can say, and what we should say perhaps at this point, is it's curtains for Pfungstadt, and they are the 3rd team to leave. Hattersheim went first, Frankfurt Cricket Club second, and now Pfungstadt. But haven't they made a good fist of things?
They deserve a huge amount of credit for the way they've come back after losing 2 in 2. And what Gandalf did to them yesterday. They've won 2 from 2 today. But it seems like it will all be in vain as the man with 00 on his back, Shaquille, comes on. Because Darmstadt are 83 for 2 and Darmstadt are in the semi-finals. And we can now say that with authority. The question now is, can they win the group? Shaquille drops short. That will help them. Flicked through fine leg. You're not stopping that one in time. 4 runs and 50 up for Mohamed Umar off just 26 balls. That is quite some effort from the 27-year-old. Back-to-back 50s today when his team needed him most. He delivered 53 off 18 against TFC Hattersheim. And, well, he's been positively pedestrian by comparison in this knock. 53 off 26, only scoring at 2 a ball rather than 3 a ball. Sort of taking the easy, slow road.
14 off 6 balls to top the group.
And here's Shaquille, short. That's whacked away. They'll trot through for 1. And one does have to wonder at this point if they're aware of that equation.
I doubt it.
So much focus has been on the runs needed to ensure they finish above Pfungstadt on net run rate in the event of a defeat. Less so on topping the group. Here's Shaquille. And Gandalf comes down the wicket. And has he holed out to deep mid-wicket? He has! Gandalf's magical wizardry fails this time. He used up all of it last night in that outstanding knock against Pfungstadt. But this time, he is human after all. He perishes for 1 off just 3 balls. And so their chances of topping that group take a big old hit because they're running out of balls here. Albeit they have secured that semi-final spot, which was the main goal. Short. Try a quick single. A clean pickup would have been interesting, but instead they can skip back for 2. Mohamed Umar moves on to 56 off 27.
He's kept the strike. There is 1 ball left in the over, I believe.
Shaquille to bowl. 90 for 3. 1 ball left. Shaquille with it. It's just dogged down for a single, so he'll keep the strike. And from what we make, they've got 2 balls
to hit
to
10.
get the 10 runs that they need, which would mean that they would top the group. And in theory, anyway, end up with an easier semi-final because they face the team that's finished second in Pool B rather than the team that's finished first. We'll come to Pool B tomorrow and the day after. 5 teams in that one. MSC Frankfurt, FCA 04 Darmstadt, who've qualified for ECL 21 after winning a playoff against KSV at the weekend. SV Wiesbaden, Germania Biber, and the Marci Oberozzo. It's all the fun to come later in the week, and then finals day Friday, of course. And we know that these two teams are definitely going to be there. Question is in which order? 10 to get off 2 balls for Darmstadt to top the group. It's Imran who bowls. That's kept incredibly low. And I believe it's bowled him.
Yeah, it has gone underneath his leg.
The most minimal of celebrations, to the point where everyone was standing around like statues. And then batsman walking out was not sure whether he should be or whether it was in fact out after all. But out it was.
You just see this again. It crept along the ground. It's so slow, in fact. He was through his shot, completely through his shot, before the ball hit the stumps. And he grins broadly, as well he might, because
he's been magnificent today. And that was the only way he was going to get out, really, Mohamed Imar. He's played so well. Cracked 53 at 3 runs a ball against TFC Hattersheim. And by comparison, in this knock, was taking it easy, was only scoring at 2 a ball. But he does have to depart for an excellent knock, which has come to define this match in Darmstadt's favour. 57 off 31, 5 4s and 4 6s.
We must get him for an interview, Michael.
Well, we've already had him speaking after that 53 not out, and
I couldn't shut him up.
Of course, it was. We are TV rather than radio, but you couldn't actually see him in picture because that's bowled again. Well, he's on a hat trick. They don't seem too bothered about it because of the game situation. It does confirm that Darmstadt won't top the group in this match, but it is a golden duck for Quadratula Olfat. And wickets suddenly starting to fall quite rapidly. Back to back. This time for Yasir. He didn't need the pitch so much this time to help do his work for him. It was just a good straight ball, and it was missed. And as simple as that, and it was done. Just coming back to Mohamed Imar, we didn't actually have a camera on him during the interview, but our viewers could hear him. But I can tell you that he was smiling, and his smile was like a Valicia beacon. It very much told the story of relief and excitement and joy about what that knock had done. And his destructive knock in this 4th game has ensured that Darmstadt will get their 3rd win from 4.
I have never had a Valicia beacon tell me a story of delight and relief.
I more meant a lighthouse in terms of the smile.
I was wondering what happened to you at zebra crossings.
Morseman says another member of the primary club. Yes, indeed. Gold duck for Quadratula Olfat.
See, I must have seen millions of Valicia beacons in my 40 years and never had a word out of them. You get whole stories.
So okay. The 8.2 overs has come and gone, and that was what they needed to chase it in if they were to top the group. So that is out of the question now. It is very much dotting the I's and crossing the T's on day 2 of this ECS Frankfurt competition. And on Pool A, Mansour Khan out there with Umar Khan. Their job is just to knock off the 10 runs required.
Hat-trick ball!
Oh, it's a hat-trick ball, and he's given him! He's got a hat-trick! It's a hat-trick. It's beautifully bowled by Yasir Ahmed. And Umar Khan has gone as well. You miss, I hit. Bang, bang, bang. It's the first hat-trick in the ECS Frankfurt. Take a bow, Yasir Ahmed, the slow grenade bowler, inspired by Pavel Florin, doing his work with this slow, wily spin that has destroyed the Darmstadt CC lower order. Just look at this. He didn't know which way it was turning, and that was the off-spinner rather than the leggy. It came back. Umar Khan knew nothing about it. It was crashing into middle and leg, and rightly given. A hat-trick for Yasir Ahmed. And Darmstadt is suddenly 91 for 6, and they need 10 runs to win off 9 balls. And from us talking about it seeming pretty regulation, they've lost 4 wickets in 7 balls. Of course, 3 and 3 for the hat-trick. And now we're actually wondering who's going to win this game.
Have you ever commentated 4 in 4, 5 in 5, or 6 in 6, Michael? Because it's on.
Well, it certainly is. We've got 3 and 3.
Just because he's got the hat-trick, why stop now? It's gloomy.
Absolutely. It's not easy to pick the ball up. It's easy to see at home and think that it doesn't look too bad, but we can tell you that it was very much not so. And they're struggling to pick him up in the gloom. Zaina Merton says, get in hat-trick. Brilliant. I thought it was plumb. No idea why the umpire took so long to give it. Umpiring does always look an easy job when you're watching on TV. When you're out there doing it, it's very different. Lots of things to take into account and consider, and it was given, rightly given.
If there's anyone who's not going to be phased, Michael, it's number 8, Khalil Raymond, the Professor.
Can the Professor stop it being 4 in 4? Here's Yassir. Yes, he can! And he responds emphatically by hitting this with real contempt through the leg side. And then takes a single and is quite content to be at the non-striker's end and away from the chaos that is going on in this over. Wicket, wicket, wicket 1. And now,
9
on to
off 8.
strike comes Mansour Khan. He came out to bat at number 5, and yet he hasn't faced a ball until 7 wickets are down due to the chaos of this hat-trick. What's Yassir got for us this time? Will it be the leggy or the offie? We've seen he's got both. He's got 5 out on the boundary. Dreaming of an unlikely win, Heinhausen. Driven straight back at him, and it's a dot ball. 9 to win off 7.
Surely not.
I think if you'd have found anyone 15 minutes ago genuinely suggesting that this game could actually go down to a final over or even make it into a final over in any meaningful sense, they would call you mad. But that looks like to be where we're going. 9 to win off 7. What an over this has been. Wicket, 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 1 dot. How will it end? Mansour Khan on strike. His in-run very high and floated, and he did not want to be the 4th person to get out in this over. And oh, so tentatively just blocked it out to long on for 1. So we are going to the final over of day 2 of the ECS in Frankfurt at 6:30 local time, with the gloom looming large. We'd have been off all day if this was a test match, no doubt about that. But we are not in a test match. We're in the T10 European Cricket Series, and we're very glad you're with us, wherever you are across the world, on fan code in the subcontinent or on ecn.cricket. You've come to the right place. We've got drama here aplenty. 4 wickets falling across the last 9 balls. A hat-trick for Yassir Ahmed, who finishes with 3 for 13 off his 2 overs. And the final over will be bowled by Shakil Hassan. 8 runs to win off 6 balls. Both of these teams already into the semi-finals. But you can guarantee nobody out there is casually thinking, oh, well, we're into the semi-finals, so this isn't important. Absolutely not. 5 out on the boundary, 3 on the leg side. Starts with a wide down leg, and that's not what you need when you're only defending 8 anyway. Got square leg out, mid-wicket, long on, long off, extra cover. Then in the ring, short fine leg, short extra cover, point, a backward point. Here's Shakil. Balls to Khan, big swing and a miss. Well, that makes it interesting. 7 to win off 5.
I'll just give you confirmation, Michael, about finals day. What we do know, because of the 1-2 in Group A having been settled, is that Heinhausen's semi-final will be the first game on Friday, and Darmstadt Cricket Club's semi will be the second game.
And of course, Heinhausen facing the side that finished second in Pool B, and vice versa for Darmstadt. Here's Shakil. Back of a length and nervously chipped away. They look to be trying to do this in singles. They seem to have forgotten that they're allowed to try and hit boundaries.
Sensible.
You can see the nerves. It's that guy that comes out in the bottom order in a game of village cricket. And yes, I've been that man plenty of times. The terror of getting out means that they can't really seem to find any flow or rhythm, Khan or the Professor. It's the Professor on strike now, who gets this one away more confidently. It could well go for 4. It's actually brilliantly stopped. And they will come back for 2. Edges them closer. Well fielded by the football goalposts there.
That's a tough call now, because with 4 off 3, do you just push the ball into the gap, be sure of the 1 and hope for 2, or do you let yourself have 1 stab at the winning hit with 2 balls to spare?
And that's the discussion Adil Tahir Ahmed is also having with Shakil on the fielding side. Do you start bringing players up? They've brought nobody up. They've left 5 out on the fence.
I think that's smart, Michael. Assume he's going to have a go at the big hit.
Here's Shaquille. That is down to long off. They'll look to keep him to 1. Teammates in the batting tent behind us hurling advice at Khan and the Professor to take 2, but they don't. And now they edge closer with that shot from the Professor. He has 4 off 3. Mansour Khan has 2 off 4. And recovering after the destruction of Imran's hat-trick, they've got themselves to this point, 3 to win off 2 balls. Here's Shaquille. That's short, skied up in the air. It's going to need some catching this. It's short, fine leg. He's caught it. What a catch that is. It went skywards. The fielder's really hurt his hands in taking it. But most importantly, he has taken the catch. The lime green shirts in the gloom descend to congratulate him. But he's instead having to swat them away and say, don't make my injury any worse than it is. Get away from me. But he has taken it, which is the important thing. Mansour Khan has gone for 2 off 5. Darmstadt now 7 down, and it means they need 3 to win. And for the second day in a row, we go to the very last ball of the final game.
Well, this is extraordinary. In the last 12 balls, Darmstadt have scored 7 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. And it's amazing, really. 12 balls ago.
I'd love to know what odds you'd have got on this 15 minutes ago.
They needed 10 12 balls ago, and we were saying if they can hit a 6 and a 4, they'll finish above Heinhausen in the table. Well, it wasn't a 6 and a 4, it was a wicket and a wicket. That was followed by another wicket. Suddenly, here we are. They need 3 off 1 to win it at all. Lucky for them that they have qualified, because Heinhausen now have a wonderful chance to go through the group unbeaten.
Oh, what a catch it was. Really well taken at short fine leg, diving. It was swirling in the wind. And that catch is oh so important, taken by no one else than the firecracker, Ali Reza Verk. He's hurt himself in doing so, but he took it. Last ball, 3 to win off it. Point, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket and square leg out. Shaquille to bowl it. It's missed! It's a miss, and they've done it! Heinhausen have somehow won and kept their unbeaten record. A game they had no right to even take anywhere near the final over, never mind win it, and somehow they prevail. They've beaten Darmstadt by 2 runs in a match they were dead and buried in. A dot from the final ball. What a final over of the match from Shakil Hassan. Absolutely astonishing turnaround here. Just 8 runs scored from the final 2 overs, 4 wickets taken, a hat-trick from Ali Imran to provoke a complete chaotic collapse that has culminated in somehow SG Heinhausen winning and topping Pool A with 4 wins from 4. Darmstadt will be happy enough. They got what was needed on net run rate to finish above Pfungstadt despite collecting their second defeat. But no team, no matter what consolation they've got of a spot in Finals Day Friday, is going to feel good after a loss like that. They've lost by 2 runs, Darmstadt. An extraordinary finish here in the late evening gloom. And Heinhausen celebrating their joy. A hat-trick for Ali Imran, who turned this game around. Absolutely stunning stuff. Yasir Ahmed came on in the 9th over with the game pretty much gone. And everybody and sundry simply talking about when, rather than if, this match would be run by Darmstadt Cricket Club. And instead, he had different ideas. Absolutely ripped up the script, Yasir Ahmed, and took a hat-trick. Finished with 13 for 3 from his 2 overs. His second over, the 9th of the match, finished with just 2 runs coming off it. Wicket, 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 1 dot, wicket. And then in the final over with 8 needed to win. Wide dot, 1, 2, 1 wicket dot. Culminating in that extraordinary finish with the dot ball that brought us to where we are. So SG Heinhausen just refusing to lose when they were under the pump so badly. Mohamed Umar cracking his second 50 of the day. 57 from 30 deliveries, 5 fours and 4 sixes. But despite that, they somehow managed to contrive to lose this match. The rest of the batsmen just struggling to contribute between them. And it was the hat-trick hero, a man who I'm delighted to say we can have a little quick word with, Yasir Ahmed, with a simply ridiculous piece of cricket to pull a game back from that they had no right to win. Yasir, congratulations on your hat-trick, the first we've seen in the European Cricket Series here in Frankfurt, to somehow win that game by 2 runs. How do you feel?
Thank you very much. That's a pleasure to be here. I was trying to contain the runs, but thanks God, I got the wickets, and the rest is history.
did you honestly think you could win that game from that position?
That was
Truthfully.
that was a bit difficult to say that. The situation was not in our way, but we try hard to win. And
so here we go. This is the first one, with it keeping very, very low to get rid of Mohamed Umar. I mean, the pitch helped you there, didn't it?
No, I have just keep the pace off. He's hitting very well, and there was no force behind that ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was.
And then here we go. The
That's what a
LBW
quicker man.
How many times are you going to be watching this on replay across the next few days while you're waiting for Finals Day Friday? I'm assuming you're going to be clipping this out, sharing it across social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, the whole lot.
That's a pleasure to me to see that every time when I see it.
And how does it feel for you to be on this stage on the ECS with the world watching on ECN.cricket, with it being streamed across the world, and then to take a hat-trick like that in a game where you just had no right to win and then win it? You must be ecstatic.
Yeah, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to God. I was trying my best, and thank God I got that.
And 4 wins from 4. Are you confident about Finals Day Friday?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, we will try our best to win the European tournament. Yeah.
And as for yourself, what are you going to do to top this now with the bat or the ball? Is there anything? Are we expecting 4 from 4 in the semi-final? 5 from 5?
Yeah, you can expect
6 from 6?
Yeah, we will try our best. Yeah, you can expect that. Yeah.
Very well played, and congratulations. And we look forward to seeing you in the semi-final on Friday. And you've earned your way to be there. 4 wins from 4. Is there anything particular that you think you guys can improve on?
Actually, this match we were trying to manipulate the batting order. That's why we got not too many runs, but at the end we win it.
But as you showed, you're a team that even if you get a low score, you can defend it when you've got the spinners on and doing your thing.
Yeah.
But well, I mean, I do have to ask you before you go: is this the best moment of your cricketing career?
One of the best. Actually, we have been winning for 3-4 years, and this is the one that is live streaming, and that's a good moment for us now.
And the whole world is watching, and the whole world knows your name after that. And why wouldn't they? To come on in the penultimate over and bowl like that, I salute you, sir. Yasir Ahmed with the hat-trick that pulled it back and somehow brought Heinhausen the win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Yasir. So Heinhausen win the game by 2 runs from, to say it was an improbable scenario is incorrect, because it was so much more than improbable. They needed to defend 8 off the final over, 10 from the final 2 overs, and yet somehow they did. 2 runs scored off that penultimate over, bowled by Yasir Ahmed with the hat-trick, and then 8 defended off the final one by Shakil Hassan. Simply extraordinary stuff. You can never take your eyes off the European Cricket Series because you just don't know when it's going to change. We saw Gandalf himself, Adnan Nazir, come out last night and smoke 50 off 16 to see Darmstadt through to a final ball win against Fungstadt on day 1. Today, we went to the final ball again, and it went against Darmstadt. They blew it when they were so in control. Mohamed Umar with 57 off 30 that have put them in that position. And then the collapse. Yasir Ahmed with 3 for 13 off his 2. Shakil Hassan with 2 for 13 off his 2. And they came back and won the game. And so what it means is this: Heinhausen win the group with 4 wins from 4. Darmstadt qualify on net run rate ahead of Fungstadt. They needed 83 in the run chase to do so. They managed that comfortably. But just as they managed to do that, it all started unravelling, and we know how it ended. So Heinhausen beating Darmstadt by just 2 runs. What a couple of days it's been. Wherever you've been across the world on ECN.cricket or on Fancode in the subcontinent, it's been great to have you with us. As you can see, Heinhausen through top, Darmstadt in second, and Pfungstadt, Frankfurt Cricket Club and TFC Hattersheim will not be back for Finals Day Friday because they haven't made it through. Do not go anywhere, because on Wednesday and Thursday we're into Pool B, 5 new teams to discover and see what they can do. 2 of them in Lamar Sisi, Oberwurzel and Germania Bieber making their ECS debuts televised for the first time. Meanwhile, returning ECS sides, defending champions from the state T20 competition and the ECS in July, MSC Frankfurt. FCAO for Darmstadt United Stars, who've just qualified for ECL 21 by winning a playoff at the weekend, and then SV Wiesbaden as well in action. But for now, from Pool A, it's Heinhausen and Darmstadt who qualify. I've been Michael McCann. Kit Harris has been alongside me for day 2. Day 3 starts with Darmstadt against Frankfurt, and then Wiesbaden versus the Marseille Oberwurzel, and so on and so forth. 2 days of round-robin cricket to find out which 2 teams will join Heinhausen and Darmstadt in the semi-finals. But for now, from day 2, an extraordinary day 2, it is finished here with a finish of all finishes. A 2-run win from nowhere for Heinhausen against Darmstadt. It's been great to have your company, and we'll see you tomorrow.